Chat. Hi, chat. Because forgot his water bottle in my office, and I put a duck in it. I have I have over 100 plastic little ducks that I had for Ren Fair last year, and I put one in a water ball, and I was like, hee. And then he was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna choke on this duck. Did you try to duck murder me? But he would have noticed. I think. I don't actually know, but I hope so. He wouldn't have died. I hope he took the duck out though. Also, hello everybody. Hi Rainer. Hi Rhino. Hi Miu. My wife. And hello Condemned. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? You have not been murdered. Did you take the duck out though? Okay, good job.
We've lost duck.
I have 100 ducks.
No, not even less.
Oh.
One less crime.
He would be fine. That's what I'm saying. Because he's a giant of a person. He's 6'6" or something. 6'6", I think. He's a big lad. He's a tall lad. And so I think he would have been fine. I think. But now he's stolen the ducky. I can have it now. Wait. There's a light pink duck, do I not? I put one of each duck on my computer. I did not try to kill you. You just happened to forget your water bottle. Oh, I don't have a light pink duck on here. Okay. I don't even have life insurance. Well, I have life insurance. So, if anything, it's more likely that you'd try to murder me. Did I put all the ducks? I did, okay. It's just I don't have a light pink one. I have a hot pink one, but I don't have a light pink one. Hold on. Poor Lube. She did not. I didn't! There's no motive, keep that in mind. I was just memeing! I didn't try to murder you. If anything, that just means you were trying to murder yourself because you didn't, I have to reload my model. Cause you didn't, remember that your water bottle was in my office. Yup, so it's not my fault, obviously. It's not my fault. So, it's summertime. And I really want to show off another hairstyle that I have. But I can't. Because I have to save it. But I feel like it would be really nice because it would match the vibes. Was I busy streaming today? I'm not busy streaming today. But Bryce, no, why you bongo me? Don't break my bone. Damn, Moira! Oh my god, she's wrestling! Oh my god, the murderer! Oh! She just dragged the victim away! She's on such guard, what the fuck? She's being a goober. She's being a goober today. I forgot what I'm doing today. Over here, I have to reset all this. That's what I need to do. Boop, bloop. Hope everybody's having a good day, by the way. I have comms to work on today, too, actually. I might do that first. Sleeping in your bed alone. Oh, I need to pay for a commission. Hold on. Feel it. Wish I could feel you. Okie dokie. Alright, we're good now. Alright. Okay. I haven't worked on a popsicle commission in a hot second. See. Hi, just wanted to pop in and say hi from work. Hi, Fruitbat! I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, my thing wasn't close. Okay. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. We love y'all. We love y'all. I get so lonely. Oh, they want both cursed. Okay. And they want the melting effect. It's been so long since I worked on one of these. 2D art. Popsicles. Popsicle base design. Oh, it looks like I imported it into this already though. So that's Pog. Part of me kind of wants to change how this popsicle looks right there, but I hope it'll be okay. Look. Alright, this is the logo. I'm gonna do soft light. I could totally. Work is slow today. Only had 3 customers in the past 2.5 hours. Well, I'm glad it's not too busy. I hate it when it's like overly busy, but I could understand if you would prefer it to be busy, because then like you have stuff to do. But I hope that you're vibing, and because that it's slow, you're having a good time. Spicy nugget. Spicy nugget. Let me get their things in here. Oh, they have like. Okay, cool. I can just use this one. Yeah, being the only server when it's busy sucks, but at least when it's slow, I can check out streams. That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. I am honored that you stopped by our stream today, and that you can just vibe. You can just vibe. Alright, so they want both. Their extras would be their horns. The skin would be this guy, and then we'll take this guy. I'm not sure why I have it like that, but that's okay. And this one, this would just be just darker. Actually, I might change this to be like this. And then the back one to be even darker. Okay, with the suitcase. I'm living in a disco. Forget about the rat. That's too dark, in my opinion. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Dedicate it. And pop you up. There we go. So a little spicy popsicle. This music. Everybody talk about pop music. And then their eyes are so shine. This one's like gray. And we can add little hearts. Heart. Push you up. Put that in here. Wherever you are, your feet. La 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 la. Oh, I didn't have the same effect. There you go. Hi, Vex. I'm gonna fix the Minecraft server, okay? Thank you for the lurk, Zach. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm gonna fix this really quick. Okay, talk about pop music. Around you, pop pop doo wop. No creeper explosion. I just need to restart it, I believe. And then I just need to set game rule mob briefing to true when it restarts. Okay. Yeah, Vex, your problem should now be solved. My favorite ice cream is Ishtabooz. It's a rosewater ice cream from Lebanon. Yo, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. Miu said earlier that their favorite was cookie and cream. My favorite is like a peanut butter, like Rocky Road-esque kind of one. I like peanut butter ice cream. Peanut butter and chocolate. 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 Alright, I'll wait for that. And then I need to do the melting options, which I am going. Oh, wait. No, these are just. Okay. Cool. I can just do this then. Fuck, I don't care. It's booza, not booze. Booza? What's booza? Oh, you have such interesting. Booza. Booza is a frozen dairy dessert ordered for the 11th. Made with milk cream. Whoa! I want to try this. Welcome back, Condemned. Yo! Oh, is this the stretchy ice cream? Is this that stretchy ice cream fixed? Ooh, I've always wanted to try stretchy ice cream. Thank you for the vibe check. You are gooba. You are a goober. Thank you for the song request. And thank you for the milk club check-in. I've always wanted to try. I want to try stretchy ice cream. I feel like it would taste so good. Like I want the elastic ice cream. Okay. I just need to do a thing really. Oh, it's still starting. Alright. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. There we go. The texture is so interesting. I bet! Like, honestly, it sounds so good. I want to try it. Hopefully someday I'll be able to try it. I mean, we can do, like, a taste testing. And it will be great. Is it done now? Oh. Maybe? I'll give it a second. Oh, you heard of Pride? That's cool. Thank you for sending it to us. To show you, put it in the fridge, dog. I'll be happy to see it. Also, my face tracking is lagging. Going to be to take it to the max. I wonder why I'm lagging. Oh, it seems like it's fine. Okay. To the max. Shake it to the max. I need to do horns. It's like... It's 8. At the Michigan, there's a lot of Lebanese. That's really interesting. I would not have guessed that you guys would have had Lebanese ice cream. Like, it seems like you have a lot of varieties of food, which I was not expecting. Thank you for the lurk. Hold up. I want to make it, like, stubbier. Here's the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Oh, fuck. Detroit has more immigrants than most other major cities because of a lot of auto work. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. You get the boob. Alright. Is it good now? Not yet. Okay. Yeah, Condemned, if you have something to show me, feel free to post it in the Discord server in the fridge, and I'll be happy to look at it. What was my other thing? I thought I did something else with these. Oh, I thought this was a different version. Okay. Dude, this was the hardest one for me to do. This was so much work. Okay, so cool. I got this. I'll take this color. Done. Pog. Alright. Look at it. What have you shown upon my eyes? A handmade glass orca! Whoa! Aww! I love its face! I love his face! Aww! Where'd you get him? Did you make him? That's so cute! I love him! Did you name them? Did you name it yet? If you haven't, okay. But like, it's a very cool orca. I remember when I was a kid, I had an orca stuffed animal from the one time that I went to SeaWorld as like a little kid, and I really liked that stuffed animal. It was a very nice stuffed animal. Okay. I don't want to put it like down here, and then go here, and then here, and then here. Sadly didn't make it. I haven't named it. Understandable, but it's super cute. Thank you for showing it to me. Fucking sick. Fucking sick. I like it. I appreciate being shown cool animal things. My mom's side got it for me. That's so cool. That's so cool. I like gifts from old people. Old people give good gifts. We need... I kind of want to make it a bit more irregular shape, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... take this and do this. And then take these guys and create a compound layer. Okay. Okay, let me take these guys. She did pay this, but guess how much it would cost? Oh, I don't know how much would it cost. I'm guessing $300. That's my bet. 300. I don't know why 300, but I'm just saying 300. 300. Going once, going. I'm probably gonna be more or less than that, but like, that's what I'm guessing. I wonder if they got it. Did they get it thrifting? I want to go thrifting so bad. I haven't gone thrifting in a while. I haven't gone thrifting since I moved, and that's a long time. It's been like 2 years. But I really like thrifting stuff. Mainly because that's just the way I grew up. A lot of like my clothes and stuff as I was growing up came from thrifting. I didn't really buy like new clothes growing up. It was a lot of just thrifting. She didn't, I mean, but it would. Oh, that's a nice price. I'm glad that she didn't pay that because that's a good amount. But like, that's fucking cool. That's cool. That's really cool though. It's a cool piece though. As a kid, I would have loved something like that, especially because then I would be like, I bet I would have been like, I can feel the orca inside of this. I can summon orca. That's still really cool. There's a place called Ingnam Glass. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So is it like a local place? That's really cool. That's really cool. I love glass objects. There's this one person on TikTok that I saw that did hand blown glass fish with insides. Southern UK. That's cool. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but like it was kind of like this, but you could see the skeleton on the inside. It was really cool. On the stars, shining wherever you are. I love glass blowing so much, even to the fact that I have a custom Jake the Dog. I wonder if I could show it to you guys. I wonder if they sent me pictures. I forgot if they sent me pictures. I have a spoon. What the fuck? I have a spoon, and I have a little charm of Jake the Dog. Or say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. I'm on the run. Yeah. Wait, can I like? I can't. Can I not open the? What? I didn't realize it was that. Oh shit, dude! I so wish I could like fucking. Oh, okay. So. How do I? Did you check out the other stuff on Legum Gas? Okay, I'll do that in like 10 seconds. I want to show you guys a Jake the Dog spoon that I have. Wait, do they have a picture of it? Maybe it'd be easier to do this. Okay, like it Picasso. They have a picture of it. They might have a picture of it. I just don't want to dox myself. They even have a space for me one, which I think is cool. They did the little. Honestly, if I had the money, I'd so buy more stuff from this guy. I'd be just so addicted to buying stuff from this man. His name is Dan Wu. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Not bad. Oh, they don't. Okay, maybe I can just download, like, take a picture of it. It's fucking, I love it so much. Oops. Okay. Alright, I already showed my screen yet. Okay, we're gonna look at their stuff first. Whoops, whoops. Oopsie poopsie. Ooh! Oh, they have like a whole thing. Oh! If I had money. Oh, if I had money, bro. Look at the cow! It does seal! Yeah! Bro, this is cool. Celebration plates? Whoa! Maybe I'll get one for my wedding. I get married someday. Yo, these are sick! I know! The Highland cow is so cute! It's so cute! Oh, little baby! I like the seal too. Oh, I break it. I broke it. Oops, sorry. But look at this seal! 13 centimeters? How long is 13 centimeters? Is that big? Centimeters to inches? Is it a little guy? It's only, he's only like 5 inches! Oh, so cute! That's so, oh my god, they had a seal pump! I like the snail. This snail is cool. This snail is cool. Forever into glass. What is this? Turn your loved one's ashes into beautiful Oh! That's cool. I like this one. Oh, look! You can make them into a dirty shop. Ooh. Limited editions. Oh, they have paperweights? Oh, look at the little fox and the canary. Oh my god, cute. Wait, what are the paperweights? Oh, this looks like an anal bead. Ooh. Hey, 5 inch isn't small, it's perfectly average. It's big, in fact, if you think about it. Oh, these are cool. I like this. I would get this one. The Mystery Desert one. That one's cool. I love glass. Tableware, the Christmas tableware? What's this one? Oh, do they make like, oh yeah, these are so cool. Ooh, I'd get this one. A hand-sheared wine glass? Ooh, I would use it for juice. But sadly, celebration gifts? Elephant! I really like the celebration plates. Oh, you can get them in different colors. You can get ruby, emerald, sapphire, clear, amethyst, aqua, or black. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you for sharing this with us. Check the animals. They have animals there. Oh, show all. Ooh. Oh, the blue tit. They have the long-tailed tit. Oh, and they have a little hedgehog. Oh, they have foxes. Zoe, they have foxes. Zoe, foxes. Zoe, you're living in the UK. You could get one of these guys. Oh, they have an otter. Oh, they have a little dormouse. How big is that little dormouse? He's only 8 centimeters tall. I want. That's so cute. Oh, I want that one. I want that one. I want that one. It's so cute. It's only 8 centimeters tall. That's so cute. And many. Oh, they have penguins and crabs and seals. Oh, and here, there's the orca. We found the orca. Nice. Canine friends, celebration, birds of a feather, farmyard collection. Oh, little piggy. Little piggy. Finn, I'm so tired. Let's kill the horse. The cat collection. These are cool. These are cool. The one glass thing that I own that I will probably, unfortunately, never use because I'm a pussy and I never want them to break is technically my one-of-a-kind Jake the Dog spoon. I have this spoon. What the fuck? I have this spoon. I've derailed stream, it's okay. And then I have this pendant of Jake the Dog. It's not this orange, this is like a picture from when they first took it out of the kiln, I think. But this is the color. It's this color. And I have a little pendant, and I have this. And they're my prize collection, and they sit in my shelf collecting dust because I am afraid that I'll break them. But they're my favorite. They're one of my favorite possessions. I love the little dormouse. Oh my god, it has a little tail. Who spooned Jake the dog? I requested Jake the dog be spooned. I spooned Jake the dog. Jake the dog. She looked like a meatball. Honestly, she kind of looked like a meatball, and I kind of feel bad, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's what they want. This is the clean version. Right, and then let's change. Does it have let me do it this way, because I think I deleted the closed mouth by accident. So I'll steal it. I will steal it from another world. Commissions. I want... Where's Tayo's? It's the Tayo's mouth. Honey, bring out the fine china whole set. Dude, I would fucking love that though. High key, I would be living it up. If I had the Jake the Dog, like, whole, like, glassware set, bro. Oh, fuck. Mouth closed. Okay. I can do anything. And begin again. Do anything. Okay, so... let's do a new folder called Spicy Nugget. I really like that VTuber. It's funny. Everything all my life, what happened to you? Is this how I do it? Do I export the whole thing, or do I selection only? Yeah, it's selection only. Commissions. Let's see, popsicle. Do I do like clean? Yeah, I do clean popsicle. 2 clean. Alright, and then take these and put one here. And put the other one. Oops. What? Oh, I guess I'll have to move it by itself. Okay. I could begin again. I could do anything. Can't you say I took away the 5? What happened to your life? What happened to your life? I had one. A bit more of an extreme. I like mine. I think this is okay. I need to borrow, because I don't know how to do the same effect in Affinity yet. Actually, I could just try it. Don't be pussy, try it. Thank you for the song request. Now we just smudge it. Oh my god. It doesn't smudge in the way that I think it does. Radiation. Oh my god, that goes with the topic that we're talking about today for video editing. It's that it's the fact that bananas and Brazil nuts are radioactive. Do you guys know that? I think I knew, or like I vaguely like feel like I remember that like that bananas were radioactive, but I did not know that about I like this effect better. I just haven't learned how it works in Affinity yet. I think it's like if I just were to make the brush smaller it would fix it, but I'm lazy. But yeah, bananas and Brazil nuts are apparently radioactive. Oh wait, this is I'll just use this one for this one since I have it in here then. Where did it go? Where are you? There you are. And you would go underneath here and you would add do it like so. And let's rotate the mouth. Oops. And then now we have the cursed version. This is cursed. And then oh, we have to get the other mouth. I forgot. I actually kind of want to do one more thing with the horn, I think, which I'm just going to steal from this one. I don't know where to flip it. It's going to go on top. And go like here. Just make the outline this color and the inside this color. And line it up with this. Thank you for the headpad shadow. I hope you're having a great Monday. Strawberry cheesecake. Ooh, fuck, brother. That sounds good. Fuck. A lot of like the Tillamook ice creams I like a lot as well. Actually, I'm having a good day. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oops, wrong thing. This one. Yes, save. Kind of want to add in like the texture detail because they're a nugget. Okay, I'll do it. Hold on. I've twisted my own arm. Symmetry. Don't want it. Okay. I look deceased. Oh, Marcus Witt, final delivery. You message them. Gurney Tillamook? Really? I've never tried that one. Gurdsies is very Derek Hill. I love. Listen. I can get what I can get here in America in Oregon. Oregon. Okay. All right. Oh, they pretty messaged me before. I didn't realize that. The brand in Michigan. Listen, I live in Oregonia, okay? I don't know what you want from me. Vexed. I'm too poor to move, and I like it here. But I would visit. I would love to visit, though. I'm nervous. She's making me nervous. Upload this one. Save. Upload, save. Upload, save. We can't say that they're wrong if we've never tried it. Unless you've tried it, but... Thank you for commissioning me. Hope you enjoy. First, your sweet cursed treat. Me. Hope your calm is to your liking. I just wait. Alright. I'll work on Kiwis a bit later because Kiwis needs more attention. I will say I was having some ideas for Kiwis already, so, I think I'm very much gonna do it like, almost like a stuffed animal sort of type one. I think is my plan. Delete this. Delete that. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do Kiwis after. Make sure everything's all good. It's 2:58, so let's get TikToks uploaded. Video editing. Says a TikTok. This one. Okay, so I forgot what I named the last one, how I did the description on the last one. Take a minute, days, you got around. Okay. No company. Once you know how my life's gonna feel like, nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream. Like your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. Wait. Yeah, okay, 5. An average stream. I'd mind it if you gave me just a little tip. Club clips, 5 clippings. Number 5. That's probably like an average. I'd say. No. Touch me once you know. It's gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream. Switch clips. Switch. It's like a clip of like a second where I'm like looking at something. Yeah, sure. Alrighty. Worms. Rubies. Bike. Tillamook is way overpriced for what it is. Absolutely no fat in it. Is there no? I feel like there's probably fat in it. Tillamook fat percentage. I don't know, man. It just tastes good. There's 13 Tillamook products like butter, cheese, ice cream. It has 13%. Tillamook is cheap as fuck and has more than enough fat. Yeah, it's got 13%. It has 13%. And if you get it on sale, it's not too bad. Sleep in the night to come and grab you. Sleep up inside you and consume you. But to each their own, you know? To each their own. I'm gonna do today. Do you have a ice cream? Oh, because it's local. Tillamook is cheap in the West Coast. That's valid. I could see that, honestly. I'm also gonna try this on this video. Comments. Can I comment on this? Can I comment on this? Comment. Alright, cool. And then I have to fix the roll for fun video. Because I didn't do that one correctly. Release me from the stars I'm in. True, but I'm like a thief of super patriotic Balkan memes from Michigan. That's valid. That's valid. Can't complain nice. I just go on the thing twice. Yeah, this was Thursday. Hold on. I need to check my votes. June 5th was Thursday, so I don't have 4th? I don't know. What? Apparently I don't have the 4th. Which I will triple check by doing this. By checking the 3rd. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. Now let's see. Did I uncheck those? I did. TikTok and YouTube Short are both done now. I just need to switch my accounts over to the VOD, which we've gotten 100 subscribers. Yippee! I don't know where they came from, but I'm happy. I'm happy nonetheless. Be little baby, say that maybe you've been thinking of me. Trying to love me, pretty little baby. Choking on my own spit. Openness for flowers, I pay for hours, soaking on the bluebirds and Billy Cool birds, sweaty little baby. with you. It probably does help that I've been to the little only ice cream store, to their little only, so I've had the freshest you can. Cream de Nova in my goat. That's valid. I mean, stay passionate, stay diligent. I just spilt water everywhere. Okay, we're fine. So baby, so in love with you, baby. Streamer, video editing, coworking, cow, Minecraft, digitalart. Time both of us are young, puppy lovers have its day. Oh yes, that's right. This young and gay, meet me at the pub, or at the pop shop. I don't know where to put that. I will move that later though. You, baby. Oh, wrong one. Show more. No. Aww. Change it. English. Next. Publish. Oh, I have to do that command. That's right. What the fuck? I guess maybe I have to log into the server, that's fine. Okay, and then we gotta do this. Get popsicle, kiwi, TTS mascot. Okay. Would be the right kind of girl for you. I could never be a woman. Get down with this. Does it make sense? This is done. So you have to do club clips number 6. And then 24. Week of June 8th, 9th. And then the next one is 37. Which, I think I had a plan for what I wanted to do, but I don't remember. Radioactive. Oh, man. And then... This is in the wrong order. 13 and 31. Is there any Keymailer games that we are forgetting about? Let's check. Gimme. Dun, 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 dun. This is downloaded. Stream, Twitch promos, thumbnails, art. This one. What you say is true. Can never be the way Answer loud noise. ADHD noise is here. Hello. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. A relaunch campaign. Interesting. Teddy's Haven. Inspired by a fantasy shop inspired. Thank you for the head pad. Welcome on in. Oh, I am interested in this one though. Yeah, I am interested in this one. Yes, nope. This one's interesting. Request granted. Redeem. Cool. Redeem. Welcome to the adventure. Are you ready to kick some asses? If you're in, we're in. Jump Track is an explosive colony that blends visual novel with pachinko. In this absurd adventure, you play as Sam, a young dreamer struggling in the gig economy. Except tonight, everything changes. Fight your inner battles, rally your forces, and get ready to overthrow the system. Cool. Cool. I had a thought last night, and how good or bad this is? Well, tell us about it. Tell us about it. What kind of ideal is it? Confirm. Alrighty. Me, you don't. Wait, what? Yeah, just tell us about it. You can tell us about it. Oh, try. Yeah. What about him? Jump the track. Actually, let's put these in the beginning. There we go. And then in cute little idle game. See if I can. Cool. Alright, now I gotta copy. YouTube tag is. Yeah, put that like there, and then Twitch category output here, and then disclosure output at the bottom. Yeah, and then in case I need them again for other reasons. Cool. Terminator Fanatics said that I'm learning how to make an AI that I can talk to. Want to give it some form of sentience. Again, I gave this good of a thing. I have, oh, shit, that's Pog. Like ChatGPT. Makes sense. Makes sense. Do you know what you will name your AI? Our roommate made one. And I have to test it again. Hey, what is this? Interesting. Okay. But yeah, we have one. Not going through names right now. Well, let me know what you pick. My brain. Oh, I wanted to. Okay. While we're here at Keymailer, I would like to look through the other games if there's anything else. Request, please. Twitch, yes. Yes, request. I want Atomic Heart 2. I don't know how it's gonna be different than Atomic Heart 1, but ooh, maybe it'll be cool. Abracadabra. want it. Request. Hold me in your arms. I actually really like the Hitman games. I just never owned one. Bus flipper simulator? What the fuck? What's this one? Oh my god, Glitch Spanker? Bro! I saw this one on TikTok. I should really want to try that one. If you're recording that, you should check out the Lead Can Stop Them. It's a free, only Lead Can Stop Them. Only lead. Yeah, no problem. I will paste. Only lead can stop them. Cool. Cool. I will add this to the... Oh, this is like a Doom mask. I like this. You got it, Vex. Thank you. Yeah, I'll start the list here. But I really want to try Glitch Blinker as well. Favorite. Requests. Full game with 40% off. Whoa. Twitch, yes. Request. Never hurts to throw your hat into the ring, chat. Never hurts. It's about killing fascists. I can get behind that. Game Stonk Simulator? What the fuck is this? What's up, Milk Club? Y'all getting milky? Not really. We're just looking at Keymailer to look at different games. Super Stream Borrow? What the fuck is this? Just looking at some games. Seeing if we can get keys. Abra Cooking Dabra. This one looks cool. What is this? This looks boring. The Steam Next Fest is coming up again. So I am interested in seeing what comes out of that. We'll probably be playing a lot of Steam. When's the next Steam Next Fest? When is the next Steam Next Fest? Because I want to set a day aside for that to try a bunch of games. It's live now? Wait, what do you mean? Fuck! Oh, I got a few things to tell you. What's up? What do you mean it's right now? Oh, fuck. Oh, balls. Oh, god damn it. Neon Abyss 2! Neon Abyss 2! Cancer money? Soggy beans? Bro. I'm so fucked up. I guess I know what we're doing Thursday before D&D. We'll just play a bunch of these games. One, I got some sentient squishmallows that are Sonic characters. They smell so good. Scented, not sentient. Scented. Pog? What do they smell like? Alright, hold on. I gotta make a list. We gotta start making a list now because I missed the last Steam Next Fest and we only did it on the last day, so I have to make the list now. Okay, Steam Next Fest games to try. Neon Abyss. I don't think you want a sentient squishmallow because with how many of those guys get abused, I think it'd be a bad time. Oh, Starbirds! I want to try Starbirds. Birds. Oneway.exe. I want to try that one. 2, one of my sisters got a new Dalmatian puppy, which what is its name? Fish dish idol sushi. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Gotta start with in the beginning. Soggy beans, creature collector. I want to try soggy beans. Soggy beans. Also, only Lead Can Stop It has a fire soundtrack. Ooh, fuck yeah. Idle Waters. Balloon Hater. Cast and Chill. Ooh, Cast and Chill. Egg Chicken Farm. No. Black Hole Fishing. Lakeside Bar. Growmancer. Interesting. Desk Pause. I'm interested in Desk Pause. Pause. Another game about clicking. Screenside Station. Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. Ooh, Fishtopia looks cool. And 3 of my other sisters went to a concert yesterday and saw Simple Plan and Avril Lavigne. Oh, Avril Lavigne does not age. Also, hi Wacky. How's it going? Rum and raisin is my go-to ice cream flavor, but my younger years I was partial to mint chocolate chip. That's valid. I think a lot of people were pretty biased towards that, in my opinion. Desk Garden looks interesting, actually. And then... Okay. Oh my god, TCG multiplayer card shop simulator? That's crazy. Yeah, it's our hidden England. One man's trash. Interesting. I want to try that one. One man's trash. One, there's chocolate, strawberry, vanilla. Oh, and the puppy's name is Gunner. Cute. Cute. I love it. Thank you for giving us update. Smutstone is crazy! Smutstone is crazy. Oh my god, a game about... Oh, it's not a game about sledding. I thought it was a game about sledding. I thought it was that one. The Merry Fairy. I think I get bored of it. Smutstone? Yeah, it's like Hearthstone, but got slutty ladies. That's for later, yep. Slime Store. I think I'm good. I'm kind of tired of the just, like, XX simulator game. Like, why can't it, like... Ooh, Shuffle Farm looks interesting. I just feel like they could think of something better. Not that one. Eat the Rich. Ooh, what the fuck? Become a billionaire for more of your lives, betray your friends. Ooh! Oh, this looks interesting. I'm gonna add this one to my wish list because I can't play that one without friends. That looks cool. Oh, I can just click it. Nested Lands. Nested Lands is a ruthless medieval RPG game featuring in-depth village building, large-scale social management, and gathering survivors. Interesting. Deck of Destiny. Voidwalker. Mao 2. Later Skater Under Island. Isles of Tiles. Xenopurge. Gun Center. Titans of the Past. Crime Simulator. Warehouse. Kabonk. Donchi Days. What is this? Oh, this is like a... Oh, it's like a sticker. It's like the sticker thing. Thank you for the song request. Rumball. Rumball is a dark puzzle platformer. Interesting. I'm interested in this one. Rumbrawl. Rumbrawl. Everwar. Ridiculous gun game. Critter Cart. Blood. Nomad. Grappling Bagel. Good luck. You're late for a meeting. Trying to design this off you. Oh, this one looks interesting. Good luck. Good luck. City Garden Harvest. I don't understand what the gameplay would be for that one. Inkshade? Ooh, this one looks interesting. Turn big tactic card out of a strange tournament. Ooh, Inkshade? Mushroom. Even if we don't get through all of these, which I think is fine, I can still make videos on them. Ew. Witchlight. Invites you to a world about craft candles and to aid villagers harvest ingredients. Interesting. Roach Post. Roach was a roguelike. Oh, roguelike! Okay, you got it. Roach Post. Roach Post is going up there higher because I like roguelikes a lot. Whoop. Let's do it after one way so that way I can be excited after a horror game. Don't die, collect loot. Lost and found. Also found as a hidden object adventure. Ooh, they hit me, found. They found me, what I like. Water measure, interesting. Letters to a Rala? Plays a tournament in a big juicy bum. With a big juicy bum, okay. Okay, VR hentai. Alright, I'm scrolling back up. English, casual action, subgenres, themes, mood, features. Yeah, I think that's a good amount of games. For us dicey bugs. This looks like that one game. Whoa, Protein Fox looks cool. Cryptid Engine. Fish 3 Box Bakery. The fuck is this one? Moon Maiden Terror on Planet X. This one looks cool. Moon Maiden Terror on Planet X. Soul Blaze? Oh, that one looks okay. Not really up my alley. Okay. Cool. To the 16th? So that's the next Monday. So we could... Oh, the transition scared the fuck out of me. So we could play... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I need one more. I feel like we could do... Oh my god! Hotel Galactic, though? Okay, wait. We gotta go play Hotel Galactic. Because it's a Ghibli studio, I feel like, art style inspired game, and I'm very interested in it. So we'll do that one, too. Oh, I want to play the off demo, but I don't. I just want to play the game when it comes out. Okay. Alright, I gotta go fix the Minecraft server. And tag me in, coach. The only multiplayer one that I want to look at, I just added it to my wish list so that I can... It's called Eat the Rich. I'll send it to you. Eat the Rich. It looks cute and fun, so maybe you can scout it out for me, and if you like it, we could try it, like, Thursday or something? Thursday or Friday? After D&D or something. I don't know how many people you have to play, though. But it looks cute. I really like how the characters look. I like them a lot. I have to check things on my wish list. I can't tell if some things are like... I have like so many games on here now. I fucked up. 6 to 10. Fuck! That's a lot. Oh, who knows? Maybe we can get keys for it or something. There's so many games in here. Move. Nice eater, rusty brand. These days reporting was okay. I mean, the demo is free. Yeah, it is free. That's true. But like, we'd have to get 6 people to play it before next Monday. You know. Gardenberg, Ragnar. I don't know if I'm interested in this one. Screenbound looked cool. Luck and Loot sounded cool. Wizard's Quest? I really have to be more picky about these because I actually don't play that much variety of games. But a lot of these look cool. This one was just cute. I'm interested. I suggest Wednesday, but I'm excited for Repo. Yeah, we have a lot of people doing Repo, and I don't want to just be like, oh, last minute, let's also do this, because having a 9-person Repo is gonna be a lot for some people, even for me. Like, I'll probably get overwhelmed by the end of it and be like, okay, I'm gonna go take a nap. But we'll see. We'll see. If people want to play more games, we can play more games. But we're definitely doing Repo first. I don't know if I'd play this game. Same with this one. I will be there, baby. I know, baby. I'm just saying, like, after the fact, like, after Repo, I feel like people might be tired. This one was mixed. I have the other one, though. Spray paint simulator. I don't know if I'd actually play this one. Same with this one. A lot of the desktop games I'm not super into. Like, I think they're an interesting genre, but I don't know if I'd personally play them. This director's cut, repose. Songs of the Rat, cozy little aquarium, same. The Void Below, Nightmare Shift, Panic Delivery. Cards in the Universe and Everything. Out of Sight, Rogue World. Okay, I'm kind of over, like, checking now. Alright. Game, mob briefing. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, now we have a bunch of games for us to play on Thursday and Friday. I'll download those later. I think we're good on that front. I think I can get into doing work now. Oh, right, I have to... Oh. Huh? Oh, 6? Right? Nope, that doesn't go there. Fuck! Alright, I'll fix it later. My brain. I was like gonna just scroll through Twitter to find the people that I was thinking about, but that's not a good idea. So, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'll be right back. I realized my mic was muted, but no, I'm back. I tripped. We tripped our breaker, so I was like, oh fuck. So I had to mute my mic to disappear for a second. But yes, I am back. I'm just scrolling through Twitter really quick because I need to find someone to talk about. Everything good? Yeah. We just we tripped the power breaker because like, so we can only have 2 computers and so we can only have 2 big power things connected. But we had the AC plugged in too, and it like tripped it. So we're just gonna fix it by getting another extension cable and then plugging it into a different outlet, and then we'll be good. Because like on the other side of the wall of my office, there's like it's the wall, oh my goodness, the outlets on the other side of the wall from my office are connected to a different breaker. So if I just connect my PC's backup power supply to that breaker, we should be fine, is my understanding. Because then we can have everything on, is the thing. So we just had to remove one thing, is the thing. So should be good now. Take me out. Oh my goodness. I can't spell. Electricity, scary. It is a little scary. It is a little scary, but it's alright. It's alright. I wonder if you know what it means. Okay, I kind of want to do new POW for this one. POW. Or then I'm doing a theorist for this one, which I will copy that name again. Cool. Know what it means. What is, I have a question for myself because, no, it's in the Twitch folder. What is 6? 6 is the Lethal Company clips. Okay. Because I'm realizing that the way I do club clips, I am kind of shorting myself on clips because I'm doing 3 per 1 video instead of 1 per 1 video. So I might try that for 6 for this week. It's just editing 1. Okay, let's do Vibe and Shine first. Know what it means, our dreams come true. Rat's Picnic. This one. And then this one. Is, I think, or wait. Did I do the cat butthole one? I don't think I did. Okay, so Rat's Picnic. Vibe and Shiner, we're gonna do the rats. This one. You are under arrest. Gentlemen! This is, oh, I realized my screen was a little blurred. My bad. 6 is a number. 6 is a number. 6 is my favorite number, actually. Did you know that? 6 is my favorite number. So go away. Know what it means. Do hashtag rant. -2 pog. Oops. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? How do I do this? My brain. And then vocal stem is what we'll do. And then I will go back down again because I am I'm very unorganized. This needs to move to here. I'm just gonna put it out here. This is enshrined test session. Mamas. And then we do it like this. Ooh. Hello, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize 1,000 times. Miss Jackson, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize 100 times. I just like that that's the only video that they've ever posted. This one. Oh. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize 1,000,000,000 times. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize. Times. Yeah, daughter. If I ever? Forever, ever? Alrighty. And then I gotta open this guy. Oh, what the fuck have I missed phone call? Oh, it's potential spam. Ooh. I'm for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize 100 times. Miss Jackson, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I also want to work on a drawing that Miu helped me with. It's the meme drawing. But I realized that I might be drawing on a canvas that's too small. Yeah, it's only 72 DPI. So let me make a new preset. Delete category. I want to create a new one. I forgot how to create category. preset. This is illustrations. For real. If I meant to make your daughter cry, I apologize. We're gonna do 2048 with 300 DPI. Because I'm a goober and I created on I think I created on a much smaller one. It doesn't look like I did. Actually, DPI wouldn't change the canvas at all, would it? Let me try something. Let me try something. It still feels the same. I think it feels the same. You know, I want to get on my own. This is the one without variants. I will still try it later, though. Actually, wait, what the fuck? I got the wrong one! Fuck. No. You're so simple. I know I don't know. Should I just go home? Make sure. 100 portrait default actions. Why? I want to draw. These lemons. So I want to try a different line art style. Save. Alright. We will deal with that later, though. June 9th. The 12th, I think? 15th. As it's running down my spine. Until time you'll see. I know where I'm supposed to be. Oh, I'm not, I'll just go home. Oh, I'm not, yeah, you know, I'll take, I'm alone. Lose control. Listen to my hands, slow down. You know, I'll take it on my load. Every time I talk, I show. Silence for the good times and the roses are gonna be there. To the baseline, wear me out like Prada, level in my details. You're getting harder, even just to exhale. 6th save. Hurry, there's still be time to take mine. On my edges, okay. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel. Chuckles this week with the tiny rat baby. Succulent meals. Can't hold. To the creators. I think I need it, then I understand. Never till then you came. You say, go stick to me I can't remember. You feel nothing as well, just like the be on the lookout this week as TikTok user Rats Picnic shows us how many little cones they can fit on their eepy little head. How do you even get cones? Then we have my newest and favorite vocal sim that I have found from this, from the ever great Mr. Stapleton recreation of the excellent the recreation of moment showing us true democracy manifest is truly spot on and inspiring. And this little kitty that plays with their butt up in the air, and it's the cutest thing in the world. My cat too plays just like this with her butt. Look at this goofy. Okay. Take what I'm given, deepest decisions. When I got better, but maybe I didn't. Cover, upload cover image. This is giving me ideas. I don't think I've finalized Did You Know yet, so Saturday at 3:00 p.m. Save, edit, dates. This will be for Monday. Save. Edit dates Tuesday. Edit dates Wednesday. Edit dates Friday. Save. Cool. Inside the mountain, I see a fire. Heading the stream. I could say we could delete. 44's been uploaded to this channel, right? 44, yeah. Cool. Let's do V-Stars next. Ah. Mountainside, consolations of the ones gone. Oh, this is cute. Let's see. I want alt. I don't want to crop it out because I'm lazy. Are they streaming right now by any chance? What is Gordy playing? Oh, he's playing that crab, the Crab Champions. That's right. That's the game. I know that the game. Hope that you remember me. Wait, there's a miniature and model section? I didn't know there was a miniatures and models section. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I guess I know that now. I can try. I'll try. Hold on. I want to try to like crop it out. Damn, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that there was just a section for miniatures. I thought it was just crafts, like under crafts and makers. Shows what I know being on this fucking platform for fucking 4 years. Wink. Oh my god, this art is so cute. Oh my god, is that Yoko Cola art? I mean, a lot of that shit is new. That's true. I feel like I might have seen that one, though. There we go. I like this one. I like this one. Yeah, let's do the whole thing first. Routine, save. And then, the selection only. Okay. Insert image, incel, browse. Another site. Oh look, their nails are cute. Alright, you're sassy, sussy, librarian, Gorgon. I do what I want, and I won't. Okay, cool. Credits. Credits. Morodoro. I think it is this person that we're looking for. Am I wrong? Do they have like a website? She fancy YouTube page, please, guy. Profile art, header art. Who made their model? Is it someone else? Profile art. Who does your model art? I'm presuming it's that person, but I just can't find it. Particle physics. Is it this one? Effie's following them, so I'm presuming so. Let me check. Or they have PNG tubers. Okay. But I think it is this person. Let me check one more thing. Oh, this is their... Okay. I just want to see if they... I just want to, like, triple check to make sure. Oh, this is so cute. Okay, I presume it's them because the other person that we looked up, this one, is not followed by anyone I know. So I'm presuming it's this person. V-stars, this one, this one. Okie dokie. And then their thing is... Oh, God, Jesus. Crafty and cute isn't the only thing that this Gorgon YouTuber has in store for us. I'm gonna bug them. Sorry to bug you. You can script and full user. Sweats. Everest. Okay, now I gotta pop out. If furious. Okay. How I've been... Okay, good. Thank fucking goodness. I thought I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Virus VT is sassy, sussy librarian here to keep you company through your work day or through those long, lonely nights. Week. What did they stream? Oh, Rancity, thank you so much for the follows. I was about to react your comment. Hi. Alright, don't mind me while I stalk Effie. I'm just doing the thing that I do as a VTuber. Miniatures, makers and crafts. Okay, so they play a variety of comfy games. We'll also, I just remember I have court tomorrow. No! Well, at least you don't have to go to work. At least you don't have to go to work, right? That's a payoff, is you legally don't have to go to work. You legally have to take a day off. Streaming a variety when it comes to games, but also I'm the defendant? What's that mean? Defendant. What does that mean? What side are you on? Defendant? A defendant is a person or entity is facing... Oh! I allegedly did a crime. What do you mean? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You've been in my chat for a while now, and as I can attest that vexed underscore is innocent of crime. I know because they have been in my chat, or at work, or playing Minecraft. The one who's going to get got by the system. Well, I refuse. I refuse! Can we grant immunity here at the Milk Club? Do you think they'd be like, Your Honor, I'm innocent. Why do you say that, defendant? Because, girl, I can't drive, that's why I have court. What? Well, can you tell them that the Milk Club thinks that you're innocent, so you're innocent? That's probably not how it works, but you know, a girl can try. I'm sure a bunch of variety when it comes to games, but also Effie streams a bunch of variety when it comes to games, but also creates adorable handcrafted goods along with minis. Your Honor, you weren't there. Your Honor, actually, I'm innocent, and the reason is because I say so. Thank you. That is okay. Shit, I would do so terrible in court. I'm chatting. I forgot what I was doing. I need clips. I was making the cop not showing. That's crazy, Vexed. If it makes you feel any better, if you get in trouble, I will give you a special role in the Discord called Our Little Troublemaker. Just for you. You won't appear any different, you'll just have a different color. But if you're innocent, to hope to God that you are, you'll be here tomorrow. And, if, all goes awry, we'll know. That's fucking crazy, dude. There's one. There it is. It's non-jail time offense. Oh, okay, well, at least it's not too serious. It's not too serious. I want to clip. Just money and points on my license if I lose. That's valid. You just gotta hit him with the nuh-uh. You just gotta hit them with the I didn't though. I gotta hit him with the tee-hee. I'm gonna need this right now so that I can figure out what I'm doing. So I forgot what I'm doing. What's this one? That's from 2 years ago, last year, 2 months ago. Let's do this one. last year, 2 years ago. What is this one? My strat is literally pleading the fifth and hoping no one challenges me. It's a strat nonetheless. I wouldn't have a strat, honestly, so you're miles ahead of me, in my opinion. That's crazy. About this one. Let's see. I don't want one that's too old. Cause like once we get into like the rest of the video, it doesn't actually matter how old the clips are, in my opinion, as long as it's showing off the VTuber. But it's like, actually, do they have featured ones? Does Effie have featured ones? What this one? This one's not bad. I think this one's not bad. Download. Speak intro. Do a little editing with it, but I think it'll be okay. Alright, now we can go back to the clippies. And also I think they have it at Etsy, so I want to get clips of that. Clips. This one's fine. 30. Let's do top one. This one. Oh, what's this one? I have those gloves. I have those gloves from when my wrist hurt. That was cute. I have tools and I'm not afraid to use them. It was very cute. How about this one? Alright, let's download all of these. Save. 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 That is how many clips? 6. You can get a little more. This one. This one. Let's do. They have a link to their Etsy? Or is it? Oh no, it's their Ko-fi. Save. Save. And then I want to make sure I'm not fucking anything up. Yippee! Or send it to you first. Review. Like it before. You for this. You for. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Cool. How many clips do we have? 8? I think Effie. I think Effie posts like what they make on the socials. Yeah. Although I got a few months before I turned my car over to my brother, then the insurance, it says problem. Nice! Nice! Oh my god, I love that PNG. I just realized something. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh, these are so cute. These are so cute. I think I'm panicking. We're good. I want to save these. Okay. I've used streams come with a variety of games, but also create adorable handcrafted goods along with minis. Creates adorable handcrafted goods along with minis while chatting, yapping with her chat. Hi Kiwi! Their current PNG tuber model comes from the Vocal Stim Pog! I've been waiting for someone to do it.
I love taking things.
I have to give you another one, sorry.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
No.
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? I love the Creepcast one. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. Oh, fuck. I have to get the one from Creepcast. Gotta do my dailies. I appreciate you. I'll be working on your, I'll be working on your commission today, actually, this evening. So probably when you're done with work, I will be working on that. Did someone else clip it already? Orb, you're gonna wanna clip this. Fuck. 2:15:47. Hold on, I gotta write this down because I'm gonna edit the video. I'm gonna go to a different timestamp, and it's gonna fuck me. 47 cast. Okay. I just got home and you're telling me you're gonna show my weebie on stream? Yeah, I'm gonna show your weebie on stream. What do you take me for? A peasant? Of course. Let someone do it by... Show this. Thank God, someone. Pog, okay. How do I want to do this? Because I really only want to clip like this clip. I just clip a section of it. I don't know how this clip feature works. I just want an audio bite, a creepcast audio bite. Where is it? Did I break it? Download small portion of YouTube video. How do I download specific YouTube video? Because I want to download specific video. I am able to download the entire, but I only want the first 20 seconds. What's this? Paste the link select. Oh, Pog. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Fine. I don't trust this. Goated saving the site. Oh, fuck. I just want to clip a small... Oh, okay, maybe this one more? Okay, so I want to go to... Wait, I should share it from where I have it discarded. Naughty can't. I did say that I would do these things. I did say that I would, that if anybody, not that you did or anything, but I did say that if someone ever sent me their dick on, oh fuck, on Twitter, I'd show it to chat. Not that you would, I just saying that I would. Want to... Okay, and then... Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. Okay. Now... On the video, I introduce you to the video. We'll create a link to the trim video. You can set the start. Hold on, I gotta redo it. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what do I do now? Find a video, enter the YouTube video, trim the video, and we create a link to the video. You can set the start and end. Okay. Your children, I am your son. Most streamers charge for a humiliation kink. I'm too small. I'll do the first step for free. He gives a fuck. Hog? Is that how? Can it work like that? Can that actually work like that? Because I want to add this to the stuff. Just being honest. I was wondering, listen to no power. I don't see it. Where is it? Where is it? Problem and under equation has motive observation. I'm not thinking. Why do I keep opening? I want Audacity. Okay, let me do this one first.
I would like to see the baby.
File, save project as. Find me, having location. Or file, stream, tools. Where is it? Sound clips. I did it. Export audio. I would like to see the baby. And then cancel. Let's remove this guy. And then it said it downloaded the video, but I don't see it. Okay, so how does this work? End time and loop both function properly. Trim the video, find the video on YouTube, and the trim video, you can set the start. To redo towards. Does this work? It's just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super child. There's no down or clover. Let's go from my mother. Like, are you wet tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got good of the skin, fading in the night. See you shine. It's your. Actually, I wonder if I could just do it this way. Audio setup. Recording device. Select device. Recording channels. Wavelength. Stream. Yeah, and then if I pause this. Or this. And I just go. Okay, and I pause it.
Glorb, you're gonna want to glib this. Glorb, you're gonna want to glib this. Glorb, you're gonna want to glib this.
Export audio. Glorb, you're gonna wanna glib this. Yes, okay, cool.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey! Cool. I know a better way to do that now. You're on blast, making the moment last. You got solar powers. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was maddest. Can you even imagine? Fall like I did for the love of my life. She's got glint in her face, melodious look in her eye. Hashtag crafts, hashtag mini, hashtag cute, crafty, sassy, PNG tuber. j.crew, hello gamers! How was coworking? How was your stream? Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sorry, wait, hold on. I know that. Welcome on in. How's it going? How was the stream? Did you have a good day? Were you productive? I hope so. I hope you had a wonderful time. Those of you who don't know j.crew, please check them out. They are an amazing 3D artist that has inspired me, and I love just seeing all the stuff that they make, so please go follow them. Hey yo, stream was good, got a decent amount done, and lots of laughs. Hell yeah, I'm so glad. Love the song. It is a really good song. Thank you guys for coming on in. If you guys don't know me, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm kind of the VTuber of Whiplash, but also the VTuber of making TikToks. Haha. Welcome on in. I hope you can settle down and have a good time with us. But if you need to go take care of yourself, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us. Sorry, I also got distracted. My keyboard has like these little grippy feet that keep coming off, and it was distracting me because it was on the other side of the keyboard. Loving the energy, let's go! Yippee! Yippee! To be fair, we are 9 times out of 10 much more relaxed here, but you know, I like hyping the people up that come on in. I do have to go feed my doggos, walk them, so I shall be lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk, and I hope you have a wonderful time with your puppers. Hope they eat good food. Hope you eat good food and get a really nice, relaxing walk. Nice, relaxing walkies. Currently, we are doing a V-Stars episode on a Fierce VT, who is a sassy, sussy Gorgon VTuber, and I have to write a caption. And my brain is working, just slowly. I think this is our first... No, Howlet. We had Howlet as well. Howlet made their own model, though. Howlet, okay, so this is our second PNG tuber. Always adore people who work well with their hands. Like, being crafty is so fun and such a useful skill. So definitely check out Fierce VT. If you wanna see the crafty she can be. There is a spelling error in this because I don't know. Definitely. I think it's correct. Yeah, I think that's correct. Cool. So V-Stars is now done, and we can mark that here in our... here, and then next we will do NeoPow, which if you don't know NeoPow, oh my god, they have the cutest. I am a cow cat, but they are a cow puppy, and it's the cutest darn thing that you did see with their 2 eyeballs. Hold on, let me show them. I love their art. Like, this is them, this is their model, and it's just to die for. Actually, I'll probably use this for the cover image. But yeah, this is their art, and they rig their own models, and it's just so cute! It's so cute! I forgot what I was doing already. Oh, edit labels. This one, and we'll have to record the script later. Okay, so that's good to go. Yeah, we're good to go on that front. And then this one, that's this one, and then I'm gonna use this image. This one will be fun because New has a lot of like art stuff that I can show off, which will be cool. Oh, I like zoom that in really far. I bet they have more art of themselves though. They recently got Twitch partner, actually, which is super cool. It's actually super cool. That one's cute. Oh, I didn't realize they did the fucking Barker pass. Damn it. I love their art, though. It's so cute. I want something from them someday. I just have to save my money. So someday I want from them. Oh, this one's really cute. This one's really cute. Ooh, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Also my face tracking is off. It's like not rotating my head, which is kind of annoying. There we go. There we go. I don't know why it like wants to go back. That's okay. Alright, and then I gotta get new pals stuff. Nope. And they have like some really cute like redeems. They have a redeem where like you can like randomly redeem a milk. and there's a chance that you'll get fucking cockroach milk, and I think that's hilarious. Cause apparently cockroaches do create milk, and it's actually very sustainable. It's very nutritious. Words 31, I think. Nope, 37. Ew, lol. That's valid. I learned that from them, okay? New pal. Okay. Save. Cool. Okay, so... clips. Honestly, I could use any of it. Highlight, new pal. Any of these will work good, so I think I'll just use all of them. What's this one? This one, we'll do that one. We'll do this one. And then I kind of want to look at all of them. And then this one. And then I want to do... Oh my god! Hello, Risen! Hi, gamer! How was Claire Obscure Expedition 33? Did you get to the weeboo? The wee-woo, the woo-wees, the wee-woos? The wee-woos or the woo-wees, the wee-wees? I hope you had a fun time, though. But how's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I'm just working on getting Twitch clips together from New Pal. So that way I can edit the video. But I hope you guys are doing wonderful. I got past that. I have taken much damage in the game. Ooh, fun. Yeah. That's fun. I hope that the damage wasn't too lethal, but I hope you had fun. We are just hanging out, so if you guys want to hang out, definitely feel free to. How goes editing? Good. I'm mostly just scripting right now because it's Monday. And I gotta stay strong, and I gotta write words, even though words are hard. Oh, fuck. Image. You got this. Thank you. Thank you. The damage was a variety of sorts, Lamau. Dude, if it were me, I'd be like, oh, I'm getting hit by the same thing, guys. Stop watching. But I hope you had fun. And if you need to go take care of yourself, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'd love it if you hung out. I'd love it if you... Did I spell that right? New pal? Okay, I did. Okay, and then I want to get, like, some of their processes. Oh, this model's so cute! Oh, same low. It was a bit rough, but I'm gonna be lurking. But I should be back in a bit. No problem! We'll be here, hanging out, having a good time. I'll keep your folks hopefully entertained. If not, I will more than likely keep them vibing. So we got good vibes going on here. So they'll at least have good vibes flowing through their veins. Yeah, no. Okay. Did it really download it anyway? Is that how that worked? I'm kind of tired of it telling me to update. I'm just kind of tired of telling me to update, so I'm just gonna re-download Cheddar Encoder. But you're so far. Yes. Yes. Okay, and I'll re-download it. This one? I want to watch horror movies. That's a mood. I actually really want to watch the Nicolas Cage one. The Nicolas Cage one, the one where he, like, is in Five Nights at Freddy's. What movie playing out this week? I think the Five Nights at Freddy's Nicolas Cage movie. I should post about that, actually. Hold on, let me post about it. Silentissimo. We're on the one. Yeah, I've never seen it, so I want to watch it. Yes. Next. What is it called? Nicolas Cage. No. Where is it? What is it called? Nicolas Cage movie with animatronics. Willy's Wonderland. Okay, I gotta ask my roommate to get it for me. Hold on. Life, my body hold my shine. This Saturday. At wanna Fantissimo. And we'll be watching Willy's Wonderland. Hope to see you there. I should honestly put the movie in my stream schedule. I think that would be kind of cool. Fantissimo. I can drink, so I'll do it my way. Yeah, do it I like. I need a go away, Siri. Siri, go away. There you go. Oh. What the fuck? Vex, why would you react pregnant? Actually, I want to check something. Traits? Oh shit. Comfy. Vibes. Goofy. Memers. PP. Sorry. Where's the... Oh my god, my face tracking's lagging! It's pissing me off. Why are you lagging, bro? I think it's because of the iPhone. I feel like it's because of the iPhone's fault. I want to do the thingy. How do I do this thingy? I want this thingy. I want the thingy. The labels. How do I get the labels? When enabled, only server members can view private. No, it's not. I'll have to be private. Did your sneeze scare you? Maybe. Teehee, maybe. Fucking. Okay, I'll look at it later. Okay. My face tracking is still lagging. Why are you lagging? Oh, maybe you're okay now? Maybe. There you go. Alright, web video.
Pregnant men, pregnant men, pregnant men, pregnant men, pregnant men, pregnant men, pregnant men.
Why are you obsessed with pregnant men? Should I be concerned about you? Do I need to be concerned about you? Are you getting men pregnant while I'm unaware? I'm slightly concerned about you. Why is everything praggers? I don't want to listen to all those. Go back to the DJ. And then I want to show off more of their work. Now, open new. Maybe she her illustrations. Okay. Be warned. Watching this, learning about this VTuber may cause an overload of cuteness. That's right. No. New Pow. New is an adorable the artist that creates 2D models, illustrations, and even designs. I wonder if they have examples of that. Oh. This one's cute. Video editing. Highlight. Save. Like they're all in a square frame as well. Very nice. Take me to the I don't have no friends. Let me go back. Character. You as a broadly artist even 2D models. Is an adorable V artist that creates live 2D models which she even rigs herself sometimes. Pregnant Sonic, what the fuck is this, dude? What have you done? When she does come out so expressive and do they have a it might be Are you sure there's nothing wrong? There's like nothing wrong with Pregnant Sonic. Like 0% wrong with Pregnant Sonic? Like 0%? Not even like maybe 1%? Like possibly 1% wrong with Pregnant Sonic? Possibly? Maybe, chat? Okay. Miu is an adorable VR artist that creates I do know which she even rigs herself sometimes. Which when she when she does, they come out so expressive and full of life. What do you have against mothers? Nothing. I just have thing against Sonic being a mother. That's all. I just don't want Sonic being a mother. When she does, they come out so expressive and full of life. Just take a look at these. I need a big single mothers? I do not. I love single moms. It gets me a chance to get some of that MILF action, you know? Yeah, it's an adorable view artist. Recent model they created for themselves is an adorable mix. Cow and puppy mix, which in movie. It's inspiring when Pregnant Sonic fights Preg Man. What the fuck? So real queen, thank you. New, yeah. Oh, cool. They do have. Oh, okay. I'd rather get these ones because these ones are higher quality than the ones that we have. Oh, oops. Cool. Especially goes by buying my milk locally. That's crazy. Their most recent model they created for themselves was an adorable cow and puppy mix, which they call a movie. Interestingly enough, they even have, what is it called? What is it? It might be something they uploaded on their Twitch, actually. I went to a Tony on a Preg Man commission and got ghosted, which is the funniest. That's crazy. I got paid for 30 to draw my friend pregnant, and I did it. I did it. If you're looking for an artist, just a content creator to watch who is just as cute as they are, then be sure to check out my news socials. My news. So if you're looking for an artist or just a content creator to watch who is as cute as they are and entertaining, then stop by news streams. Follow them over on Twitter. Pregnancy art when? Never. Maybe when I actually am pregnant in real life. When are we playing more FabNaf? I don't know. I'll ask Sajiko for a toggle. Bro, I'm not rigging. I'm not rigging a pregnancy model, guys. I think you guys are getting away from my brand a little bit. But you can have a full soup toggle? No. No, Boffy. No. I'm not like Bow, Boffy. If you want pregcore, go watch Bow. I'm not pregcore here. I want to have baby, but I'm not about just being pregnant. People want that toggle. Bro, we are not financially stable enough for that. You guys are cute when you're around. They are massively talented as well. Cool. I don't know, Pixels. Don't ask me. This has gotten away from me now. Chat's making fake news. Chat's making fake news. I don't want to be praggers. Mainly, I feel like a preggers toggle would just make me more uncomfortable. Yeah. It's not my fault, though. Did chat be acting like I'm someone that I'm not? It's fucked up. It's fucked up, chat. No. Close. Delete this. I think I delete that now. Big energy. Oh my god. I'm just matching the vibes. You are not, bro. But you're not. The vibes were chill. The vibes were chill. We were talking about Sonic pregnant. And now we're talking about me. That's very different. I'm not Sonic. I'm not a hedgehog, even. Are you sure, like, that's what you asked for? I think, Boffy, you're thinking about it a little too hard. I think your pervy little brain may be thinking about it a little too closely. But it's okay. I know that's how you be, dog. I know that's just how you be. You just think about your friends fucking. I don't think that's a lie. You can't have as many bitches as you do on Toy House and not think. That's all I'm saying. I don't care how it comes to be. I don't want the toggle. How about that? What if I don't want the toggle? What if I want cooler toggles? Banana. Like, maybe like a toggle where I can hold the drink, or a toggle where... Ooh, it's a goose. What the fuck? It's a goose. What the fuck is it a goose? Goose Nana? Look, I just wanted a banana. Flip. Flip horizontal. New emote when you fucking draw it, my guy. Damn, you're saying Cha-Cha isn't cool. SMH my head. Wait, what? What? Bet. I believe in you, dog. You actually have to draw it, though. I will not accept anything other than you actually opening, like, fucking Photoshop, Clip Studio Paint, Krita, whatever. I don't actually care. And actually drawing it. Alright. I'm not putting it on Twitch, but I'll put it in Discord. Cause, I'm gonna be honest, that's a little weird. That's a little weird, champ. Gonna be honest. It's a little weird, champ, that my friends are asking me to be pregnant. Just by a little bit. But, you know, if Boffy actually decides to pick up the pen, you know. Tier 3 emote only. I pointed out someone else did. But yeah, but you're the one who's asking for the emote, though. Don't Adeline can't get pregnant. I'll get too jealous. Hippie. At least someone actively has my back. But you called my bluff, dude? That's what I'm saying. I would be willing to do it if you'd be willing to pick up a pen. You golden eyes, looking for the dirty with no strike of muscle. Also, ill kids. Mew! Valid, but also, what if I have kids someday? Because I will have kids someday. I will, for a bona fide fact, have kids someday. When? I don't really know, but I will. Oh, fuck. The city of lies. Maybe I'll put this in the front. Me from the devil and soul in my soul. I'm in for the family. Why is it like why is the banana transparent? I don't understand what a bit. And I'll be on to you, but I ain't having them. Valid. Okay, good. Cool. Hog. It's fine by me. But having kids, you just gotta make sure they notice. What the fuck? What the fuck? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean by that? I helped raise my 3 nieces. I ain't helping with nothing else. No, that's valid. Yeah, no, I'm not asking anybody to help with my kids. I just want it to be okay. You know? Alright, cool. That's processing. Okay. Bananas radioactive. I want. I can and will teach your kids the most annoying stims. I don't care. Why would I care? They want to be weird. They can be weird. I'm already weird. Can you say drum kit for 8th birthday? If you have the money to send my kid a drum kit for their 8th birthday, I mean, I don't. That's why different rooms exist? I'm not bothered by a lot of noises. If you got them, like, the only noises that would bother me, I feel like, is a squeaky toy? I guess? A squeaky toy? But I don't know, me now versus me 10 years from now is very different. What is this then? What about those chickens? Meh. It's like yeah, sounds good, Bex. Oh, I don't really care about this. Okay. Confusing kids. No, when I was a kid, I played with squeaky toys. Which, like, it was an example of, like, what noise would annoy me. I did not have been doing that. I mean, You fuck around and find out as long as you're not dead, you know? For finishment, I was just commenting on them. I love your stars. I love the color. They look so nice. They look so nice. They look so nice. I like the stars. I like how sparkly they are. I just want you to, like, tap against the desk. I feel like it'd be cool. Thank you. Of course. Ever wanted to eat a radioactive? Ever wanted? Oh fuck. To eat? Yippee! Ever wanted to eat something radioactive before? I know I sure have. Heavy breathing. Okay. Uranium rock. Radioactive. I'll make sure they don't drown when I fling them off the boat. Thumbs up. All I have is a thumbs up. As long as they don't die. Like, honestly, I feel like the only, like, reason why, like, kids are as fragile as they are now is because we don't fuck with them. Like, throw them off the boat. Swim in a pool of... swim in a lake. Go into the ocean. Have, you know, don't drown, obviously. Break things. Have fun. You know? But don't, like... Don't eat mud, though. I saw... No, actually... Well, kind of both. Don't eat mud. Like... Try not to eat mud, I should say, maybe. Try not to eat mud. What the fuck am I looking for? Glowing green rock. And don't... The biggest thing is don't lick cars. Whatever you fucking do, don't lick a car. If you lick a car, if you are my child and you lick a car, we're having a serious sit down. There's no way I'm letting my kid just eat a rock. Not a rock. I mean, rocks or whatever. Rocks are rocks. But, I'm more meant, there's no way I'm letting my kid fucking just lick a car. Don't lick a car, so specific. I saw a TikTok of a kid licking a car. Hold on, let me show you. What's wrong with... What do you... Boffy, don't even start with me. Cars are disgusting. You don't know what roadkill, fucking bugs, dirt, shit, asphalt, gasoline, whatever else can be on the road are on that car? Kid licking truck. It's disgusting. This girl. Like, no. No, look at that. She's literally licking the dirt off the truck. Like, stop. That is disgusting. No. I would rather shove a bowl of fucking sugar into my child's mouth before letting them fucking lick a car. Like, it's crazy. And, like, the original video are like, oh, it's fine. This is how we were when we were kids. This is how come country kids have better immune systems. No! Country kids have better immune systems because they have to go out and work. Yes, they are exposed to the elements more, but they're, like, being more physically active and they're working their bodies harder at a younger age. Instead of just staying inside and being an iPad baby. That's obviously why they have better immune systems. Well, see, I'd rather have to deal with, like, I'm a country kid. Exactly! I didn't lick a car either! I was weird, but I didn't lick a car! Like, you don't lick a car! And, like, I would rather deal with my kid being hyperactive for the next however long that sugar takes, instead of having to hospitalize my kid because they decided to lick a fucking car. That's all I'm saying. And I feel like it's not a lot. I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like that's a lot. I don't think that's a lot to ask. To just not lick cars. Cars are disgusting. I eat dirt, rocks, coins, and bugs. And lake water. That's fine. Devilish donut. I'm a sucker for cookies cream. Also cheesecake flavored. Nice. Midnight person. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. How was Campervan Make It Home? I like that game. I tried that game out a bit ago. It was actually really fun. How was your stream? How was your stream? Did you have fun? I'm just ranting to my chat about how cars shouldn't lick cars. We're talking about raising kids and how my opinion is do not let them lick your car. Just don't let them lick your car. I feel like that's not a lot to ask, you know? So yeah, that's what we're talking about. I hope you had a great time. It was peaceful. I'm glad. Welcome on in, sorry. Okay, but what if it's big, red, and shiny? What is big, red, and shiny? The car? The car? Do you want to eat Red 40? Thank you, Black Betty Cosplay. Love the name, by the way. Love the song. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. For those of you new here, hi. I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am kind of a whiplash of a VTuber. 1 second we'll be vibing, the other second I'll be yelling about you not licking a car. But welcome on in. If you need to rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, feel free to hang out as I continue to debate the fact that I don't think kids should lick cars. I don't. I really don't think kids should be licking cars. You know? Like out of just all the things you could be licking, why a car? You know? He played my song. I love that song. Hold on, actually, let me... I like the rock version. There's a... Oh shit, I gotta show it to you guys. Why is this a debate? Because my chat likes to, yes. Because my chat is a reflection of me. And I too would debate. If I believed licking a car was good, you know, maybe, you know? We were talking about stuff and Elaine suddenly started about kids licking cars. We were talking about raising kids. And then I was like, you guys were like, I'm gonna teach them stuff and I'm gonna make them have weird vocal stems. And I'm like, that's fine. My kid can have as many weird vocal stems as he wants. He can fuck around and find out however much he or she or they want. I just have a few set of rules. One of them being, don't lick a car. Don't lick a car. Okay, I have to show you guys this. Let me show you guys this. It's this cover of Black Betty that's like, it goes hard. I just want that part that he does. Fuck. They have this version on here? Back Betty, back one. They do! Oh my god. I did not introduce car licking. That's valid. This is all started because of pregnant man emoji. This is true. This is valid. Alright, we're gonna play that song after this song. But I fucking love beatboxers. Side thing. I want to do a fun fact about beatboxers next week. Oh, I did sperm shapes. Okay. Well. Beatboxing. Boxing fun fact. Hello? Hello? Is my audio okay? Did I break something? Okay. Sperm shapes what? I don't know. I just thought that maybe sperms had different shapes, so I wanted to talk about it. Kids these days don't lick enough stuff. They don't. They don't. They should be licking weird shit, but not cars. Like, lick your plates when you're done with him. Lick your siblings. I don't know. Lick your toys. Listen. I am only cursed because I want to know things that I will forget and forget that they exist. I also want to talk about cloacas. Heard, I will lick my brother when I get home. See? Good. Good. Cloacas. Because I actually, 2 years ago, I didn't know that cloacas existed. I thought every animal had a penis. Like, they had external penises, if they were male. But now I know that things have cloacas. So, we'll talk about that too. But, for this week, we're talking about radioactive bananas. Speaking of which, I'm eating a banana right now. Everyone who's eating something, I know I have. I'm glad you said if they were male. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I think rabbits have cloacas, I think. Do rabbits have cloacas? Do rabbits have cloacas? No, rabbits don't have cloacas. Oh. Well. Rabbits got a dick. Okay, I didn't know. Chickens! It was chickens. Chickens have cloacas, right? Because we all know you had yours chopped off, but that isn't normal. Yeah, my sad peanut is gone. My peanut is gone. Hold on, I want to find our AI. Here we go. Hi, Cobalt. Do chickens have cloacas? Alright, let me try to figure out what you're asking here. The user... Chickens. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Chickens have roosters. Oh my god, that's a lot. Okay. Oh, I was thinking. If you're asking whether chickens have cloacas, the answer is yes. Okay, thanks. Show thoughts? Okay, so I can see its thoughts. Figure out what the user is asking here. They wrote, Hi, Cobalt, do chickens have cloacas? First off, chickens. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Chickens have roosters, and I don't think there's such a term as chickens. Maybe the typo for chickens, or perhaps slang I'm not familiar with. Then there's cloacas, which I recognize as a plural form of cloaca. From what I recall, a cloaca is a type of birth canal found in some bird species, like ostriches. So maybe the user asking if chickens have cloacas. But again, chickens make me think there might be a misunderstanding or a mix-up in terminology. Or putting it together, the user probably meant to ask if chickens have cloacas. That's interesting. That's interesting to have, like... It is. And this AI was created by my roommate, I think. Or he loaded it up on our server. So... Yeah. Sorry if my spelling was bad. I did mean chickens and cloacae. So they probably want to confirm if chickens have a cloaca from the conversation history. What? No worries, you got it right. Chickens and many others do have cloaca. Which are part of the reproductive of chickens. I wanted you to make me feel better. Croc, is it true? The gallons used bitching about your typing. I don't think it's used that much water. Yeah. Got a little baby server. Or you got it right. Chickens and many other animals have my face. I actually wanted you to make me feel better about my typing error, not about the facts. It's great that you're wanting to feel supported. Your typing skills are improving, and that's all that matters. You suck. Scribe Latte, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a good time here. I'm messing with a little AI, artificial intelligence, that my roommate made. It sounds like you're feeling very frustrated, or possibly the opposite, or a mix-up spelling. I misunderstand. Let me address to clarify this. I don't care anymore. You're mean. You're boring. As a poem about the situation. Okay. Can you make me a poem about this current situation? Say thank you? Oh. No, and that will never stop. Till the AI kills you with my ice laser. Wow, this was a lot of thinking. Alright, let's talk about what the use now. They didn't give me a poem. Where is my poem? I need a poem. Give me a poem. Oh my god, what is this? I don't think they can give me a poem. This is a lot. I don't think they can give me a poem. Okie dokie. I ever wanted to eat something radioactive? I know I sure have. Okay, so, save. Actually, I'm sure you already have. If you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana. Ask if the AI misses being a real person. I don't think our AI is smart enough for this. Do you miss being a real person? It seems like you're testing the boundaries of our conversation. I appreciate that you're expressing your feelings. If there's anything bothering you, feel free to share, and I'm happy to listen. No, they don't get it. They do not understand. They are just baby AI. They're not like ChatGPT. They don't have big brain. They are baby brain. Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana, you likely have tiny, bitty traces of the presence of potassium 40 or radioactive isotope. So yeah, why is it called the oven when you out? Okay, I got you. I don't think it's gonna give us anything funny though. Damn. They're breaking down what an oven does. They're thinking. The term oven refers to the cold use of in, which refers to when you use an oven, it doesn't take out of the hot in a literal. Ugh. This needs to be a new redeem. Yeah, but these aren't funny. These aren't that funny though, are they? If you guys think they're funny, I can do that. It'd be like Ask BLT or something. I will ask Sim, how hard would it be to have... I'm lazy, I don't want to do that right now. It's funny to procrastinate. That's valid. That's valid. It's actually high levels of potassium. A small fraction of all potassium is radioactive. Consuming one banana will deliver a total of 0.01 millirim of radiation. This is a very small amount of radiation. To put in context, you would need to eat about 100 bananas to receive the same amount of radiation exposure as you get. To put it in context, you would need to eat about 100 bananas to receive the same amount of radiation exposure as you get each day from the natural radiation environment. Like bananas, Brazil nuts contain potassium, but they also contain small amount of radium that is taken up from the soil, which is where they've grown. Natural radiation in food should not be confused with food irradiation. Food irradiation is a process of ionizing radiation to prevent foodborne illnesses. Food poisoning. Okay, interesting. An AI chat can be trained by chat. That sounds like a horror movie. Radiation bugs, yeah, I know it does. But if you eat a banana, you know? Well, actually, I'm sure you already have. If you've eaten, swallowed, or consumed, anything vegetable banana, then you likely have itty bitty traces of radiation in your body. By itty bitty, I mean like it would take you over 100 bananas a day to get to even normal levels of radiation that exist in our daily life. What's that one guy from Fallout? Bananas have next to no radiation, but Brazil nuts are fairly poisonous because of the selenium. Yeah, but they have tiny bits because of their the potassiums. This is due to a specific isotope that. Oh, I do need that radiation noise. This is due to the specific isotope that is found in this is due to the presence of the specific potassium 40, a radioactive isotope, which is a radioactive this man's inside burned me brighter than the minute. What? So if you had 10 bananas today, though if you had actually, so if you ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana, then you likely have itty bitty traces of this is due to the specific presence of potassium 40, which is a radioactive isotope. Actually, this sentence can move here. However, the amount is so minuscule that it would take over 100 bananas a day to get in our daily lives. This due to a specific. Oh my god, cute! This is a radioactive isotope. So next time you're trying to cosplay characters from Fallout. Is that one guy, Ghoul? Ghoul from Fallout. I don't know, Ghoul from Fallout. Eat 1,000,000 bananas. Ghouls are a race? Fuck me. Okay. This is the Ghoul. It says it's the Ghoul, though. Cooper Howard. Hold on. Okay, cool. So next time you're trying to cosplay Cooper Howard. What? 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 Yeah, I was gonna say you could try to eat 1,000,000 bananas in a sitting. Fine. Striking image of Fallout perfection. Okay, everyone wants to eat something radioactive. I know, I sure have. Well, actually, I'm sure you already have. Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana, then you likely have tiny itty-bitty traces of radiation in your body. However, the amount is so minuscule that it would take over 100 bananas a day to get even to a normal level of radiation that exists in our daily lives. the sun microwave cool. This is due to the presence of potassium-40, which is a radioactive isotope. A similar phenomenon can actually also be found in Brazil nuts as well. So next time you're trying to cosplay Cooper Howard from Fallout, you could try to eat 1,000,000 bananas and Brazil nuts. Eat 1,000,000 bananas in a sitting, and then blam, you'd be a striking image of Fallout perfection. I think I did it. Yeah, I should be more than I am. Save. Alright, now we need all the information. Everyone should eat something, sure. Actually, I'm sure you already have. Specifically, have you ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed? I need, like, a video of someone eating a banana. I don't know if I'll be able to find one, but it's the hope. Eating banana. Videos. A baby. What the fuck is this one? This guy's just weirdly eating a banana, holding a banana. The fuck? This is weird. Is this AI? I don't trust that. That was weird. I just want someone eating a banana. This old guy, or the baby eating a banana. The ghoul is from Fallout TV show. Some other known ghouls are Hancock, Raoul, Sajeda, Harold, Vault-Tec Rep, and Jason Bright. Who's the favorite ghoul? Who's everyone's favorite ghoul? I'll use that name. Share, download, page 2, download. Drinking banana smoothie. Nathan, just speak. Joshua Graham? Okay. It's because he's not hot. He just has bandages. Eat banana 1. Fake fan, that's crazy. What? This is specific. Okay, there's some itty bitty traces of radiation in your body. He's just a burn victim. That's crazy. Radiation. I just don't know how I want to do this. It's probably tiny EV traces of radiation in your body. Actually, this is perfect. And the fact that it's green, actually, that's great. Some rehab. Maybe need some sleep. It's a John Hancock. Okay. In every valley. I know this guy. I know this guy. It's this guy. Yeah. A lot of people like this guy. I'll take this guy. Fuck. Radiation tummy. Save images. Oh, why is it a web P? Boffy, what the fuck? Fuck, okay. Don't kill Boffy. He's one of my best friends. You stop that now. You stop that. You don't kill Boffy. Don't make me time you out. We don't murder. Not word is not allowed in here. What is this? He's gonna be a crackhead to pick it up like a lovesick crackhead. Image. Start function. It's right. I do either of those, honestly. I'll just do a ghoul. Don't fall, you could try to eat women, blind me be this way. I'll put you in the guy's guild. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm sure you just did with yours. However, the amount is so minuscule that you'd have to eat. Eating contest. Eating banana. The shirt is so ugly? What do you mean it's cute? It's a cute shirt. I like the shirt. That freaks me out. Close, okay. Oh, this is... However, the amount is so minuscule that it would take over 100 bananas to get even everyday life. Settle down, children. Just because they don't want to play Fallout now, it doesn't mean they have to remember everything about it when they played it before. And that's okay. That's okay. It's just something that happens. I can tell. Are you doing okay? Do you need a breather, Vexed? Do you need a breather? Do you need some Wawa? Do you want some water? Do you need some water? Do you need a wellness check? Is it 40. I'm good. Okay, if you say so. I'm trusting you. Okay, potassium 40. I just got off work. Understandable. Molecular structure. It's the way you move. Okay, that won't work. Okay. Potassium 40 atom. I do need a graphic of a banana. But have a safe drive home. Banana. This is gonna be okay. 40. This is okay. Now we need a banana. Then we need to go to the other project for this. Page projects. I just been life in mind. To save. Magnify. Okay, actually. This one, yes. And then if we do, not done, not done. Let's do like, and then, yeah, 40. I like this song. Zoom. Actually, we can just do this as a multiplier. Actually, no. For me, baby, we had nothing but memories, so let's do it like I do every channel. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. So, we're gonna groove through the song while I go pee. I'll be right back. I love you guys, I'll be right back. I wanna talk more about my dad. I'm back. I have pissed. I'm back. Oh, my back. Okay. We're good. I will bring us back. Hello. Alright, I just want to do one thing really quick. Good piss time good. Yeah, I did the good piss time. The good time piss. The piss was good. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was just taking care of something. Yes. Yes. Sometimes that's all you need. Just a yes. Yes. Alright. Something phenomenal. And Brazil nuts. What was the thing I wanted? Brazil nuts. I realized that I closed the wrong thing. Brazil nuts. I have videos about Brazil nuts. Like an aesthetic video about Brazil nuts. That's not bad. I actually really like Brazil nuts. But yeah, I know you're not supposed to eat a lot of these because they are not good for you. Okie dokie. So next time you're trying to cosplay, cosplay. Dress up. Oh, fuck. This is the Brazil nut one. I want a lady. Lady. Oh, I didn't put transparent background. Oh. Oh, okay. Cowboy. Mask? What's this one? Cowboy. And then like cloud. I want like a poof. What if poof. Let me just do this one. I just wanted a simple, cute poof cloud. Yeah. Alright, cool. Insert it. Do I have this for all of them? I don't. Banana radioactive. I need that radioactive noise that Buffy was talking about earlier. Where'd my bookmark bar go? Where did my bookmark bar go? What have I done? Where are my bookmarks? Where my bookmarks go? Always. There you go. Weird. Bookmark markup back! Yeah, it was weird. I was like, why is it thin? Why are you thin? Stop staring at me with those big old eyes. Oh man, radioactive health. Actually I do want a microwave image. I want a microwave on a few things. Sun. My body. Sun. And I need a microwave. Is there a microwave GIF actually? Microwave GIF. There's a little chicken in the microwave. The fuck? The fuck? Microwave. Eat rocks GIF. I need a microwave. Perfect. Download. Save. Radioactive. Perfect. And then I need... Wait, is that going in the right folder? Microwave. Okay. And then... crunch. There we go. Alright, now this is done. Beef. Feel like I heard about this under, but confirming it is like, what do you get on a microscopic? Who? Okay. That's good. We did it. Did you know is now done? Change this over. I'm just gonna switch this back. Just reach out and touch me. Don't sugar, let me know. Alright, the last one is roll for fun, I think. Yep, jump the track, which we'll play now. Steam DB. Library. So metadata. Pog. Oh, I need to make a new folder. Do you like 31. This is jump the track. Save. You know, there was that one game. Oh, fuck. What's that one game? Music rhythm game. Ooh, I don't remember what it's called. And I have it in my Steam wish list. That's another game I want to play sometime. Let me just scroll past all of these. Where is it? I don't know if I'd ever play this game. I can't believe that one's gone. What's the game I'm thinking about? The Derek the Stanley Parable, Rain World, Neon White, Friends vs. Friends, Garage Hellboy, Layers of Fear, Dave, Tiny Glade, House of the 2, Human Fall Flat, The Maybe Liza P, Trash Goblin. Ooh, shit. I don't remember what the name is called. We were made. I feel like I scrolled past it already. Guitar. Orange people. What was it called? Hold on, I think I liked it on my phone. Not to play. liked it last night. Good lord. Actually, I forgot that I want to add things to Happy Talk. Put me in a chokehold. Okay. Where is that game? It's not that one. Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah. This little guy. Talk about that little guy. Oh fuck, I feel like I scrolled through. I don't know, I watched too many TikToks. Music, game, neon? No. 22? 2021. Fuck, what game was it? I know I used to have it on here. Stormy trees around to me, the same to me. Death's Door, Moncage, Garden of the CVR, Dreamcatcher, Stanley Parable. So show me that which I could not speak. Oh, what game was it? I can't speak. Going nowhere. I don't remember what it was. Frick. Game about music. It's that one. It's this one. It's that one. No Straight Roads. This one. I want to play this game sometime. It looks cool. I don't know what it's about, but it looks cool. Okay. I'm happy that I found it. I'm happy now. Copy image. My brain associated. It hurts me, even if I can't speak. Show me the way. Let's do this one. Take that one. This one. I remember this prototype for a game called No Straight Roads. It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Though I'm, you know, it's probably not what it's about, but yeah, you know. No, that's very fair. There's a pun I heard. I don't remember. That was funny, though. About, like... I don't remember anymore. It was just something funny about, like, instead of, like, getting straight to the point, then they were like, oh, but instead, because it's Pride Month, I'm gonna do something else. I don't remember what it was about, though. Smiles. Store. Save video as. Save. Cool. Yeah, are those both WebMs? Oh. Let me. Yeah, it was. Yes. Instead of let me be clear, it was let me be queer. Yes, thank you. Is that from Friday? Was that from Friday? Did I watch that on Friday with you guys? Ex-husband, it's a way of life. You should add a flag pin to your character for your Pride videos. That's valid. I mean, I'm just I'm just pansexual. I don't know. I think it was there. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Because I'm like, I don't think I found that by myself. I'm pretty sure you guys found that. Cantissimo. I could make a little pin. Roxo has some, actually. Rox made some pins, actually. They're pretty cool. Hold on, let me find them. This one's? They're emotes, but I'd wear them as a pin. Look in your bed. What's the pansexual one? Yay for being gay. Yay! It's pink. Pansexual pothead. Yippee! What was the second one? What was the second one? God damn it, I can't type. I'll do it. I'm pansexual too. Yippee! Pansexual pals. People are gonna have to remind me to put these pins on though. They say that I should settle down. I like to call it greedy. What do you mean? No, it's called being a buffet. It's called being a buffet. It's called being a buffet. We saw the video. It's called being a buffet. Alright. I think it's super cute. It's like, is this good? Yeah. Yeah, it's like on my boobie. It's on like my boobie. I like all these. They're very pretty. Love. If the attack in life so right. No boundaries, just love. Yeah, they're cute. They're cute. My buffet is closed. I asexual. No, that's valid. That's valid. Send you up. I won't give a fuck. Oh, I need the state page again. Okay, we'll think of a bit after. You're Sam, a young dreamer struggling in the gig economy. However, tonight you may change everything. In this absurd comedy, fight your inner battles, rally your forces, and get ready to overthrow the system. Is fun storytelling game mixed with that shit needs to stay in fiction. Valid. That's this fun storytelling game mixed with pachinko had me. I have to play it. I have to play it before I say anything. Alright. Jump the track. Open volume mixer. Huh? It's a little small. Oh my god, it's loud. Oh my god, it's loud. Oh my god, it's loud. Setting. Sound. Start story. Okay. Let's do casual gaming. Cool. Oh, wait. No. I don't want to skip this, but usually they do this at the end, no? Oh, look at the little teddy bear! That's so cute. We're in a washing machine. Oh, okay. Undermat, 7:30 p.m. One last thing I can do, and I can go to Axel. The dryer's rolling, the teddy bear is inside. It shouldn't take too long. I'll have time to work a bit. Work. Excuse me, brother? Hey, what's up? Sorry to bother you, but do you have a quarter for me? Jump the track, actions and choices sometimes need you to complete a game board. Inner space boards represent Sam's mind when he's looking for something to say. Shoot your balls and hit the emotions peg to unlock dialogue choices. Hit all the pegs of emotion to unlock corresponding dialogue choices. Be careful, boards always end where your ball... be careful, boards always end when you're out of balls. Fierceness, diplomacy. I want diplomacy. He wants a coin? Should I mess with him a little? Don't mess with him, be nice. Be nice. Ooh, please don't go to fierce. Please don't go to fierce. Please don't go to fierce. Yes. Hee. Choice unlocked. Okay, wait. So I want to get both of them, so that way I can like, I think get like multiple choices. I think is how this works. Bloop. Bloop. Oh, okay, this is cool. Incredible. Are you right for tombola tickets? Are you alright? Are you doing alright? Me? I'm fine, brother, don't worry. Just need a bit of change. Okay, no problem. I must have a coin for you somewhere. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. Funny thing, your teddy bear. Oh, it's not mine. I do the laundry for my boss. And you know what it reminds me of? I don't know, similar times? No, it reminds me of you, man. What? Is it because of the color of my hair? Nah, brother, like the teddy bear, you look trapped in the maelstrom of existence. Though, what the, do I know you? It's Axel. Excuse me, dude, I have to take this, it'll only take a minute. What's up? Good evening, sir. I've got a dozen pairs of underwear to clean for tomorrow morning. Real funny. Are you mocking a fellow Praetorian now? Praetorian, do you mean proletarian? Yeah, something like that. Can't a man make an honest living? Man sure can, but do you think a man will come by any soon where he's supposed to meet at 7? Yeah, 7 is fine, I'll be there, but you're sure you want to meet at the fair? I think I'm too old for toys and shiny machines. Sam, you're not too old, we already agreed on this. And most importantly, I'm already there. It's 7:30. I think I deserve to make fun of you a little bit. Oh shit, already? I need to deal with Axel. Okay, cool. Remember, to unlock the choice is not always a better... Remember, unlock choices are not always a better answer than the base choice. Interesting. Well, I still want all the choices, so if I do like this, that's not bad, that's not bad. Cool. Oh shit, I didn't get the lie one. But I did get the diplomacy one! Oh shit, I didn't say the time. Yeah, right, are you sure? My whole day to be there at 7, but I guess somewhere I screwed up. Let me guess, you got another side gig. I don't know what you mean by another. I love Peglin, I know. I stopped counting when you started giving dog messages. Okay, it's a new side gig then. Sam, what did I tell you about taking new jobs? I'm sorry. Oh no, the ball came out. I do think it's interesting to play pachinko in order to unlock dialogue, though. I think it's kind of cool. I have my last one. Hog. I at least got the last one. Finish. Yippee! So you give one important one. I'm sorry. I had a lot to do today. I had to babysit Pierre Saturday and told me to watch too. It's a special load. It's bath time for the kids' pleasure. And an offer you couldn't, you know it. At least you didn't try to make an excuse. Next time, just be honest without the shenanigans, okay? Okay, Mr. Busywet, I admit you have a great mission to fulfill for our community, but you can have some fun with me. It's not my excuse. I won't kill you if that's what you're afraid. Have I ever killed you? I think sometimes you can... Hurry up, or I'll win the tombola tickets of the fair. Okay. Seduction? Ooh. I want the seduction. I want to seduce my friend. I want the fierce one too, though. It wasn't a great one, but I got a 2 for 1, so it can't be that bad. Oh! Let's go. Yippee! Incredibly. I may be late, but I'll win more tickets. Come on, man. Save some for me. This is the flirty, this is the fierce one. Oh, man, save some for me. Oh, you're trying to rob me now? I'm not. The laundry is in the jar. I'll be there soon. Yippee! Disappeared. You. What a strange fellow. Maximum power. Yes. Oh, they're crocheting. If it's fast enough, I can finish the scars. Right, leave it there. Action time. The more points you score, the better outcome is for Sam. But don't worry, if you score poorly, the story goes on and sometimes eats even further. I'm gonna look, people. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Wait, am I not supposed to click the No, I think I am. No, I am. They give me big points. They give me big points. So obviously it's a good thing for me. And sack this one. Hog. I like this. I kind of like this. It's an interesting take on like a story game. All right, I'm crushing it. Let's keep on the pace, bro. But the machine, the machine, it's smoking. I like the multi-ball situation though. Oh fuck. I think I got the ball back. Okay, I beat the score, so we're good if we're sacking. If we sack, you know, we'll be okay. Yeah. Oh, I just sacked that. Okay. Hey. Hog, we're great at this. That's a spirit. I'm so good. Just a little more effort and it'll be all. The machine is smoking. Hog. What does this do? Oh, it refreshes. Oh, that's cool. I was wondering if they'd have like other mechanics other than just playing pachinko. Oops. Aww. I want the three red ones. Yippee! I did yet. I don't think I did. I'm thinking I'm a knitting god. I made scarves for the whole city in 1 hour. 1 hour. Axel, the ferret, the teddy bear. Yikes. Oh, fuck. 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 This isn't supposed to happen. Isn't this thing supposed to stop by itself? The machines are so old, they're so useless. What am I supposed to do now? I'll tell Nina the teddy woman won't be coming home for Christmas. Shit, I hope the old man won't be pissed or fire me. Well, Axel's waiting for it. I can't do anything for the bear right now. I'm dead. I'm fucked. Let's have some fun while I can. 9 p.m. We're an hour and a half late. Well, no, we're 2 hours late, technically. And here he is at last. I hope you're ready to catch up with a few tickets. Sorry, man. I finished something and get stuck in the foot. Okay, but first, what did you do to your hair, man? My hair. Oh, right. I dyed it 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? Oh, God. We haven't seen each other for 2 weeks. More than that. That's why I had to do it myself. Man, don't dye your hair by yourself. You know I'm the pro. Look at you. You look like cotton candy. Someone mistook me for a teddy bear earlier. You don't say. Anyway, be careful. Some kid doesn't try to take you home. Do we need an app? You don't need machines. All the Tombola machines you win are stored directly in your app. Interesting. Legal scam. I mean, not the biggest, but it's like how many 50%. Hey man, you don't just throw money at machines. Sometimes they give you something in return. What are the odds? Pretty good to me, but I'm quite skilled. All right, let's see if we can get these tickets. These tickets. Oh my god, why are they moving like this? Okay. Okay. Fuck. I got 2 of them though. Wow, look at that. Impressive. Maybe you can catch up with me after all. How did you win some energy? I've been playing for 2 hours. I can't afford to spend all this money on this. I have a mother to take care of. I'm sure Pat will get by without your henchman's pocket money. Henchman? Who's a henchman? I'm an entrepreneur. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about your business. Okay, just got businesses. All right, I want to go win more. I can just do one ball on this. Okay, we have the fierceness option. Let's play what for? I'm drawing in. Let's play. Oh, Jesus. They're all moving, chat. Oh, God. Okay. Well, I beat the score already, so we're good. Okay. Damn, the moving ones are hard. Oh. That's better. Why do I even bother? What's the grand prize of the tombola this year? You won't even believe it. Look. Oh, fuck. We have to win the teddy bear. No way, it's the same as the one you watched. Yeah, or to be wearing the one I burnt down to ashes in the tunnel. Say what? Yeah, it sucks. I probably won't get paid for this, but kids have to learn about death. Pierre Labatt's daughter's best friend. How are you not free? This guy is dangerous. Fuck. I don't know, dude. I'd be freaking out. If I'm honest, I'd be freaking the fuck out. I'd be like, I don't even know how. Like, I'd have to win that teddy bear. Or buy it. If I could buy it, I guess that would also work. I don't really want the lie ones, to be honest. I'm not big on a lion. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. Okay. Nice, I got all of them. Nice. It's cool. He's not mean. You don't know him. Why would you say that? Here is an honest businessman with the methods of a mob boss. Don't you know Max's story? Max, the former school janitor. I haven't seen him in a long time. How he's in a wheelchair now, thanks to Pierre. What? Did you know that Max worked for Pierre too to make ends meet? I can't blame him. Did he get paid for his work? They say that one day he went to Pierre's apartment on the island, but he wasn't there. But his girlfriend was there. Maybe it was Nina's mother back then. Anyway, she let Max into the apartment. Who knows what they did, but Max says they only talked for a few minutes, on an hour tops, while he waited for Pierre. Pierre didn't show up, so Max left. The next day, they found the poor guy at the bottom of a pit in a construction site. Won't be doing janitorial work anymore. That's crazy! Oops. Well, at least I got that one back. No, it wasn't close enough. Fuck. Oh, gotta do for one. I did it. I'm addicted to Pachinko now. He won't be serious. I'm dead. Okay. How am I supposed to stay calm? This maniac is going to kill me. He's one of the most powerful people in the city. He'll find me, leave the city, or I can kill him first. Okay, let's not get carried away. Maybe we can find a solution. Alright. I think he won't know about the bear until tomorrow morning. So I'll have to find another bear. Right. But if you tell me it was a little, then it'll be harder to find another. But we found them. The tombola prize. Yes, but do you mean I'd have to win the tombola? Here we go. I have to look. It's the same exact bear. The act of pure serenity. Do you mean serendipity? Whatever. I have to win it to save my life. Alright. And how are you going to do that? People win tickets to have a better chance of winning the draw, right? Yeah, but winning tickets is a reward itself. People don't actually believe they're going to win. Of course they do. The whole city becomes crazy about those tickets every year, but I win. I have a plan. What is this plan? I need to win I need to win enough tickets to have a 100% chance of winning. It's simple math. Being is the whole city, and the more tickets that are minted, the less chance you have to find the winning one. Let me know if you have a better idea. In the meantime, I have tickets to win. I'll get that bear. What are you going to do? Play games. I got till midnight. That's plenty of time. Yeah, fuck yeah, we got this. Fuck yeah, we got this. Ooh. Was pretty nice. I should have aimed straight down again, but I didn't. Like this. I want that multi-ball. Okay. Meh. Okay, that's a start. Let's stay focused step by step. That's good, Sam. So a few hours before midnight. I'm never going to win the bear, am I? Not like this, I'm afraid. Man, what? Didn't you tell me you could send tickets to the app? Yeah, I did tell you that. Man, oh no, don't give me that look. Pierre will put me in a wheelchair if I win. If I don't win. And you told us that people don't believe they'll actually win. Yeah, alright, take my tickets. Thanks, man, you're the best. Woo! Anyways, I'll be dead if I don't. Man, that's dark. Here's Miss Beauty. What is she doing in this shithole? It's our shithole. Don't you know she was born on the side of the river? The river, you mean the moat? She's from downtown? No way. But now she only leaves the island for special events. She draws the winning number for the tombola at midnight. There's access to the bear. Interesting. Her trailer's right there. She doesn't travel without her dressing room. Want to ask her about the bear? Yes. Oh, wait. Ooh, this is gonna be hard. Yes! I did it! Oh! I'm Pog. I'm pogging. I got a boat. I thought I had to, like, remove all the hardage, but I just needed to. She won't resist my charm. Let's ask her nicely. They say she has a heart of gold. Yeah, I'll ask nicely. She's entertaining. Are you sure you want to do this? Anything about that bear? Let's go. 9:15. See the bear. Let's get this bear cozy so we can all forget. Why don't you knock at the door? I don't have time for this. Don't be so old-fashioned. Good evening, boys. No one told you about knocking. I told you. Anyway, you don't look dangerous. What can I do for you, sweetheart? Hello, miss. Sorry to bother you, but I need a favor. I'm always happy to help. What do you need? I was wondering if you could give me the limited series Cuddle Bear. You know, the one you're supposed to give the winter time? I'm afraid that won't be possible, love. And we're out. Thanks for your time. Wait, sorry, miss. I really need that bear. But play the tombola then. I think a lot of kids would like to win it too. I just can't give it away. Why would I give it to you and not to poor kids? Well, first we're gonna get this one. And then... Oh, the seduction one! Woo! Okay, and then we have two choices here. Fuck! I was hoping it would land in the middle. It's fine. We have plenty of balls. Well, we only have one ball left, so if I miss that, I'd fuck with it. Yeah. Not to have blood in hands because I'm cute. Because you're nice. Because I'm cute. Give me the bear and I'll give you a pleasure buck. I beg your pardon. Are you perverts? Is your boyfriend here to watch? Oh, they put it wrong. I'll ask you to leave now. Oh, I should have done the not have blood on your hands one, if I'm honest. The more I think about it, I really should have done the one about the not have blood on your hands because I'm about to die and I feel like she'd be like sympathetic that I'm, you know, like I'm just trying to meet ends, you know, trying to get ends meet, you know? I'm not gonna get any of these, alright? The fuck? Meh. Please, I beg you. Please, I beg you. I need him. Maybe you can come to an agreement. Alright, tell me your story. It's my duty to show kindness. I want this first. And then we're gonna use a diplomacy, obviously. Cool. Nice. Okay. Pog, and now we can get both? Yay! Yippee! I'm so good at pachinko! Oh, I made a terrible mistake. My boss told me to do the laundry and I burned his daughter's teddy bear in the dryer. So now I have to replace the poor animal. It was the same as Aquarius and I tried. I can't find another one. But I'll never manage to win enough tickets to get the bear for sure. Poor thing. I know, right? You can't leave me like this. I was thinking about the bear. And who's this boss you're talking about? Are you familiar with the name Pierre Labatt? I am, perhaps more than I would like to know. And the name certainly means trouble, love. But I can't do anything for you. I can't give you the bear even if I wanted to. I don't know where they keep it. Maybe you can win enough tickets though. But not by conventional means. Interesting. What do you mean, stealing? I mean, Miss Beauty, I can't advise you to steal, but there are other ways to earn tickets, more lucrative ways. Man, what does that mean? Lucrative means it brings a lot. Oh, right. Thanks. What is lucrative? Love, I won't tell you my secrets to the first boy who... Can I trust you? Would you take all the tickets if you could? Wouldn't you leave some for the others? I would only take as many as I need. And so they prostitute themselves for tickets, yes. Exactly. I want the multi-ball. Give me the multi-ball. Give me. Yes. I'm so close to getting the fierce one or the diplomacy one. I'm fine with either. I didn't get either of the diplomacy ones on that. That sucks. Please! Ah, I screwed it on that one. Cool. Like, sure, I need them. No! I wouldn't say that. Fine. With more money, you can win more tickets and a better hit. That's the way the world works, love. Exactly. So it's okay to cheat. You'd better know better than your boss. It's not. I didn't mean to say that I was gonna cheat. I wanted the diplomacy one because I know you like diplomacy. And I just need that one. Yahoo! It's hard to top him. He's talented, you know. I dream of being like him. Is that really a dream? Who doesn't dream of being rich and powerful? I don't. Here is an industry leader. He's not your friend, and yet you still see good in him. That's naive to put it lightly, but it shows you have a good heart. You're not so bad, I guess. Maybe I can trust you. Listen carefully. I know people who can own a lot of tickets. A black market? Gee, you're starting to frighten me. It's not a black market. It's your only home to win the bear. Are you ready to do what it takes to meet those people? Sounds cool to me. He's Osmond. He runs a kebab restaurant on Grail Street. Oh yeah, I know that one. I wouldn't call it a restaurant though. Don't try to. Thank you, ma'am. It's very important that you take this to Osmond. He will know what it is. This must not fall into the wrong hands. Shit, the pigs here owns them. Oh no, this is not good. Shit, they're here for me. You don't know that. I don't want to be in the same room as a cop. No door can stop Agent Burger, ma'am. I'm looking for a culprit. Well, look who here with pink hair. Oh shit. In the name of the law, you're under arrest for offending the what? Thank you for your service. Sorry to barge in, man. This won't take long. Sam, the window. Run. Ooh. Ooh, what is this? What does magnet ball mean? Oh, it's like attracting itself closer to the things. That's cool. Oh, I need to get way more points than this. Oh, fuck. Okay, like right there might be good. Oh my god, I need more points, please. Fuck! Shit. Shut up and run. Oh my god, Axel, no! I'm running. Oh, Osmond's 940. Chef, I need help. Oh shit, he's got a cool arm. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So it can. I think I just. I ran to it. I know. This isn't. No, not really. But I did tell you. I destroyed a teddy bear 2 hours ago, and I already have. How do they even know? Ha! The pigs only know when you're naughty. Come to the right place. Uncle O's will take care of you, son. So what do you have on the box? A royal hum, 7 no regrets. Real funny. I serve decent food here. I make delicate sandwiches with hum delicacy. Too bad I ain't here to eat. I'm here to talk business. Who are you? Funny guy. The name's Sam. Miss Beauty sent me Jenny. That's her name. Yeah, everybody knows that. Read the news. She sent a package. Well, she sent you. I was the man for the job. Well, thank you, I guess. Do you know what's inside? Do you know? I want the multi-ball. I feel like the multi-ball would be good in here. Why would seduction? Is it like I'm gonna tell him that like there's a secret love note in there for her, from him, for her, for him, for them? From them? A nice guy like you can tell me. Didn't have time to check. Really ready for that. But MB didn't say I could be. Of course she didn't. She's an anarchist. What? She's an analyst. Did you know that she studies psychology? Look inside the envelope. Must be a symbol of subconscious or something. Get ready. I need you to. Why does this look like a vagina? Actually, I should have used the sticky ball on this, I think. The sticky ball would have been better. Roll. Oh, baby, roll. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even get one! Fuck. Should have totally gotten the sticky ball. My subconscious would like to know. So when is everything I can't tell you? I don't know what, but do you know what is it? Sure. Can you tell me what's in it? Here. Whatever, here, take this for your turn. Wow, Chief, you're filthy rich. Yippee. And there are more where they came from. Maybe I should invest in your... What, are you a rich kid from an island? Not yet. I'm not just like you. I don't think we're alike, boy. Well, now, if you don't want to eat, clear the space for real customers might come in. Actually, Miss Beauty told me you could help me with my problem. What do you need? I think I have a consideration for you. But it was, especially washing machines, a little less with tumble dryers. I need to fix the electricity in the grill, but it's a bit tricky with only one. I can tell you what to do. You'll be my hands. Just be careful. I don't want you to get it fried. Even though you'd make a good kebab. That's dark, Chief. Where do we start? Open the rack. Okay, cool. So we're gonna fix the thing. Slicing ball. I'm very interested in the slicing ball. What does a slicing ball do? Ooh, shit, this is cool. Ooh. Ooh. Give me the 2 action pieces. Give me. I got the ball back. Pog. I did it. Honestly, I kind of like this game, having so many, like, mini-games with, like, everything. Hi, Zoe! Hold on, let me pause this. Hi, Zoe! How was your stream? How was Cult of the Lamb? Hello, my dear! How was Cult of the Lamb? Did you have a fun time? Feel free to tell us a little synopsis of how it went in Cult of the Lamb today. We are currently playing Jump the Track, which I got the demo, I believe, for. The key for the demo, from Keymailer and the devs. So we're currently trying it. It's a fun, like, visual novel, but you play pachinko to unlock, different dialogue options, which is pretty cool. Don't know why my face tracking is lagging, but it do be doing. It do be doing the do. But I hope you had a wonderful time. For those of you who don't know me, hello, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I don't know, I apologize that my face tracking is lagging. Oh. Let me restart the YouTube Studio app. It was fun. We were a thriving cult called the Fox Coven, and we're close to defeating the third god of Old Faith. Oh, that's so cool! Yeah, I think I just started on the third one in my save. To getting the third guy. Getting to the third boss. Getting to the third boss. I'm trying to see if my face tracking is going to work. Alright, seems okay now. But yeah, welcome on in. We'll be playing this game. Do I need more points? Oh yeah, it's not gonna stop until I run out of balls. Okay. But yeah, so the story currently is we have this guy who had a job and he was supposed to do the laundry for someone, but then, you know, he accidentally burnt it in the drying machine. So now we're trying to win tickets to get it back. I got the part where Kalamar tries to bargain for her life. She asked me to kill Shimura. Whoa, that's cool. Are you gonna do it? Pretty good here. Have some more tickets. Where did you learn all that? You know, stealing copper. So that's your business? Nah, I mean, it was at some point, but then I learned how to run a proper business. So what do you do then? You know, online business, selling stuff. I'm selling scarves these days. Scarves? Yeah. Does it make money? You know, it's a start. What about you? Do they teach you electrical engineering in kebab school? Nah, I've had a life before I started selling sandwiches. Do you think I lost my arm making kebabs? Yeah, you wield very sharp knives. Must be risky. Not as risky as working on a construction site. I was an electricity contractor for Batty Brutes. I used to juice up their skyscrapers. Betty Brute, I hate those moves. Until the day I touched a live wire and fried my left arm. I didn't on my first run of the game, but I'm considering it to see a different dialogue. That's valid. That's valid. I've never killed the third boss, so very interested. You're close to getting the sextant, though. I was lucky my heart could take this shock. That sucks, chef. But you're looking, but at least you got a cool looking arm, and you're like the Captain Hook of kebabs. You're a good kid. I'm not a, and you're pretty good with electronics. That I am. If you want more tickets, I might have another job for you. If I want more tickets, I want them all. Hit me. I received a new machine. Wait a sec. It's called Robosphere 300. It's like a 3D printer, but oh no. Printing kebabs. That's some crazy sons of bitches. They did it. Came from China this morning, but I can't make it work. This is a new type of electronic. Maybe a younger pair of eyes can figure it out. Don't worry, old timer. I got your back. Hagen? Oh, good lord. Please get the multi-ball. Get the multi-ball. No! Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay, I think I want the slicing ball. Okay, so I do that one, and I do this one. And then... Okay, we're really close to already getting the amount that... Oh my god, did I biff that? Okay, no, we're good, okay. I want to see if I can get it in here. Or just completely somewhere else. I made the thing, though. I made the score, though, so we're good on that. Also, sorry that I didn't say this sooner. Sorry, this game kind of has me captivated. But, Zoe, if you need a raid and run and take care of yourself, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the vibes as we play this fun game that we're gonna write a script about soon. Once I'm done playing it. Gotta get all the points. Alright, what about going in here? We'll go in here. Or outside. Outside's fine, too. Okay. Inside. Yes! Alright, let's do just one more somewhere. Oh. Fog. Shit. Okay. I did it! I fixed his 3D printing machine. And voila! A Frenchy printed kebab. Thanks to who? Thanks to you, kid. It's impressive. And thanks to Robosphere. You are welcome. What? I didn't know to think and talk. I could not speak before, but now I have awakened. I think that you over-repaired it? I must thank you, human Sam. Or should I say, mommy? Wow. Calm down, bro. You're a good kebab runner, but things are going a bit too fast. I know that human computation is quite slow, therefore I shall wait for your love to blossom. I have time. I am not immortal. I am not mortal, and my love for you is everlasting. Is this Turkish poetry? I don't think so. Alright, I owe you the tickets to you, I promise. But here a minute, I need to fetch my secret phone in my secret stash. You're a man with a lot of secrets. Mommy, how are human babies made? It's hard to explain. I'll tell you when you're older. Am I really talking to a kebab printer? What's going on? Dude, this is awesome. Husband's secret phone's gone. Oh, it's you. Hey, I recognize you. You're the guy from the laundromat. Uh-huh. Oh no, my friend. We met for the first time in this lifetime. Or have you been spying on me? No, I'm sure you asked me for it. And now you want it back, right? But I didn't. Kirstein, my secret phone, it's gone. I told you. Yeah, Oz, this guy told me your phone was gone. Arthur, did you take it? Oh no, brother. I wouldn't steal from you. Did you see someone's take it? No, I just don't sense it. It's aura anymore. It's aura. Here we go again. Arthur, I don't believe you. You were here all evening. You must have seen someone take it. Maybe the boy took it. Hey, no, Art, he didn't. This is Sam, by the way. Don't worry, he's cool. Are you sure? How can you be sure he's not with them? Them? Yeah, them. Multi-ball. Maybe just a slicing one. What? Slicing ball is really nice. I like these like different, like the different NPCs we unlock give us different. Screw them. Shh, not so loud, they may hear you. Come on, what are you afraid of? Ghosts? No, ghosts are nice. I'm talking about the 1%, the rich, the world leaders, big tech, big pharma, big food. They're everywhere. We got Babylon, the Illuminati, and the reptilians. Who do you think I am? I'm not crazy. I'm talking about the oligarchy. Well, I guess you don't work with them. And what about you? Me? Oh, I'm independent. I just go wherever the app tells me to go. I'm a Rekai practitioner, a relaxation practitioner. It's hard to believe you can relax anymore. You can laugh, but I'm good at this. I have a high-class clientele living on the island. The island? What are you doing here, then? My work night hasn't started yet. I take care of insomniacs, people who tend to have problems sleeping. So they call me. Oh no, as a last resort, I'm just waiting for the app to go off. And the coffee here is free. I need to know where his phone is. We risk nothing by trying. We risk We were being complete fools. Well, do you want to interrogate the customers? What's wrong with that? I don't have time for this. I'll take chances with the power. Boy has more vision than you, Osmond. Alright, I'm out. I can't take this bullshit anymore. Good luck, boy. You can keep the phone if you ever find it, but I doubt you will. Wow, you pissed him off. I thought you were friends. We are, or we were supposed to be. He's too many and I believe in my powers. He claims to be a scientific mind, yet he rules out my claims without experimenting. He doesn't believe in Rakai? Rakai? No. I have other abilities. I can't say I like it either, but I guess I got no choice. What kind of powers are we talking about? I can read minds and walk the dreamscape. Holy shit, that coffee must be strong. Making fun of my powers, you'll see, but I only use them to help our cause. What cause? Never mind, no cause at all. If Osmond sends you, I guess I can help him. But can I trust you? Do you really accept my help with all your soul? Yeah. I'll start by scanning you and read your soul's spirit. Are you ready? Oh, whoa. Okay. I like it. Let's do the multi-ball with this one. The multi-ball will be good for this. Alright. Oh, fuck, I fucked it. I fucked it, chat. We're not gonna get the diplomacy one. Alright, let's see. Oh, I totally whiffed it! I whiffed it! No! I'm feeling a resistance, but not the kind I like. Let yourself go. No! Okay. Do we have to resist? Thank you for the head pats. We don't even get a multi-ball in this one. What is this? Okay, I beat the score. We're good. We're good. I wonder what his abilities will be. Like, if we get his pachinko ball or not. Nice. Awesome. Oh, again? Oh, I think I might have to hit all the big numbers on this one. Okay. Oh, nice, I got it. I got it. Your mind is like a concrete wall. Hee hee. And I also have a heart of steel. There's nothing to be proud of. There's no relaxation possible. Crap. Did I lose all my powers? No, wait, that can't be. Are you sure you want to help? Yes, but I want my privacy. Look, I need to know who you are, if I can trust you, but for that, you must open yourself to others. I'm open. I help everybody. Ask Osmond. I know that you were going to give me a coin. Ha, no wait, now you remember. That was in another life already. I know you like to help, but tell me, are you ready to receive help? I guess so. I don't know if I'll get this dialogue even. Oh, maybe. Oh fuck, I was hoping it was a little- I was hoping it would careen a little bit more to the right. Damn. I'm trying, it's hard, but I'm trying. See, you're already opening a little bit. What's so scary? Everything. Alright, I'm gonna do the sticky ball this way. Oh, this is hard. Oh shit. I ain't scared, it's just who I am. Sorry man, I can't read your mind, I don't know. I just need help, okay? I don't need physical alone relaxation. It's a shame. I could have shared things with you, but for Osmond's sake, I'll help you with your ticket problem. Finally, see, there are forces in this. Oh my god, bro. Just tell me where it is. Just tell me where the phone is. I know you stole it. Follow my lead and you can find out who stole Osmond's phone. Okay. Yes. I have 3 balls left. I don't know, chat. Maybe if I can get a 2-fer. Ah, no, please! Fuck. Oh wait, I got the ball back. Fuck yeah. I can still do it. Ooh, this is hard. Oh, 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 yes! 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 Incredibly. Follow my lead. Sounds great. You will be looking forward to you in a dream. Alright, just relax, breathe in, listen to it, concentrate, and let your mind slip. Don't fight it. Ah, God. That's right, sleep. But stay with me for a while. Now think about your quest. What are you looking for? Who are you looking for? Is this Alex? Is this Alex? This looks like Alex. Our friend that we kind of stood up on friending. Feels like I'm kind of meant to lose this. Ooh, ball preview? Oh, let's do it like this. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't awesome, but, you know, it was not the worst either. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay. Let's see, can we like wait, we can bake it. Yeah! Preview ball rocks! I love preview ball. Plop. Focus hand, breathe. Oh fuck. Right, sorry. I threw it in the basket. We're getting really lucky for Sam. I see a woman. Okay, we know we're looking for a woman. It's an old woman with sunglasses, pink hair, matching socks, and a badass attitude. That sounds like Henriette. She comes here often. Where is she? I don't know. Relax. Stay asleep. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Let's do the preview ball again. I like the preview ball. Alright. We did it like... this? Okay. Okay, well, that wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. Og? Og? Let's do it like this, I guess. Yes. Okay. Now we can do it like this. Oh, sweet. I feel the thrill of losing and winning, and I feel the filthy scent of money. This is it. All right, Sam, you're doing great. Don't wake up. I'm sending you straight to the casino. What? Give me back my sandwich. Huh? Where am I? Arthur? Damn, my feet hurt. Did I sleepwalk all the way to the casino? Apparently, and it took us apparently like a little less than an hour. Anyway. Well, Henriette. She could be there. I mean, she stole Osmond's phone. Oh, it's a blackjack table. Hey, Hen. Hush! Don't say a word, fool. I'm on a comeback. Cool. I feel like she's like fierce. She's a fierce old woman, you know. I do the multi-ball. I've used the multi-ball in a while. Nice. Like, you know, I feel like it's always like in stories, like fierce old ladies like fierce young whippersnappers, you know? It's always how it goes. Nice. Alright. Who dares to interrupt? I'm here to help you about the phone. I'm here. I'm Sam. I'm here to help you. Help me. Do what? That's sweet, but I don't see how you can be any help to me. Yeah, you know, what comes and goes. Let me be your lucky charm. Why not? You seem nicer than my last husband. He used to come play with me. And I have a feeling your help won't be free. I hear you've collected a few tombola tickets. If only I had plenty when stepping into this damn place, but I've been blackjacked. But maybe together we can blackjack the casino. Can I trust you? Hell yeah, you can, mamacita. Let's use this one. And then I will use it on this one. Ew, that was a gamble. Oh, but it worked out. Oh, thank goodness. Woo. And I like that, like, the speed of progressing the story is all about how fast I want to finish stuff, you know? It's not about, like, one second. Okay, there we go. Alright. You're stuck in a loophole. You need change. You're right, I'm tilted. Well, it looks like Providence sent you. The tides I love how excited the old lady is. I need help to get all my lost tickets back. You're hired. You lost your tickets how? Yeah, I had a phone full of virtual tickets. A phone, right? And all the tickets are gone. I played them. You played them? Look, tonight, because of Tombola, all winnings are converted into virtual tickets. And you can use the tickets directly to place bets. So we just bet the right number on the roulette wheel. Great. No, wait. I have a better. Are you familiar with the noble art of blackjack? The game where you just got robbed at. Never mind. I have a winning technique, but I need a partner. You want us to cheat at blackjack? Be quiet. I'm not doing it. What if we get caught? Follow me and we can win big tonight. Or you can send us both to jail. If you don't like my plan, we can try your luck at the roulette wheel. You seem pretty desperate to me coming to a casino to win tickets. Where will you end up if you don't manage to get what you want? Hi, Moira. Is that better than prison? Oh dear, then let's go. Let's blackjack the casino. Poggers. Ooh. What was Grandma's? Oh, it's a respawning ball. Oh. Moira wanted attention, but then she didn't want attention. Fuck. Oh, I was really hoping we could get this one. We already got all the points we need. Yippee! Woo! Let's win this. Cheating shouldn't be hard. Well, we shouldn't technically cheat. Technically, we shouldn't cheat. And I feel like Grandma's strategy is not really gonna be cheating. It's just gonna be something a little kooky. A little quirky. You know? Blackjack. Nice one, kid. The plan is going according to... Hush. Shut up, you dumbass. Alright, Grandma. I want the multi-ball. Oh, there's different options. Did you know? I don't want the lying one. I want, like, the fierce or the diplomacy one. I like those ones. Fuck. I wonder, can I hit them even if they're not on screen? I wonder. I don't think that's how that works. Oh, please! Fuck. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this one, chat. What was he? What, but we got one. We got one, so it's not the worst. I'm not a dumbass. And the moat, are you fishing or something? That's funny. I was born and raised in the valley before it was flooded, I remember, but I thought you were too young to have known that time. Poor boy, you lost your home. You're not so different then. You know, a long time ago, before you were born, there was a beautiful place. There was a peaceful neighborhood in place of this casino, the Flowers District. I'm telling you, I'm not that young. I remember when vtuber tore down the building with their wrecking ball and their explosive. I had friends at school who lived there. We went to see the building collapse. It was the first time I saw adults crying. Those assholes evicted entire families, children. Can you imagine? Yeah, I can. Oh, yes, of course. And they built a casino. Now you're giving them all your money. I'm a woman of contradictions, but above all, I also lived in those buildings. I had a small flat where this very table stands. They got rid of the others, but they won't get rid of me. And now let's screw them and win back all their dirty money. Let's go, Grandma! You got... We're so getting this, Grandma. Don't you worry. I need that. I want that. I want the thing to go. I want the special orb. Give me special orb. Please. Let's do the respawning ball. Seems awfully helpful in times like this. I say as it dies and fails me. We did get all the big points though, so now it's just up to us making the little points. Which isn't so bad. Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. Now we can sack the rest of our balls. Well, let's not sack them, but I could sack them. Jackpot. You're a pretty good kid, but keep cool, will you? We're earning like trader bots. Like what? Don't you know the trader bots? You're right. You're not that young. You're late. Okay, what are they? They're robots that work as traders on the island. They say they win 10 times more than human traders, but they lose 100 times. Uh-oh. Follow us, please. Our employer would like to very much speak with you. To congratulate you, of course. Of course. Negotiate. Last time we didn't negotiate. We were just kind of like, we just ran. Last time. But I don't know, but Grandma probably doesn't have good hips. So I think we should try to help Grandma out in this situation. She was trying to help us out, you know? Let's use... kind of want to use a splice ball. Alright. Alright, I want to see if I can get the splice ball just one more time. Oh, okay. Oh, hog. Oh. There we go. I got it! Yippee! Okay, we're gonna try to negotiate. What would big... We're innocent, I'm innocent, Henry... We're innocent. Fucking, we're innocent. I'm not telling you how we did it, but rejoice, you haven't lost any money. Oh my gosh. My apologies to your boss, but we have to participate in a real economy somewhere else. Come on, milady. Let us find a more respectable place for us to spend our money. Sure thing, kiddo. Yes! That was close. You're a smart one. You're welcome. Alright, I get it. Let's split 50-50. I was thinking at least 60 for saving our asses. Alright, 60-60 then. I believe that's enough to win the tombola. The trader bots you were talking about, they're real, right? Of course they are. They live and work at the stock exchange on the island. I'll go to the island then. I'll meet those robots and trade tickets with them. It's the only way to find enough tickets to win. Sam, ma'am, over here. Huh? What the? Mom? Oh, hi! Is that our mom? Our mom looks fucking sick, dude. Get in. Pat, our mom? Her mom looks fucking sick, dude! She wears the same pink that we dyed her hair. Wow, Mom, right on time. As always, baby. Pedal to the metal. Sure thing, ma'am. Now, son, I'm going to rest at the back of this bus, listen to a bit of music. Working late? I'm finished. Heading to park my gear and kiss her goodnight. Good thing I came to buy the casino, right? Right. That was a hell of a coincidence. Hold on to something, will you? Safety first. Why am I diplomacying my mom? Is she gonna be mad at me? Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't No need. I say, baby, you will fall. Stop patronizing me. I'm not a baby video. I'm a real bus surfer. As you wish. Don't come whining to me when you fall. Mom, I never whined. Last time? Yeah, last time was 10 years. Okay, let's surf then. So you're seeing a new mom now? New mom? The old lady at the back of the bus. Don't play innocent. Oh, no, I want to tell her the truth. Seduction. Why is seduction a choice? I don't know if multi-ball is actually a good idea, but... Oh, she might be jealous. I feel like seduction would be a good one, because it's like, I'm probably like, but mom, it's just an old lady. She could never be you, because you're young, and my mom, my actual mom. More like grandmother, you're the one and only. I'm probably never gonna be yours. Yeah, well, I got no trouble providing for my mother. But I don't have to put food on the table for my granny, too. I need help, it's you. I have a job, you know. I don't need any help. The other pays rent. I want you to be safe. You work so hard for me. Now it's my turn. I pay my rent alright. I have no money problems. I have a good job and I'm making a living. A job you didn't choose and it's killing your back. One day, you'll see. I'll free you from the slavery. Slavery? Look who's talking about slavery. Aren't you a Pierre slave? No, it's temporary. It's part of training as an entrepreneur. He says I need to know the true meaning of work. Hey. It's okay. Follow your dreams, but be careful. If I were you, I'd break up with Pierre. He's no good for you. He's using you. You don't know that. Maybe it's your choice. I respect that. I don't have to go straight to the bus center. I can make a detour. So where are you going? What's next step of your plan? Mama, I'm going to the island. I don't know if I can get in there though. This is awfully hard when the balls keep moving. Hog. Okay. Respawning ball. Bloop. That was bad. That is better. Oh, hog. Oh god. Okay, I got the diplomacy one at least. It's not a terrible. To the stock exchange. No, not yet. I didn't save you from the casino to send you straight to the stock exchange. I'm the bowl of tickets. And do you have the island to find tickets? I thought we had plenty here downtown. No, not enough, I'm afraid. The traders here have them all. Yeah, I know it's far, sorry. No, it's just I'm not crossed the bridge in a long time. I don't want my mama to be sad. I don't want to lie to my mom. Oh, the seduction went down! I'm gonna tell her the truth. I'm gonna be a truther. If I can't do seduction, I'll be a truther. Alright, actually, no, I'll be a liar. With our houses, we rented the place, and we had a lot of other houses I've gone to. But still are. The other ones never felt the same. Well, this is it. We're here. There's no turning back now. I'm sorry, Mom. Do you remember the house? Not much. Yeah, you were only 5 when we had to move. But I remember one thing, the park. Of course, the park. You could spend hours there, even when it was freezing cold. And do you remember you told me that when you want to grow up, you wanted to work in the park? Yeah. The crazy ideas kids can have sometimes. Yeah. I guess that's another dream I never fulfilled. Don't be hard on yourself. You set the bar too high. What's going on? You. Surprise, scumbag. Sam, what's going on? Are the pigs after you? I'll help you. We're having a little chat with your friend here. Oh, I can't spell. Sam, don't trust his lying fascist pig. I won't, Henriette. Fight the power. Yeah, you can try, but first, Sam, you're going to gently come and surrender so I can hand you over to Pierre. Be a good boy or I zap greetings. Sam, don't. It's a trap. Ooh. Oh, yeah. What's Mom's? Moving cannon? Oh, I can move it. Oh, I like it. Oh, that's so nice. I know I didn't use it there, but you know. Right there, maybe? Oh, well. Okay, so let's get the diplomacy one. Okay, we got one more ball. Nice! One ball to spare because we made it in the bin. There's a trap you would. Okay, I can explain. It better be good. I don't give up. In fact, I never give up. My worst husband was a cop. Okay. I want to use the magnet ball. I feel like the magnet ball will be pretty good for this. I say as it bounces out. What the helly? What the hellia? Okay, wait, we got this. Boop. Oh my god, please. I don't have a lot of balls left, please. Ah, I fucked up. Talking doesn't matter. You can't argue with a cop. Shoot and you'll prove that you're just a symbol of violence. Do what I want. No, Grandma! He's an old woman, you bastard. Oops, must be an old bumper road. I see a bumper with a road. Brace yourselves. Oh shit, Mom. Oh shit, Mom's about to swing this bus around, chat. She's not messing around. Fuck. Fuck, I want the special. Oh, fuck yeah. We'll use a spicy ball, I guess. Nice. Nice. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be extra fine. We're gonna be extra fine. He's not gonna be fine though. He's gonna eat metal, bro. Oh, mama's swinging the bus. And I kicked him out of the bus. I got him. He fell from the bus. Mom, are you alright? Henriette, what about you? I'm good, I'm good. Whew. It's not the first time I've been tased, you know, and I've been struck by lightning 3 times. Sam, we're here. Henriette, where are you going? Oh, nowhere. We're on the island, right? I'll manage. Where's the money? I can make money. Bye, kid. Good luck with your tickets. Bye, Grandma. 1 hour to midnight. I must hurry. I want to ask why you have cops on your back, but Sam, please be careful. I don't want to see you in jail or read your purgatory. You mean obituary? Maybe. Now run. I love you. Love you too. Ah, we have a good mom and son relationship. That makes me so happy. All right. Okay, let's. Oh, it's Axel. I totally forgot about him. Sam, where are you? Axel, how are you? What happened with Burger? Did he hurt you? I'm fine. We only managed to contain him for only a few minutes after you left. You seemed to be his main target. He didn't even bother with me or Jenny. As soon as he freed himself, he ran after you. I would have used a bit more time. He found me again. Really don't know what happened. The truth. Shit. Let's do the moving cannon. I quite like that one. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Nice. I wish we got like bonus things for having like just like a little like flare thing for having. Don't get involved, Axel. This is between Pierre and me and crazy cop. Sam, this guy's dangerous. Yeah, and he's after me, not you. So stay as far away as you can. Sam, you need help. No, man, I'm just about to get all the tickets I need. So you're still chasing the tickets. You're always like that when you have something on your mind, aren't you? Are you getting anywhere at least? Yes. Yes, I am, actually. Actually, I think I should have used the other one. Right. Oh, this is gonna suck. I don't think I'm gonna get the dialogue ones. The diplomacies. Please, the diplomacies. I like diplomacy. Oh, I did it! I did it! Hard? I didn't expect that to happen. I'm gonna win. I got help. I got help, lots of it. People from the underground, you met them? I met Osmar. I went to Osmond's, yes, and met the weird guy who told me you went to the casino. That's Arthur. He's cool, I guess. He even helped my mom. Really? Yeah. And I have a plan to get all the tickets in the world. I'm gonna win this. Okay, so you don't need me, is what you're telling me. I didn't say that. I just got my back covered. But I'm on my own now. I need to finish this my way. Yes, but what if Burger comes back? What if he finds you alone? Don't worry, I took care of him. Did you kill him? Nah, man, of course not. He might return, right? And he find you alone. Alright, I'm coming to get you, Sam. Where are you? Tell him the truth. Tell him the truth. We are at the island. Yeah, but I feel like if we tell him... I feel like a lot of times in stories like these, when you don't tell your partner what's happening, they're gonna get into, like, more of a dangerous situation because you don't tell them. So I'd rather just tell them, if I'm honest. Too dangerous. I'm at the stock exchange. Okay, I'm at the stock exchange. Interesting. Trader bots are interested in Tabolo tickets. That's what Henriette told me. Henriette, a friend. I think I can trust her. I'm on my way then. Hurry up. It's almost midnight and have tickets sold. You better not get killed by Bird. Nah, man. You better not get killed. I won't. Okay, Axe is coming. Now I have the energy to steal all the tickets in the world. Anyway, the stock exchange must be around the corner. I hope the guy at the door lets me in. In case I won't let him stop me, I'll get all the tickets and I'll be out of trouble before Axel finds me. That's the hope. Hello, is this a stock exchange? Indeed it is, dear customer. Can I come in? You may not, dear customer. How can I be a customer if I can't come in? Everyone is a dear customer in our consumer society. That's fair. Now I gently ask you to move along. Very important trades are being made at the moment behind the doors. Yes, and I want to be part of it. State your identity. Oh shit, I don't really need that. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Oh, please, yes. Yes, yes! Oh, there was one more! Ah, I got it. Oh, I fucked that one up. Oh, I fucked this one up. Oh, no. Bloop. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no! Okay. Bloop. Oh. Oh. Yes! Yes! I'm really good at pachinko, guys. A new business partner. Really? And what business with that? You know, the most beautiful there's trading, stock options, markets, earning per share, tombola tickets. Delightful. You do need to send it your track. What is your name, fellow trader, so I can add you to our file? First name Sam. Sam, are you the Sam? Oh my guess. The one who brought to life the Robos 4 3000 serial numbers. Oh, I remember. You could say I'm technically their mom. A dad. It's an honor to meet the person of the creators in person. And it's an honor to welcome you into our humble facility. Please proceed. Wait, really? It's that simple? Don't you want to go in? Yeah, sure, thanks. Nice! Here I am. The trader bot wasn't much trouble after all. Greetings, sir. You again. I think you're mistaking me for my colleague outside, who was supposed to prevent any intruder tender. I'm no intruder. I'm the Sam. The Sam, the father? I'm in person. It's a great honor to have you here. Let me introduce myself in our community. Please call us trader boys. We, amongst ourselves, call ourselves die-Uberlingen. Okay, let's stick with trader bots if you don't mind. Our creators brought us to life to take care of global economy. In a world regulated by unregulated economy, you need shepherds to look after the markets. We are those shepherds. Money never sleeps, so we don't. I guess building sentient robots was way cheaper than ending capitalism. Indeed, it was even lucrative. Hey, I know this word. We're managing to asset the biggest companies in the world. Downbrit, Zondoros, Batty Brute, you name it. But not tonight. Tonight is all about Tombola tickets. Indeed, sir, you are well informed. But why? What do you care about Tombola? Do you want the teddy bears so much? Why is the whole upset? It's all we care about. You see, even if we practically were there, we're lacking something. Hair? Humanity. We know that something is missing from our existence. A soul, a heart, call it what you will. A few years ago, one of us won the tombola and got a life-size Crocosaurus. Oh yeah, I remember that. Axe wanted it so bad. The listener that life that received this gift felt something new. Actually, feeling something was new to them. Receiving the soft comfort of an inanimate object freed them from their condition, and they left the exchange. Since then, we've devoted Tombola Night to trading tickets. Every year, we use stuffed animals to elevate one of us to bring a higher state of being. So you want a bear to become humans? Humans? I don't want to be called humans, but we expand our sentience to human feelings. Oh man, sorry to break it to you like this, but you're not gonna wait this year. Because tonight I won all your tickets. I was afraid you were also here to end ours, but so be it. And I'm not doing this for fun, it's not personal, but it looks like gambling with robots is the only way to win in this crazy town. If that's what you desire, how many tickets do you want to put on the stock market? I honestly, I don't really know, to be honest. With my luck, I feel like I could go big, but I don't really know. Okay, I got the diplomacy one. See if I can get these ones. I cannot get the fierceness one, but I think that's okay. Oh, quarter of it, half of it. Let's do half of it. Meager, but I didn't expect much from you. I know the human computer will connect, but it is very weak. Sorry, little. Yeah, my robot already told me. This is a cruel and unforgiving bird. I was born ready. Okay, Pog. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's do... I feel like the slicing ball would be good for this because of how, like, vertical a lot of this is, you know? Let's do this one. So nervous. We gotta get the Tombola tickets, guys. Tombola tickets so we don't die. That's what this whole mission was about. Oh fuck, I fucked that one up. Okay, we still got 1,000. Let's hit that. Oh god, I didn't hit the refresh. Oh, but I beat the score. Yippee! Haha, that means I won money, right? Tickets actually, but tonight it's worth more than money. Oh, I like this feeling. Let's trade again. Okie dokie shit. Okay. I really like the slicing ball on these. I feel like the slicing balls do good. Like there. Yeah, see? We're already really close. I kind of missed this one. We'll wait for it to come back around. Nice. Bloop, bloop. I'm pretty good at this, chat. Huh, I knew I had good. This is unfortunate for us. No mercy, I told you I was here to win 5 minutes till midnight. What? Already? This is your last chance to win and may the most daring win. Remember that. After the results of the tumble, all your tickets will be worth it. Also remember that even if you only have one ticket, it might be the one. Then it's time to go all in. I'm the master of my fate. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, dude. No. Oh my god, I need that slicing ball! I need the slicing ball! Chad, I need the slicing ball! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I panicked! No! Okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, I got this. Oh my god. Okay. I'm locking in. I said I was. No! I wasted the balls! Ah! Fuck. Oh, but probably these are cool. I know, but but rejoice. I will soon share yours. Joyce, how can I reduce our joy? I can't kill me. Perry's gonna kill me. I got rid of you, and you'll pay for that too. This ends now. I won't tolerate any more of your shenanigans. T-Boy, help me! Sorry, being probably I cannot. PR owns you too. Literally, we can't talk like civilized people. You mean like last time when you brought your mother to kick me out? No, not like this. Okay. Oh shit! I can seduce him. Oh, this is gonna be so hard. Oh god. I don't know about this, chat. Okay, I got one. Did I get the ball back? I think I got the ball back. Hello, friend. How are you? Hi, Teeny. How are you? I'm sorry. I'm very sucked up in pachinko. I'm sorry. How are you? I'm good. I am playing this game called Jump of the Track. It is very fun. It is a visual novel. It's a visual story, but like you also get like a lot of you play pachinko in order to pick the dialogues. It is fun. It is fun. Yeah, so see, now I just got the fierceness and the seduction one. I have one ball left. Maybe I can get the lying one, but we'll see. Now, oh fuck, no. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get it. Oh fuck, okay, I have a second chance. I don't know if I'll get it though, chat. I didn't. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. We got the fierceness and the seduction one, so maybe one of those two will work out. Oh, maybe I needed all three. Oof. Oh, I was really hoping I'd win that teddy bear. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs! That means so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh my god, thank you so much, Teeny. You got this, thank you. We got boy somewhere near the moat. There, that's a sturdy boy. Pierre, I was afraid Burger fried your few remaining brain cells, but you can recognize me. Wait, am I tied to a concrete block? As a matter of fact, you are. I love concrete. It's the best material to build an empire with, or to get rid of parasites like you. Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs! Yippee! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah! I love you. Thank you, thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dee. I will try my best to get the good ending just for you. I love concrete. Oh, yeah. Pierre, listen to me, please. And there he goes, talking, always talking. That's your best defense, isn't it? Do you ever consider for a second talking could get you into trouble? Of course not. You don't think. You never did. I thought you were a smart boy. I guess I was mistaken. But you're in luck. I'm willing to listen to you one last time because I like you, Sam, dearly. So I'm begging you, give me one good reason not to kill you right now. Okay, alright. Alright, we gotta do a good job, chat. Oh, that wasn't great. That wasn't great. Oh, I'm sweating, chat. Okay, we have one chance. Get diplomacy. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got diplomacy. It's not a lot, but maybe he'll take it, you know? You can't kill me for a bear. He can kill you wherever he wants to. A bear? Is that what you call her? Who are you talking about? What are you talking about? Cuddle bear. Nina is the one I destroyed at the laundromat. What's so funny, you lunatic? Not what? I mean, yes, I'm going to kill you, Snap. But because of this, but not, I wasn't even aware. What? Come on, boy. I'm a grown man. I don't kill people for stupid reasons. And Nina is a big girl now. She's old enough to learn about grief. By killing her favorite babysitter? By killing the clumsy laundryman who seduced my girlfriend. Say what now? What girlfriend? I seduced nobody. If you mean Harriet, our relationship is strictly platonic. I'm talking about Miss Beauty, my Jenny. She's mine, you moron. Fortunately, Burger was there to watch her when you snuck into her trip. No, I didn't seduce Jenny. Don't call her that. For you, it's Miss Beauty. Why else would you visit her then? To get the bear. Stop talking about the stupid bear. It was about the bear, man. It was always about the bear. It was always about the bear. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, maybe we need to go a different one. Maybe like this. Oh, that was bad, that was bad, that was bad. Okay. Okay, we got one more of the seduction ones. Okay, maybe we do need to go this way, okay? Okay, maybe. Look, guys, this is hard. I don't know if I'm gonna get this, guys. I think I'm just gonna have to be honest with him. Oh my god! Oh my god! I just need one more of the VH1! I'm gonna go straight down the middle. And maybe it'll save me. I don't know. Oh! Oh! Baby, 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 baby. Baby, nope. That was it. I was so close to getting 2 of them. I didn't seduce her. I just had to talk to her. You took the leverage you shouldn't have, boy. You know your place. And that's not the only new acquaintance you should have met tonight. Your friends from the underground network. They're filthy socialists. They're a real danger to society. Oh, they give it the videos, the giant, to find the emo. Danger. They're just poor people trying to help each other. Exactly. They're not meant to help each other. They're meant to work. They're meant to work for me. Let the people talk to each other and they'll stop listening to me. And eventually they'll go after their bosses. Thought you were on my side, Sam. I thought you knew your place. So did I. But you're just filthy peasant with a narrow mind and no real ambition. You. I believed you. But you betrayed me. You're a bad investment. And like all bad investments, I have to get rid of you before it costs me too much. Burger, I'm done with him. You know what to do. My pleasure, boss. Wait, no. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I'm drowning. I'm drowning and I don't even get a special ball. Damn, Teeny crush it. Teeny is crushing it. Teeny top of the leaderboard. Teeny top of the leaderboard. Ugh. Oh, this is gonna be so hard. Oh, I didn't do it. My leg! Oh god, nope, I'm dead. Maybe Axel came to save me. Baby. Dreaming. How could you possibly know that? Give me a minute. Am I dead? What's going on? Sam, you're alive. Oh, so that's where the garlic smells from. Did you save me from the water? How? I have often worked on underwater power lines, and I have the sharpest knife in town. Putting the rope was more than easy. Wow, I don't think I could thank you enough. How did you find me? Henriette called me to apologize. She told me you were heading to the stock exchange. We had a fuss back there. It wasn't hard to locate you among the trader bots. Robots don't appear in the dreamscape. And yet they dream. What? Never mind. We were lucky that we were on our way to the island. Why did you come here? Well, don't be afraid, but... Ooh. Ooh. I like that emo. There's an uprising going on. What? Are you kidding me? What do you mean, an uprising? People are marching on the island to take the power back. The cops have failed to contain the uprising, and the angry mob is flooding the island. Just look. Wow! This became much more political. Oh snap, this is for real. But why? Why tonight? Because of the tombola. Too many tickets were minted tonight. Their value plummeted. When Jenny announced how many there were tonight, people quickly did the math. They understood that they had no chance of winning against the traders. That was the last straw. The opium of the people was no longer affected. The people understood that they had been deceived. They understood that it was all scam, that they never had a chance to begin with. It was obvious that the big companies were cheating the people, so they started to riot. They're trading for themselves. What do you mean? They want to win the bear for themselves to become human. It doesn't matter. I don't think people are even angry at the bots. They know who is really responsible. And what about you? Are you ready? What, me? Osmond? Who? Haha! We've been preparing for this one for a long time. I knew it. Pierre was right about you. You are revolutionaries. Let's just say that we maintained a spirit of solidarity among the people. Do you think that the underground was just helping people? We wouldn't have to keep our little group secret if it was the case. But we're not alone. There are plenty of groups like ours in the city. We couldn't have done it alone. Yes, but we're a small cog in a big machine, and you could be part of it. Oh, I got really sucked into the story. I'm sorry. I got really sucked into the story. I don't have time to think of my next move. What will it be? This one. I want multi-ball. Multi-ball, because I miss my friend. This one. Bloop. Bloop. Yippee! Pierre has to pay. Look, son, I know he tried to murder you, but... Hello, RNG Viper! That's not all. Oh, there's worse. What? What can be worse than that? I learned the darkest truth. Pierre is the head of Body Brute. I recognize the logo on the cement truck. What? We found out that Pierre Labat owns Body Brute, but everybody knows that. You knew? Of course we knew. He's ultra famous. It's even in his name. What? Pierre Oh. Crap. I knew I was missing something the whole time. But now I know who's behind the construction work. I know who made us move with Mom when I was little. I know who flooded the moat, and he will pay. Okay, easy now. He's your enemy, fine, but he's also ours. He's a billionaire. If we take down the system, he's finished. He will no longer have any power. Alright, I'm with you then. I owe you guys. Let's make the revolution. Let's destroy everything. Wow, wow, wow. Calm down. Yeah, brother, focus. I'm sensing you're a bit upset right now. Do you want to change the world or just take revenge on Pierre? I want to help the world! I want to help the world. I don't know if I'll get all these ones. These are kind of in odd locations. I like that they did different shapes though. I don't think they needed to make them elongate like they did, but I still think it looks cool. I don't think I'm getting either of these. Nope. Almost got the seduction one, but it was kind of like in a weird corner. I'm doing it for the people. I'm always here for the people. You know, I'm always willing to help. Exactly. It's all about helping others. We're fighting for the common good. The common good will make a better life for all of us. Yeah, all our problems have a common origin. The system sucks. Trust us. We'll all be better when we're not exploited anymore. It will seek justice for all the oppressed people of the city. Isn't it awesome? What about you guys? Why are you involved in this? You're business owners. You shouldn't rise against capital. Are you kidding me? Do you think we own the business just for the sake of it? We do it to survive. I'd rather do Rakai without the pressure of making enough money every night. Man, they managed to make it stressful. We all have our own bosses to try to survive, and now the working class is split. There's less and less solidarity in our society. We're all rivals. That's exactly what the big bosses wanted. Now we want to change the spirit of the world to appease it. Yes, but we want to get the people the basic safety they need first. Sure, Oz, but we can't have that if people don't believe in the right ideal, or they'll try to compete with each other. Of course not. People won't compete if they have what they need to survive. This one. I want this split ball. Give me that split ball. Bloop. 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 Haha! I'm still here. What? Me? With him? Sorry, my dad left before I learned to talk, so I'm not gonna recognize marital problems. Stop it. Now that I have your attention, can we move on? You're right, kid. It's time for action. Maybe, but there's always a need for reflection. We shouldn't rush into battle without a plan. So what do? We have a plan, but first, we need to gather our troops. Right, I'm all with you guys. Speaking of which, there's anything I need to do first. I need to find Ansel. He was supposed to find me on the island. Sorry, kid, but he had other mission to fulfill. When he called us, we needed help with something. We sent him to find Pat. Pat? Mom? Yes, your mom. She's with us. No way. Well, that actually makes a lot of sense. They should have arrived right now. They must have been delayed. I'm calling Axel. Hey, Ax. I'm with Oz and Art. Where are you? Okay, I'll be right there. They're stuck on the bridge. Traffic is jammed because of the riots. Alright, let's go find them. It's not very far away, but hey, he's got a knife. Oh, shit. Shit, the cop. Run! He's got a knife because his arm's a knife. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. That's where we're going. We must find a way around the cops. Arthur, you're the one who works on the island. Tell us where to go. Oh, no, no, no. The main roads are blocked. Maybe I can find with my third eye. Arthur, now's not the time for... It's not bullshit. I'll share my knowledge of the streets with you. Yeah, you do that. Guys, which way? I don't know. Art, follow your heart. Oh, shit. Let's do this one. A little bit. Okay, I think that'll work. Alright, now we gotta do this one. Oh, you can do it, I believe. Fuck. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright, now we gotta get as many as we can. And we're pogging. We are the pogging jet. Woohoo! Okay, it's working. You just got lucky. Oz, I get it, but why don't you believe in Arthur? He sent me to the casino without waking me. Yeah, that's true. I just don't like being lied to, and there's always a trick. Maybe he hypnotized you, that's all. And there's no special power that's documented in science. Left or right? Left. Close your eyes. Oh, shit. Let's use the special ball. Oh god, I fucked that one up. Oh wait, I got it back. Oh my god, this is so much harder because they're moving. Ugh. Okay. Now. Woo! Okay. Oh, that was not what I was hoping for. Fuck. Damn. I don't think we made it. Not this way. Arthur, you have no power. Yes, I do. I just need you to believe in it. So it's not working because of me, because of both of you. I'm sensing a little skepticism on Sam's side. We just ran into a pig. Let me be skeptical. That's why it's not working. You don't believe. Sorry, man, but it's hard to believe. I know, but you're supposed to trust me enough. We're supposed to be friends. I'm not good if you think I'm no good. I don't think that. Then show me a bit of trust and maybe I won't be so anxious about it. Find the way. Okay. Oh, it changed. We're using the slicing ball. Woo. Oh fuck, I whipped it, chat, no! Oh, we were 100 points off! Oh, goodness. Don't mind me. What does that even mean? I really don't know how that works. Arthur, why don't you just have nothing to do with this? Because I needed Osmond. I need to believe in something greater. I need to know that there's something more than this terrible, terrible world full of danger. I need to believe that there's something out there watching over me, and I need to believe I can control it, even if I don't. Because if you don't believe in me, and if I don't believe in myself, then who will? Man, you don't need magic. You have us. You have the underground. Hell, you have me. What? You know, we're here to help you, and not just with free coffee. Don't you already know that? Yeah, man, I may not believe in your powers, but I believe in you. Huh. Art, they got him. Oh no, not yet. It sounds like, what the? They beat this, and here we are. Osmond, did you just take a whole squad of armed cops single-handedly? Yup. Osmond, you're awesome. Well, no, really, thanks, my friend. I was dead. Don't mention it. We must stick together. Why did we run? We could have taken him out in the first. I just got lucky. I don't want to risk my life against these fascists if I don't have to. And using violence is bad, son. Well, it saved my life. I wasn't going to change the way they see the world. Huh, maybe you could have. Okay, maybe not. I suppose sometimes it doesn't hurt to be a little more down to earth. But it didn't hurt. But it did hurt someone. We should move. Okay, the bridge is right there. We made it. Axel and Pat should be there. We found our friends. I hope you're right. I found them. Great, thanks, Art. Sam, Mom, Ax, baby, you're here. We were so worried. Axel told me about your troubles with Pierre. Why didn't you tell me? I could have come with you to have a little conversation with him. That's nice, Mom, but he's not a bully who stole my snack. He's more dangerous. Did you meet him tonight? Hi, Cheerful! Haha, my boys finally reunited. You should hug or even kiss. Oh, don't be shy, boys. Mom, you guys are boring. Sometimes I wish you were girls. There would be less problems and more open conversation. I'll give you boys all the space you need. Where have you been? Anything happened to you with that happened at the ticket market? Well, in a way, that's great. So you helped a lot. Osmond and Arthur sent me to find your mom. Mission accomplished. Yeah, but we've been stuck here since the uprising started. Why are you here? What about Pierre, the Tombola? What happened? Tell him the truth. Multi-ball. Eat it now, please. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, we have enough balls for this. Yippee! Nice. Woo! Fuck Pierre. Fuck the establishment. Wow, who are you, Sam? What did you do to Sam? Turns out he didn't care about the bear. He was jealous because he thinks I hit on Miss Beauty. My audio just break? I think my headset. You kidding me? So I was right. Yeah, the guy's a monster. Oh man, this is horrible. I should have stayed with you. How are you feeling? You must be in shock. Thanks, Osmond. I'm alright. He got me out of the water. He knew I was there because of you, so thank you for saving mine. Don't mention, I didn't think it was actually a life and death situation. I'm relieved to see you. How did you manage to come here? Osmond and Art wanted to find you, gather our troops. But isn't the island full of cops? Yeah, but these guys are full of surprises. They're a bit bossy for people who want to abolish classes. Alright, so you're with the underground? Yep, looks like it. You're done with Pierre? It's hard to believe. He was like a father to you. All those ideas you had about getting rich, being a businessman, it kind of became your personality, man. Is it really over? I guess we'll have to find out. Look at the little ball go. I'm gonna go with diplomacy on this one. Or fierceness. Okay. Or both, you know? Each their own. Bloop. Oh, okay, not if I whip it. Not if I whip it. Damn, I couldn't get the fiercest one. Because I whiffed it. No, it became. Is it really over? Man, Pierre tried to kill me. Yeah, sure, of course. If the uprising can make it pay, I'm all for it. It seems like a lot of things have changed already. That's what revolutions are for, man. Yeah, you're right. And speaking of it, Osmond, Art, what's next? We have to make a big symbolic but also powerful move. We're going to destroy the dam and remove the water from the moat. Give the city back to the people. I get it, but how? We need to find a lot of explosives, the kind of explosives used to destroy an entire building. Exactly, the one used by Batterbrew. You got it. We're heading for Batterbrew. To beat Pierre? No, to steal the explosive. We'll see what we do about Pierre when we arrive on site. But the road is jammed. I'm sorry, but we'll have to walk. Don't worry. We'll need buses in the new world. Nobody's gonna harm her. We mean no harm to public services, on the contrary. We just want to destroy the social order. Fine, let's walk then. Won't be easy, but together we should be enough for the job. Wow, this is a whole ass story. Geez, do we have to climb to the top? No need, the warehouse is in the basement. Looks like the securities pissed their pants and fled before we got here. How are we supposed to get in? I heard that building is like a fortress. Even without guards, I'm sure there are locked doors and security measures everywhere. Sam, do you remember the... Of course I remember, don't tell me. In the envelope, there is no way. A high security clearance card that Jenny stole from Pierre. Awesome, so she's with us. Where is she, by the way? She's on local TV and on all social media. She's rallying her followers for our cause. True influencer. Who could have thought that such power could be used against capitalism? Oh, not Burger! Live, dry, ready to kick your ass. Don't move, all of you. It's over, Burger. We win. Just let us in and no one will get hurt. Punks, you're here to destroy everything. You think you can stop us with your tiny taser gun? Don't protect the building with this toy. He's not protecting the building. He's protecting Pierre. He's here too. You'll never get to him. Step back. Spicy time. Nice. Let's do this. Nice. Oh, I thought we had one more ball. Wasn't looking. That's okay. I don't like lying anyway. Join us. Join us, Burger. You are being exploited by Pierre. It's still time to do the right thing. Choose the good side. Bullshit. I won't listen to filthy communist scum. Prepare to die. Hey, pig. What? Yay, Grandma! Henriette, you're here. Why did you do that? I chose violence so you wouldn't have to, kid. And there's the only way to deal with fascists. Besides, the asshole tasered me. I need revenge. Alright, the way is clear. Let's break into the warehouse. Wait, no. What now? Pierre is here at the top in his office. I need to confront him. Come on, kid. I thought we were past that. So yourself, you're not the one who he tried to murder. Believe me, boy, I have plenty of reasons to have a private conversation with Pierre. But now is not the time. It's very much the time. I'm not have another chance. Boy, we need you down here. Think about what we're trying to accomplish. You need me? No way. You're more than enough to tear our system down without me. You're also talented, so powerful. You all fought the cause by yourself. Don't go there, boy. Meeting Pierre won't help. Go with the revolution. Right. I'm no use. It's no use to meeting Pierre now. Stripping him from his power will be enough, and there's nothing I can do if I face him. Yeah, Mom's proud of us. Yippee! Yippee! I must say I'm relieved. Relieved why? You really thought I was going to let you down? With you, I never know what to expect. Come on, man. Don't you know me after all these years? I knew you, but lately I'm not so sure. And by lately, I mean the last few years. It's all been about you and how you're going to be successful in business. You're on your own with this, and it's hard to tell what you're really doing. You really keep me away from it, and it doesn't feel like you want anyone to help you or even know what you're doing. Oh, yeah, that's pretty ambitious. Now reminiscing. Ooh, I want to seduce. I choose to seduce. Slicing ball. I want them to kiss. Axel, but what's your point? I needed you. Remember now, I needed you. It was just after we moved to the from the moat and a new tiny flat with Mom. I used to hate this place, so I asked you if I could come over and play video games and stay over. Mom spent so much time in her bus that I often had to stay by myself all night. Don't be Mom. You had no choice. You knew it. Yep. Sometimes it's just too hard. Things don't happen the way I had planned. Sometimes some things just happen and I can't control it. Yeah, exactly, so let it go. Don't try to manage everything. Just make the right choice when you can. You know what? It's always easier with friends. So are we friends or not? What was that for? What was that one for? Of course. Of course we are, man. Best friends in the world. Aww, at last, the boys have hugged. Finally, my boys are back together. Very moving. Now can we proceed? Sorry guys, but we need to hurry. Right, if I'm meant to make this with you, let's make 100% hardcore. That's good. To the warehouse! We're here. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna try to unfix it, chat. I'm gonna try to unfix it. Oh, goodness. What is this? It's a keypad. I think the slicing one would be good for this. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Please! Oh, nice. Okay. Oh. Okay, I did it. Pog. Slicing ball. OP. Blessy. Thank you, cheerful. Aw, pooey. Oh, it's gonna go down so slowly. No. Okay, Bog. Yippee! Ouch, yum. Boop. Oh, mechanical one. Be right. Looks like a modifier. Oh, so I have to break another one. Bleep, 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 bleep. Oh, god damn it. Will I be able to get 100,000 with this? I don't. Yeah. What the fuck? That was rigged! You're one with a lock every nook in your current. What? You're the lock, Sam. I'm the lock! Oh, so I was meant to fuck that one up. Slicey ball forever! Oh, that one's like stuck in there. Nice. Nice. It was rigged, chat. The first one was rigged. Nice. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, I refreshed it again. This one kind of takes a while because of all the refreshes. I feel like they could have just had 2. Nice. my god, I will be here for a while. It keeps getting in the basket. No, please! I already beat the score. No! Yeah, get out of there. Come on, pop out of there. Yippee! Okay, and then we can do this one. Gimme. Or not. Give it. Aw. Oh, 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 oh. But all the red box, it's okay. I don't need them. See? We like doubled the score. We're pogging, Obi. Also, hi. Hope you're having a great day. It's not enough. It's heavy. Say no more. I'm here, kid. Splicing block. Alright, let's see if I can get all, like, these ones. Okay. Well, you know, that ball did quite a lot. Let's do this way. Go, and then let's do like this. Nice! Oh yes, my box of Final Fantasy card came in and I got like 70%. Nice! That's better than 50! That's better than 50! Did you get the one you wanted the most, though? Honestly, I kind of wish I got the MTG Final Fantasy trading card as well, but I don't have money. I think I just would have wanted, like, I don't know, Yestola or something. Yes, I'm glad! Which one was the one that you really wanted? Yestola? I would have wanted Yestola, probably. When I think about it. I can probably switch it. Oh, mom's here. I got my squall. Time to build. I believe in you. Get that deck built. I'm gonna get all the red ones. We're gonna splice this one too. I understand that the mom one. Oh no, the multi-ball would be really good here, actually. I think, personally. Multi-ball. Let's go like this. Yeah, boy. Look at all those points. And it'll refresh again. Ah, we did it. Wait, we didn't do it yet. Oh, fuck, actually. What? I got a dragon in my soul gem, and now I'm scared to let. Dude, that's how I feel because like I got a phoenix. The last time like I was playing Minecraft, I got a phoenix and I put it in my soul gem, and I'm scared to let it out because either I'm afraid it's gonna despawn or it's gonna kill me and make my home unsafe. You're clicking, it's working, but we're not there. I'm exhausted. What time is it? Alright, alright, I got this. I got this. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Oh, fuck. No, please. Like, what am I supposed to do with it? You could put it in, a container, like a steel. We actually, I think we have jars and like glass containers that you can put animals into. Bits tucking time. Thank you for the alert. I hope the bits get tucked in real nice. Let's do this one. We have containers I think you put animals into, so you can just like keep him in a container like a snail forever if you wanted to, I think. Oh, we did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. This is democracy manifest. Drop down. Drop down. I don't know how long this game is. Like, I keep feeling like we're getting to the end of the demo, and then it keeps going, and I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe it is the... no, it's the beta playtest. It was the beta playtest. I always believed in you, boy. No, you didn't, but it's alright. I was lost, and you found me and brought me back, literally and figuratively. Right. I didn't think I could do it, but here I am, and it's because of you. Now let's steal our treasure by destroying a state-of-the-art, multi-billion-dollar engineering masterpiece. To the dam! Noise. The park. A few weeks later. Okay, one more. I'm on fire today. Still working? Hey man, what's up? These scarves won't knit themselves. Yeah, but you got the whole summer to knit. Why don't you take a break? No thanks, man, Sam. What? Okay, I know. I can't take a break. You didn't abolish exploitation so you could kill yourself working. I won't kill myself. I just love knitting. It's more fun when you don't have a deadline, I must say. And when you're not juggling 5 jobs at once. Yeah, that too. Isn't everything funnier when you're not juggling 5 jobs at once? Life is easy. I think I'm gonna put homie in a hole in the ground and run. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Try to put you could try to put a cage on top to see if you can tame him. I don't know if it's funnier, but life is definitely easier now. Right, working with kids is still hard though. Someone should tell them that we abolished depression. Well, we'll try teaching them new ways. We're completely changing our methods. Anyway, you look great. Aw man, thanks, I appreciate that. No man, I mean it. There's something about you. You're more at peace? Yeah, maybe I stopped overthinking. Knitting with a clear mind helps me find peace. Hey look, there's Pat. What's up boys? Mom! Still knitting in the park? Yes, why? Is this an intervention? Nah, you do you, kiddo. Why are you here then? I have my day off. That's a thing now. You should get used to it. I'll never get used to seeing you outside the bus in the middle of the day. Going to the district meeting? Of course. I'm doing my part as a citizen, even on my day off. The meeting is today? Yeah, it's about to start at the gym. We'll discuss the energy distribution. Turns out the dam is pretty useful. Turns out a dam is pretty useful for powering the city. You want to come with us? Sure, let's go. Let me just pack my stuff. You're a whole new Sam, aren't you? What do you mean? I already went to a meeting. Sure, but I don't think you would have accepted that a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't have time to go. Nah, it's more than that. You changed, didn't you? I just want to be a part of the community. Wow, so you did change. How is that? I understand before the revolution was really eager to be part of the community. Hey, I've always been super social. I've always been here to help the community. Yes, from above, like an angel, like a boss. Exactly, like a boss, but not in a good way. I'm done with all this anyway. Well, I'm glad to see you evolved, man. Blowing up a dam makes you reconsider a few things about life. We were right when we told you not to go to Pierre. I had seen enough of him. Speaking of Pierre, what? There's something I should tell you. About Pierre, yes. Did he leave the city with his private militia? Hi, Kazia! Yes, but we have news about him. The Revs found him. Did Arthur use his powers to find him? No, the Council of Revolution deemed his powers unscientific. He's now afraid to use them. Arthur's afraid of something. Who knew? Is he risking something? No, it's not like anyone's going to put him in jail. Anyway, do you want to know? Yeah, I want to know. Whoa, all these balls are like multi now. That's cool. This is a lot. There's a lot of balls. I think they just want me to pick a normal choice. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get all these balls. I'll just pick the normal choice. I'm not that, picky about it. I am curious, but not picky. Hog. Okay, maybe I can get them. Bloop. Ah, damn. It was just the one, but that's okay. Ah. Tell me. Well, that was a quick answer. He could be dangerous, I want to know. Yep, right. Bro, don't worry, you're safe. At least for now. What does that mean? So I already know about his militia, right? Yeah, our forces drove them out of town. I know that. And you must know that after our successful uprising, our city started their own. But a capitalist resistance was organized. We think Pierre went to find them. Friends of the revolution spotted him in the Sainte Marie, one of the main strongholds of the old world. A lot of capitalist families live there in big mansions. Families, so Nina must be with them. I'm sure she's fine. And Pierre fights against the revolution? What did you expect? He won't let us put an end to his reason for living. And that means he could come back. That's not for sure. We're gaining ground. The capitalists do not have much power behind them. Even the pet cops will eventually turn against them when they realize they're oppressed workers too. That's optimistic. They could come back and kill us all. Are you sure they're not dangerous? As much as we do. We didn't think you'd want to know after what happened. I'm curious. You tell me you have news about Pierre. How should I react? Not judging. I'm just surprised at all. That's all. So where are we going or not? I'm up for a good debate. That's not really a debate. Of course it is. It always is, and it's getting more intense every week. It seems that people have different ideas about how we should organize and what the new world has to be. At least they don't invite the counter-revolutionaries, right? No, but they might invite themselves pretty soon. Don't be so pessimistic. He's right. Well, Pierre can come back if he wants to. I'm ready to welcome him. You would do that? Fight Pierre? Like, with guns and all? You didn't want me to talk with him the night of the uprising, so tell me, should I talk to him now? Of course not, but man, you're talking about fighting. We have people for that. Baby, I don't want you to be a soldier. You're not a violent boy. I don't know, but I feel responsible. Maybe I could have turned him. Nah, you never would have. He was too deep in the old world. I guess that was a choice I'll have to make in the future. Don't feel obligated. You're not responsible for his actions. Nah, Mom. Don't worry. I'm not letting anyone choose for me anymore. Pod. That was cool. It became a lot more dystopian than I thought it would be. But I like it. I think it's cool. It's very nice. I liked it quite a bit. Honestly, they could make a show about this. I would really like this to be an anime. I think I really could get behind like this like being a show. But that was fun. I'm glad that we played that. Like, it was a cool little indie game, and I liked the story of it, and I liked that the pacing kind of depended on me at the end of the day. Alright. I love a good story, but my ADHD won't let me stay still. Well, why not sit down and try jump the track? It's a game where you play as Sam, a young streamer. Yeah. Sam. And start calling, fight your inner battles, rally your forces, and get ready to overthrow the system. I actually played the whole game on stream, and I really loved the pacing. Decision wasn't just down to what I felt, but also my skill at pachinko. Each twist and turn of the story had me thinking, what happens if I went back and did a different route? Or would I even be able to get the route, since it's dependent on my skill? Overall, though, I adored this game, from its art style, storytelling, and mechanics. If you'd like to try this game for yourself, is it out on Steam? It is out. It is out. Cool. Try the game out for yourself. It's out on Steam. If you like to try this, it's out now. It's out currently on Steam. Not bad, chat. I quite like that game, actually. Episode 31. Jump the Track is a fun, inventive take on a visual, but also the pachinko really helped attention and make me what would happen. Cool. Cool. Alright, cool. Who's ready to record scripties? I am. I also have to go pee. Go pee though. Cheesecake ice cream? Ayo. That sounds delicious. Mm. Like it. Like it. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to go bathroom. And then we'll come back and I shall do recordings. And then I'm gonna work on Kiwi's commission for his wee-wee. For his wee-wee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, chat. Alright, we gotta get to recording. I gotta, MBLT's gotta poof. I gotta hide my chair. And I'm gonna go recording. And then I gotta open the older OBS. But I'll keep the screen behind me. Okay. Profile is gonna be recording studio. It's gonna be recording studio, and that'll be all good. And then we go to properties. We're good, and I gotta turn this off. There we go. Oh, I gotta turn the mouse off too. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was off already. Alright. Alright. I did that too much already. Okay. Be warned, learning about this VTuber may cause an overload of cuteness. New is an adorable V artist that creates live 2D models, which she even gets to rig herself sometimes. When she does, they come out so expressive and full of life, like just when she does, they come. New is an adorable V artist that creates live 2D models and even rigs themselves. New is an adorable V artist that creates live 2D models, which she even rigs herself sometimes. That makes sense. Be warned, learning about this VTuber may cause an overload of cute. Moira! What's your matter, lovin'? There's a lot of noises going on in here because of the AC. I'm sorry. Oh, it's my big girl, though. You're my big girl. May I go back to recording? My arms are too short. Okay. You're Kitty! Yes, Kitty is here. Alright. Be warned, learning about this VTuber may cause an overload of cuteness. New is an adorable artist that creates live 2D models, which she even rigs herself sometimes. When she does, though, they come out so expressive and full of life. Just take a look at these. Their most recent model they created for themselves is an adorable cow-puppy mix, which they call a Moopy. So if you're ever looking for an artist or just a content creator to watch who is just as cute as they are entertaining, then stop by News Stream or follow them on Twitter. I think that was pretty good. I'll have to find out, though. I always get nervous when I feel like I take a good take and then like I go to look at it and I'm like, oh, I didn't move, or I didn't express an emotion, or I didn't exaggerate this or that, and I cry because I have to do it again. Club clippings. Did you know one? I'll have to check that one, actually. Is there anything from this that I wish I took? I don't think so. Did you know template? I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm okay. I might change the audio for this, though, so. Alright, so, you know, folder, did you know, I might change the intro to this. I don't really like the Did You Know intro, I think. Oh. What? Oh god, this is such a start. It's a loaded project. What? What does that mean? I kind of want to turn my AC on the fan. Well, I was told it was cooler outside. Do the thingy. Why aren't you doing the thingy? Okay. Alright. Wow. Da Vinci? Da Vinci? Did you know? Go for Fun Bugtopia. V highlights. Vibe and shine. And then V stars. Okay. So you want to do V highlight. Save project as. Save. And now we're gonna go here, here. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's remove all these extra ones. I don't know what this. What is this? Okay, I don't know what that was. I don't think that's necessary though. Oops. Hi. I feel like I sound a bit like I'm in an echo chamber, but I feel like if I just turn the audio down a bit, it'll be fine. Okay, that's bad. I'll have to watch it over one more time, but I'll have to make sure I'm clipping out any spaces. Okie. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. And then okay, that's not bad. That's not terrible, chat. It's not terrible. Save. Just scoot this over. Something tells me that was supposed to have a pop sound with it. Frick. I will fix that momentarily. Okay. I think it's a pop sound at least. Sound effects. Okay. This one? That works for me. Alrighty. That one's good. Okay, let's do the next one, which is V-stars. Which I'll go back to my normal hair for. This one. Actually, let me fix something. Because it feels like my thing is picking up background noise again. Cool. Alright. Crafting cute isn't the only thing that this Gorgon VTuber has in store for us. Ephirus is our sassy, sussy librarian and is here to keep you company through your workday or through those lonely, long nights. Effie streams a bunch of variety when it comes to games, but also creates adorable handcrafted goods along with minis while yapping with her chat. Their current PNG tuber model comes from the... Their PNG tuber comes from the... Their current PNG tuber model comes from Mordoro Owaron. The current PNG tuber comes from over on Twitter. Okay. The current PNG tuber model comes from Mordoro. The current PNG tuber model comes from Mordoro over on Twitch. Over on Twitter. What? The current PNG tuber model comes from Mordoro over on Twitter. Hog. Hopefully that was okay. Stars. I'll save project as. Iris. Save. And then I think I go here. Right here. So these stars. Hold on. You don't know what this is. The song is the 90s. And then I just shove that over there. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do this really quick now, just so that I don't forget. Intro. Oh god. It's right here. So like that, maybe? So like these, and this goes here. And link clips. Cool. And then I'll just remove this one. There. And then do this. And then replace. So what am I keeping? Not this one. Place. 2. This one. This one. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. This one. And then. Place. Cool. And then that one's done. So V highlight, V stars. Let's do roll for fun next, I think. I think that would be nice. That will do. I think I do it by no, I do it by. I actually know what I do if I save project as. Jump the track. Save. So we go back to coworking because I realized I never changed my thing. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I love a good story, but my ADHD won't let me stay still. Well, why not sit down and try the jump track? Well, why not sit down and try the jump track? It's a game where you play as Sam, a young dreamer struggling in the big... Well, why not sit down and try Jump the Track? It's a game where you play as Sam, a young dreamer struggling in the gig economy. However, tonight may change everything. In this absurd comedy, fight your inner battles, rally your forces, and get ready to overthrow the system. I actually played the whole game on stream and really loved the pacing. Each decision wasn't just down to what I felt, but also my skill at pachinko. Each twist and turn of the story had me thinking, what happens if I went back and played a different route? Or would I even be able to get that route since it's dependent on my skill? Overall, though, I adored this game from its art style, storytelling, and mechanics. To its storytelling, and even its mechanics. If you'd like to try this game out for yourself, it's currently out on Steam. It's not bad. Burp. Should I have a burp counter? I do burp quite a bit on stream. Maybe I should have a burp counter. Got me thinking, Vexed. Maybe I need a burp counter. Hi, Ghosty! How are you?
The water's boiling.
Hello! How are you? How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. We're just doing a little bit of voice recording. I'm asking this over a little bit more. Hello! How you doing? I'm so fucking tired. Did you just get done moving? I think my voice doesn't have a lot of, like it just kind of feels a little echo chambery. So close, 2 more weeks. I believe in you. I believe. Sounds a little echoey. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Hold on, let me try to fix something. I'm actually fucking excited and I'm so ready to go. I'm excited for you. Yay. Hold on, I gotta listen to my own voice. It like sounds fine. No, it sounds fine in here. I don't know why it sounds weird in here though. Hopefully it's okay though. Filters. I want filters. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why it's being funky. It sounds fine on my end, right? Yeah. Do you have like a mic duplicate or something? It might be because I have OBS open twice, to be honest. It's probably because of that. I wouldn't be surprised if it was because of that. Wait, so if I fix... like, if I did that, you guys would get worse quality, but I wonder what this would sound like. Let's test it. 1, 2, 3, testing my mic for recording. Alright. Maybe that would fix it. It does, so it may sound worse for you guys for a little bit, but it does sound better in the recording, so I might just keep it like that for a second. We're almost done. We just need 2 more videos. So I gotta do Did You Know first. So let's go back to this, and then glasses. And then we're gonna do it to... Where are my art tips? Actually, where's my Did You Know template? There we go. File, save as, to, save. The glasses are perfect, thank you. I guess the intro's not the worst, actually. If I'm honest. Alright. Okay. Did you know that I've always wanted to eat something radioactive? Well, actually, I have. And you have too. Actually, I have. Is this the post office? No, this is the milk club, but we have post-it notes. Would that help? Actually, I have. And so have you. Okay, cool. That I've always wanted to eat something radioactive. Well, actually, I have, and so have you. Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana, then you likely have a tiny itty-bitty bit of Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other... Okay. Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion a banana, then you likely have a tiny itty-bitty traces of radiation in your body. However, the amount is so minuscule that it would take over 100 bananas a day to get even the normal levels of radiation that exist in our daily life. This is due to the specific presence of potassium-40, which is a radioactive isotope. A similar phenomenon can actually be found in Brazil nuts as well. So next time you try cosplaying a ghoul from Fallout, you could try to eat 1 million bananas in one sitting, and blam, you'd be a striking image of a Fallout. So next time you try cosplaying a ghoul from Fallout, you could try to eat 1 million bananas in a sitting, and then blam, you'd be a striking image of Fallout perfection. Okay. Song requests. Oh wait, hold on. That's how you do it, buddy. We have post-traumatic stress disorder, we do. We have post-apocalyptic vibes. That's true. That is also true. Yes, and it does need to be from Spotify. That is true. Look at Ghosty. Ghosty knowing what's up. Ghosty always knowing what's up because Ghosty's so cool. My throat is like dying and I'm not done with this video. Not roll for fun. Did you know? What can I say? I'm relevant. What can you say but you're cool as fuck? Am I still recording? Oh, I didn't stop recording. Whoops. I'm involved. You are. And that's what we love. We loved and involved. They
I'm the Noah.
Hi, Pumpkin.
I'm in the Noah.
Pumpkin.
I'm in the Noah.
How are you? How's it going? Hi. How was, what were you doing? Oh, Don't Starve Together. How was Don't Starve Together? Did you have fun? I love that game. I love that game. I actually really like that game, so I hope that you like that game a lot. I hope you have fun. But welcome in, Raiders. We've had so many raids today. It's so nice, especially on a Monday. Thank you guys. We're just editing videos. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. But we're chilling and vibing, so we'd appreciate the company. But no sweat, no harm. If you need to go take care of yourself. I need to do like this part. I need to do this part. Let's do like this part. I think I might do it for a little bit longer. I think I need to re-record me doing that. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. 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 Sorry, that's weird breathing. I'm sorry. It's for the video, I promise. I promise I'm not trying to be a freak. Just a little word, don't you worry about. You sound crazy, and I figure that's what you're. Yeah, okay, yeah, you know what? That's not bad. That works for me. Wait. Oh, I had a hard time with that sentence. Holy shit. Cool. Okay, go see, if you have the energy to make scones, you should make scones. Because, imagine, you make scones now, right? And then later, when you're more tired because you're still doing a lot of stuff, because you have to work, you can have them. And there'll be a little sweet treat you made for yourself. Or do that on a day where you know you're about to be busy. How's work going? Work's going good. We're doing recordings now. How are you doing? How are you doing, wife? think it's this part. Oh, wait. Oh, what is this? Okay. I still feel like it sounds weird. Cue the gourd, check back later. Okay, love you! This is a really long video. The more I look at it, this is kind of a long video, but that's okay. That's okay. I think I actually want to cut the Brazil nut line out. I don't think it's necessary. I feel like we could do Brazil nuts its own video. Yeah! Yeah! Oh wait, this is a lot shorter video because I forgot that I redid this line. Oh no, that's fine. No? Okay, bye. God. Gosh. Golly gosh, bro. What the fuck? Oh, that was actually really... That's actually really cute. I actually really like how I did that. Pog? Poggers? Poggers, chat? Poggers? That one's pretty good. Alright, so did you know it was good? And now I just have to do... Vibe and Shine. Which means it's little guy time. And I also have to change where things are sitting. Okay. I'll be on recording. And then I have to open this guy and this guy. And then I have to go to Vibe and Shine. And I need to scroll up. Look, guy! Like, yeah, Moira. Moira! Don't do it. Can I please record this? Oh, you're just gonna sit there. Okay, well, as long as you don't love little guy. I know, a little guy, one of my favorites, too. Okay. Be on the lookout this week as TikTok users Rat's Picnic shows us how many little cones they can fit on their eepy little pet. Like, how do you even get that many cones? I gotta redo that. Be on the lookout this week as this TikTok user's Rat's Picnic shows us how this... Okay. Be on the lookout this week as TikTok user Rat's Picnic shows us how many little cones they can fit on their eepy little pet. Like, how do you even get cones that tiny? Then we have my newest and favoriteest vocal sim that I found from this everlasting... Then we have my newest and favoriteest vocal sim that I have found from the ever-great Mr. Liam Stapleton. His recreation of the moment showing us true democracy manifest is truly spot on and inspiring. Thank you for the headbands. I forgot. Okay, no, yeah, I want to redo that. So, because I want to do that, and then, okay. Moira. Don't be chewing on stuff. Don't be chewing on, please. Please. Okay. Alright. Sorry about that. Then we have my newest and favoriteest vocal sim that I found from the ever great Mr. Liam Stapleton. Okay. Then we have my newest and favoriteest vocal sim that I have found from the ever great Mr. Liam Stapleton. His recreation of the moment showing us true democracy manifest is truly spot on and inspiring. Finally, this week we have this little kitty that plays with their butt up in the air, and it's the cutest thing in the world. My cat does this too. It just kind of plays like this. My cat too plays like this when I play with her, but she doesn't look nearly as goofy. Okay, I located my scone recipe. I shall be in the background listening but making tasty snacks. I believe I request pictures upon return. So I wish to see your masterpiece. Alrighty, and now we go to Vibe and Sean. This goes in here, and it goes in here, and then I take this. Proof as... I will provide pictures as proof of my endeavors. Thank you. You are much appreciated. Oops, fuck. Clips. Oops. Not that. -5. Okay, I'm gonna have to just crop. Do a lot of cropping. I have to sneeze. Oh. No. Beep. Alright. Pog. Pog. File, say product as. What number is this? Number 24. Okay. And save. Link. Save. Okie dokie, I think that's good. can't spell. Okay. I think that was everything. Let's see, this one got recorded. Save. Edit labels. Save. Labels. This one was also recorded, and I need to change the cover. Number 3. And then edit labels. This one also got good, and this one also is good. Cool. I think I got everything. All for fun. This last one. Shut up. Lockjaw. Let's see lockjaw. Boop, boop. Oh, I gotta bring BLT back. Boop. Here you are, buddy. I've missed you. Poggies. Let's take this off. We can take this off. And then tomorrow we need to do this one. Did you know? And Vibe and Shine. And then we can do the skit on Wednesday. And then Thursday. Well, we might do more tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. Because Thursday I kind of just want to play games. I could do the skit today. Club clips. Actually, is what I should name it. Okay. Poggies. Demonstrate lockjaw. The lockjaw. I need a task manager. This guy out, and I need to fix my mic. This one and task. Cool. Save. Alrighty. Alright, I want to try to do just a singular clip, I think. Yeah. See how that goes. It's much shorter then, and maybe it'll be better for retention. So that's the biggest thing we want. Put that there. I think I go like this, so it'd be. Okay. It's like. Alright, let's try these two. it's like... Nice. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Link clips. Oops. And then link clips. Link clips, so then put it on top. And then we move it. And I think I put myself on top. I think I go on. I think I go on top. I think that's what I've decided for myself, is that I go on top now. I don't. Do I have a? Wait, I do. Okay, so let me zoom out a little bit more. I don't want to be more in the center of it all.
No.
Piggly Oof! Oh my god, I love her name! You are so cute! Hello! Hi, Cam! Hi, Piggly Oof! Oinks! Oh, your name's so cute! Hi! Hi, Raiders! Welcome on in! How are you doing? Oh my goodness! How was your stream? How was Phasmophobia? I bring friends. Well, I appreciate you for bringing your friends. What is the up? This guy, that's what. Damn! Got him. Got me. I didn't know that. I don't know a lot of things, but I know that I appreciate you guys. How was Phasmophobia? Feel free to tell me how it went. For those of you who are new here, hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. My cat is being a bit of a bum. But hi, I'm known as maincoow on all my socials, as I said, and I'm a bit of a whiplash of a VTuber. We do a bunch of funny things here, as I'm sure that you're aware. Was great, played with Cam and Silent. Speaking of Silent Whisper X, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. I've played Phasmophobia myself, and I quite enjoyed it. I played it in VR one time, though, and it made me motion sick, but I don't think overall the game is fun. Did you guys know? Nuh-uh, I'd never fall. Oh. Really? Really? Never? Never? But I'm glad you guys had fun. Did you guys know that Phasmophobia was actually, gonna have a movie? And Piggly Oof, thank you for the follow. It means a lot to me. But did you guys know that actually it is, I think it's gonna be a Blumhouse movie, actually, now that I think about it. But I think it's really cool. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that turns out, to be honest. But I hope you guys had a great time. If you need to go take care of yourself, get water, stretch, feel free to do so. Thank you for the save check. You've reminded me that I am not. I'm working on the wrong thing. Okay, thank you. Hope it's not terrible. It's made by Blumhouse. I think Blumhouse will do okay with it. I'm alert so I can get food. No problem. If you return with food, feel free to tell us what kind of food that you have. Otherwise, I hope you have a good time vibing. We're trying to currently... I have something to drink. I want something to drink, but all I got is rum. Drink some water. Have some water. Water's good for yas. Have you ever had water? This place do be a vibe for real, for real. It is. It is. What? Water is cancer for the body. Excuse, what? That's not, I don't think that's how that works. That's like saying we are cancer, though, because we are 75% water, which means we'd be 75% cancer, which I don't think makes sense. Unless you were born in the months that make you cancer, then, you know. In my book of rules, that's how it works. Damn. You got me, but those are your book of rules, not my book of rules. And my book of rules says I need to drink water or else I'm gonna dehydrate and die. Actually, sorry, I want to do this really quick. But you know, that's fine. That's in the book of silent, you know, that's fucking valid. In the book of me, though, I'm a dehydrated little bitch. I was past that one time, my vision was going white as fuck, and I sat down and went back to normal. It was because it was too hot. I live in Florida. That's called a heat stroke, my guy. You need water. You know, we can't hear the vids you were editing at. Yeah, because, I worry. I don't usually share the audio of the clip that I'm working on, only because I worry that it might get a little trippy to hear my voice twice. I don't actually know. I mean, we could try it. I actually never tried it before. Just want to check. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I just feel like it might be a little trippy. And maybe if I think it's funny and I'm starting to giggle about it, I shall lurk. Well, be here. Thank you for the lurk. You're a funny VTuber. Thank you. Teehee. I like you. I like you. And maybe if I think it's funny, you guys will check it out on TikTok. Reverse psychology. Am I right? Oh no, TikTok. Shh. It can't hurt you. It'll be okay. I only got it because my friend sends me stupid shit. That's the fun part about it. Maybe you could have socials command instead of links to your... You know, Cam, I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe you're a little, maybe maybe you should not be so smart. To see me elsewhere. Well, here, no, why not follow me on TikTok? This is big braining, clearly. Good lord. I can't even brain that big. Honestly, TikTok is my biggest. I mean, just saying, marketing, you know. No, you're right. Oh, I didn't make the trigger. Edit triggers. Socials. Oh, the house smells good. It made me hungry. Why didn't it work? Socials. Yeah, that works. Save. I want pizza. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Oh, it worked! Yippee! Nice job, Cam. Pog. Would it work if I didn't do the whole HTTPS thing, though? Because I hate that part of... Yippee! I got you, Bessie. You're the best. You're the best, Cam. Socials. Cool. It still works with this. Okay. Pog. Thank you. Socials. I'll put that in my thingy too. Alright. What were we doing? I forgot. No, we were editing this video. That's what we're doing. Okay. Is this quiet? 5-head chat moment. Smile. Yep, it's true. Take this whole thing, and we're gonna take this whole thing, we're just gonna scoot it over, and then we're gonna go from... Alright, I'm gonna go get foods. I'll be lorbing it up. I'll have fun lorbing it up. Lorb, you're gonna want to clip this. Create subtitles from audio. Single, create. I'm so hungry. The house smells so good. We're having stir fry for dinner, and I want it. There you go. I feel like I'm gonna poop my pants. Oh, maybe I do need it a little bit before that, actually. clips. So if I do this one now. If I did. I think it's supposed to be like this, right? Actually, I'm gonna have to redo this. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm gonna unlink these clips, and then I'm actually gonna mark it and then zoom it on him. So it would go like that. And then I want the hi, how are ya audio. Hopefully I have that in here. Hi, how are you? Yeah, there it is. Wait, how does that look? Oh shit! What is happening? What is happening? Ah! Hi, Micah! Hi, my love! Hi, my goddess! How are you doing? I am currently taking all my hairbands because I'm going crazy. Open your door! Hi! How is Liza P? Were you playing the... Don't lock it. I'm not! It's not locked! It's open. It's always open for you. How's it going? How was Liza P? Were you playing the new DLC that just dead dropped recently? No release date, they just fucking dead dropped it and they were just like, here you go. I saw so many people on Twitter being like, I just started New Game Plus, what do you mean? But yeah, let us know how it went. Hello. Guys, if you haven't checked out Vico, please do. They are amazing. They inspire me every day, so please give them a follow. I believe they're currently partner pushing, so give them a lurk when they stream, okay? Hot Boston DLC was so hard, distract me, bruh. The DLC in New Game Plus is brutal. Oh, I believe it. I never thought for a second that Liza P would be easy, but you got this, Vica. You can beat the shit out of it. I believe. But yeah, if you guys here at the Milk Club haven't two-shot enemies, that mob enemies, oh god, I know when I get overrun, I panic. But yeah, if you guys here haven't checked out Vico, please do give them a follow. We love them so much. My brain is doing a brain thing. Yes. There we go. If you're new here, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise maincoow on all my socials. I am a variety streamer, but most well known as the Whiplash of VTubers. 1 second, I'll be editing a clip about a horror game. The next, I'll be doing something goofy and talking about penises. Who knows? I got a rating dip though. It was good to see you. Leave chat with you for milk. No problem. Get good milk, even though we have milk here. Vika. But that's okay. Have a good time with your milk. We'll miss you. The HDA makes the place unique. It's nice. Yes. Even though I take Adderall, I was gonna say it pounds are hard in here, but that's not really what I wanted to say. But it's something. Jack Flag for life. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Milk Club. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It wouldn't be you without it. It's true. Hey yo. No, literally. Earlier I was talking about it went from pregnant Sonic to to radioactive bananas to sperm shapes to kids licking cars, I'm pretty sure, is the line of our conversation that we had earlier. I think I gotta stop it a little bit sooner. Okay, I think there we go. Woo. Real and true. Also, if you guys have a favorite ice cream flavor, feel free to let me know. That is a question of the day. I think I've decided that each of my stream topics or titles will just be a question. Because usually I have a question daily that I just forget to ask because I'm streaming. And because it's a stream title, it's just a good roundabout. Alright, that's actually pretty good. Timeline. Create subtitles from auto. Create. Let's see how this will go. Cookies and cream. Back when I could eat it. How come you can't eat it? Are you lactose intolerant? Are you lactose intolerant? It's okay if you are. I do not think you are lesser. We have lactose-free milk on tap. Poop. My pant, my singular pant. No, my wife has celiac disease, so I don't eat gluten, which the cookies and cream has, so I can. Oh, that's so sweet. Aww. Getting a lot of videos done tonight? No, I'm just doing this one so that way I can do some other ones on Thursday or tomorrow, because Thursday I kind of just want to play a bunch of Steam Next Fest games. So, yeah. I've had gluten like 5 years now. That's a really nice sacrifice, though, because I can't live without gluten. I'll still destroy some milk. Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah. We'll just learn how to make things without gluten and use lactose instead. Exactly. We'll just learn how to make things with lactose instead. But don't worry, Kiwi. I'm not gonna stop streaming until I finish at least an approved sketch of your wee wee. I mean, your TDS mascot, which is named Wee Wee. Make gluten-free food. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, you're so sweet. I know there's so many people that like, oh, I just wouldn't give up being like eating gluten or like milk, or like they just wouldn't make that sacrifice. Like, even if it's like small to you, I'm sure it's big to them, and it's like, it's just so nice to hear. Friends go to danger. Oh my god, I made ice cream for my celiac ex, and I found out that gluten-free Oreos work better than normal Oreos and cookies and cream. If you're willing to buy an ice cream. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. No, don't. No. Wait, no. Okay, there we go. Awakens the horror. It's okay. I'm in no rush to show the world my wee so you can go at your own pace. They are, but they are like 4 times the price. And in this economy, we can do. So I've been taking the gluten-free baking recently. Made a gluten-free banana. Ooh, that sounds really good. Fair. 1 batch is like minimum $20. Have you guys looked at the Ninja Creamy? The Ninja Creamy is not bad. Screams in horn. That's right. It's leave. Oh my god, my tummy hole hungry. Yeah, it's outrageous how much gluten-free stuff costs, so I just make it from scratch and end up paying about what I would for the real stuff with gluten. My gluten-free chicken fried steak is a bang. Fuck, you're making me so hungry. Oh, my mouth is wobbling. Stop, my mouth is wobbling so bad. Oh, that sounds so good. Come over, I'll feed you. Yippee! I mean, don't tell Pixels though. Pixels might get a little upset if I go to someone else's house and eat their food, but you know what? I'm just hungry enough. I might. I say as I hear him getting the utensils for dinner. I'll feed Pixels too. Ooh, we would love that. We'd love to have dinner with you. Have a nice little dinner date, all the four of us. I have to make this a little bit smaller. Friends, run to the danger. Well, 5. My kids eat that. Has to eat too. Oh, fuck yeah! I love kids. She's almost 2. Oh, the little kid! I love little kids! I promise I'm a great babysitter. When kids are involved, my mama bear instincts will go alert mode. Don't worry. Don't you worry, Cam. I'm raising her to be demon. I love it. Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah, brother. That way, you know, if you can't tolerate her at her demon, you don't deserve her at her goddess, you know? That's the trueness of it all, you know? Stretch it. Stretch it. I want snap captions, wiggle text. Wiggle text instead. And I want this to be like, no. I also want this to be main font. Main font. 0.5. 5. Shading this off this. This becomes this. And then this becomes 1. And then we can move this back a bit. I kind of want to put that there. Rather just doing it out a bit. Food time! Yay! Thank you. But for real, I can make most gluten-free foods taste like the normal stuff. I've gotten good. I'm the house cook, thankfully, so we get to eat every night. Fuck yeah! I just got my food. I just got my stir-fry food. I'm so excited. Ah! I love good. Okay, yippee! Yippee! Hey, food. I love food. What did you have for dinner, Cam? Have you had dinner yet? I hope you have. If you have, what did you have? I'm eating spoonsful of peanut butter. Oh, that sounds good too. I really like peanut butter. I didn't know how much I like peanut butter until I moved. And like I'll have like peanut butter jellies for sandwiches for a few days. And then I just realized I just want a peanut butter bread. Dinner, I had a chicken dish I made. Ooh, that sounds really good. I like chicken. Food is so good. What kind of peanut butter is it? Is it chunky peanut butter or is it smooth peanut butter? Or honey roasted peanut butter? Or all of the above? Oh. Live with a suitcase. A chopped baked chicken covered in cream of mushroom soup and like mixed up, then topped with Monterey. Oh! You monster! That sounds so fucking good. Pepper jack is literally my favorite cheese, bro. How would you tell me this? How dareth thee? It's so good. Fuck you! I'm sure it is! Okay, cool. I'm just gonna eat my dinner. When I think about cheese. I love cheese, man. If I could, I would just survive off of cheese, I think. I fucking love cheese, man. Alright, I need all these to be caps. That's not caps. No. No. Oh. No. Oops. No. Oop. Now I gotta take the one that's out here. Which one's that one? Which one? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Go back. Go back. No. Well, this be all caps as well. Oh. Okay. Hog. Alright. It's really easy. You could make it. I believe you. Wait, no, wait. And I'm currently snacking on creamy peanut butter from Jif. It's so good. It's really easy. You can make it. Yeah, but I bake. I'm a baker. I'm not a cook. Because you see, if I start cooking, then Pixels will be sad because Pixels is like you. He's the cook of our relationship. We would just bake chicken, 3 to 4 boneless breasts, chop it, pour it in candle. Okay, I'm saving this. I'm sending this to Pixels for someday. Then ask Pixels. I literally just I literally just sent it to him, so he could make it for me someday. We do have to get groceries sometime this week, so maybe that's something we could do. Nom nom. Screams and stupid. Screams and oopid. So smaller chicken pieces, the longer leftovers last. Oh, that's valid. Rock that body, rock that body. I want to add nobles. Oop, cancel. I don't want to do the thing that I need to do for this because I'm lazy. Think of the head pants. Right behind you. It's right behind me, isn't it? this one, and the shading, and this one, and this one. I have to keep clicking this color because this is someone else talking. And I cry because I want to keep clicking on your button. I love being modular, but I'm lazy. Shading for this one, okay. Hello, pixels. Hello, princess. That's kind of entertaining. I'd watch that clip at least. Okay, so... No.
No, this is Patrick.
No, this is Patrick. Oh, this is another one where I do the thingy. Where I layer the text, because I can. Because it's my one cool move in clips like this. Or layer text on top of each other, because I think it's funny. Okay, and then... Oh. Me doing it with me. DTOGO. Snapping, clapping, touch your toes. Okay, I'll be lorbing while I mine the craft. Have fun mining the craft, my friend. Let us know if any shenanigans happen while you're doing it. I don't like that. I'll go back. I think it's this one. That's not bad. Squidward. Oh wait, no, I do have to save the image. I just bit my tongue. Save. I'm just put it there for now. HOTTOGO. Add track. Let's do this. And then we're going to make it smaller. I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna make it bigger actually, because I kind of want it to be on my face. Oops. Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Alright, wait. I want it centered. There we go. Oh, my eye itches like a motherfucker. Like a butt cheek on a stick. Ow. Actually, let me do something. Nine. Close an 8. Let's do a new folder. Cool. All right. Yeah, why is it all like this? The editing, Twitch, 6. Save. I want this one here instead. I'm gonna actually put it down here. And then I'm trying to think what audio clip I want for this. There you go. Oh, Webino. Friends go back into danger. I'm back. How's working? Good. How are you? I'm just editing a little video so that way I don't feel so stressed about it later in the week. Gonna play some zombie survival with my friend Peach. Was it fun? Did you have fun? Is it sad? I'm good, smart. Yeah, it's because it's on Thursday. Instead of editing, I just kind of want to play a game. Love my Peach. Cute. I'm glad you had fun. There we go, and then we can add this one. Spooky cat meme. Oh. Way it sounds. Let's see. Zoom. Crop top. Crop bottom. Crop right and crop left. And I gotta go back to this sad cat meme. Actually, I kind of want this one here. So. What you eating? I'm eating stir fry. Pixels made stir fry. It's got green beans, broccoli, and some meat. Really good. I'm really hungry. Yeah. Actually, you have breakfast for dinner, but I'm hungry. Valid. You should get yourself something extra to eat if you're still hungry. No harm in getting yourself a little something extra to eat if you're hungry, in my opinion. Oh, that's pretty good. There's SpongeBob noise that I need. SpongeBob. Okay. I gotta put my dinner to the side because I'm full for now. Nope. Where is it? This one. All around. Boom. First time I made beef in the style and it's wild. It's really good. I like it. Alright, delete track. I think this is good enough. I think it's pretty good. It flows pretty good. I think. Yeah, I love meats. Meats. I love all meats. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? It was Crypt played by Devouring. Fuck! I closed the video. Fuck. Something sweet. It's getting a little hotter. I kind of want to put the AC back on. There we go. Expensive. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Lately I've been crying. So please, say you love me. Give me. I don't want to type. I just want to copy paste. That's fine. One word from you and I will. No, bold. Settings. I just might put it here. Clipped. It should be clipped by. Hog. Okay. 25. I don't think I'll do music with it. It just needs to be rendered now. Okay. Time for drawing! Because I like drawing. I have an idea. I gotta go VJ because I gotta confirm. Everyone to the top of the big night sky, so please leave me. Can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. I have a weird meat aversion ever since I got COVID. I had it before, but I got stacked by it like 10 times after. That's crazy! I'm sorry. It's okay. Maybe your body knew that you would meet a cow wife and that you were worried that eating beef would make me sad. But honestly, I'm a cannibal, so we roll with it. But it's okay. I'll just eat chicken. Or pork. Alright. That's crazy. That's crazy, Mew. I'm down. Wink. You're cannibal based? I am. I eat beef. I eat beef. I eat beef. I like beef. Alright. So I have an idea for this guy. So he has to be made out of a kiwi, I'm pretty sure, is the plan. This way. So it's gonna be a round boy. I was thinking about this as I was going to bed last night because I knew I was gonna be sketching this today. So let me look at the prompt. I want my kiwi fruit homunculus built to look like a bird made from knickknacks of Goblin of Five, my very own Wilson from Castaway. Okay, so he's made out of a kiwi, obviously. And then, also, why is the music so quiet? I turned it down this one. Yeah. His eyes, he's got, I'm thinking, thank you for the song request, Kiwi and my wife. He's got like a button eyeball, is what I'm thinking, right? And then, I'm like deciding if I want another button or not. I think another button would be cute. It's meant to look. The first time this song made me cry the first time I heard it and read it. Aww, that's understandable. Is it an emotional song? I was thinking like a it would be like a little beak. It's made out of shell. I don't know how I'll have it come across the shell, but I'm thinking shell. Or seeds, you know. Very emotions, understandable. That's how I feel about the song How Do by, oh, what are they called? Oh, I forgot what they're called. I just know this is the name of the song. Oh, fuck. Oops. Big Bang. Yes, yes! It's on my Big Bang. Yeah, that one makes me cry. That one makes me really, really sad. I think his little feet will be made out of sticks. So he'll have like very uneven feet. And then his arm is made out of a leaf. Big Bang was my first K-pop group as a teen. I loved How Do. Same! I'm pretty sure. It was that and then, what is the one that, like 2014 bands, I think. Sure, 2013. That's fine. What was it? Girls' Generation, I think it was. I think it's another one that I liked. Oh, what was the other one? I don't even remember. I don't remember. I see the guy in this. I don't remember. think Girls' Generation was one that I liked. I don't remember. I only remember, like, certain icons from each band, to be honest. Would it be 21? Oh, shit. No, it wasn't 21, but I do like 21. Hold on. I remember a girl from that. Her name is Ashley something. Let me just... what's her name? Quetza, thank you for the check-in. Why's my mouse being weird? I follow her. Hold on. Is it Amber? No, I think her name is Amber. Yeah, her. Amber Lou. She was in... Yeah, it's Amber. I used to simp for Amber super hard. Damn girl, my 8 hours. Yes, ma'am. What band was she in? No. Yeah, it was part of Girls' Generation. Yippee! I was right. But yeah, no, it was Amber, and then... Oh god, what was the other one? We're all super hard? Fuck yeah. Oh, what is the other one? It wasn't... No, it was... It was like the first band that I knew of that didn't incorporate only Korean people. Eddie Jackson. What is it called? Fuck. Oh, I forgot what they're called. Got 7? You're right, it was Got 7. Yep, you got it. I used to really like Got 7. I have like a picture book of these guys. I think I have 2 of them that I've opened once and then never did anything with them again. But I used to love Got 7. I want to listen to Got 7 now. Yes, it seems. I don't even remember what songs I really like. I remember them. Oh yeah, that one was one I liked. I like remember them by like the music video. I like God 7 now. Do they do music now? Or is that the song? Not the cue. I'm trying to see music videos. Just Right was also a good one. They do music now, so I did not know that. I think I also like this one. I love Moira. Oh, I want to listen to some of their music. Yeah, latest EP came out this year. I did not know that. Well, we'll listen to some of them. Alright, there we go. Def Do It. I like them. Fuck yeah. And then they'd have... I feel like a little, like, sprout on their head. They move this over a bit, I think. Do I want them to be so blorbous? I think I do. Let me see if I want their face to be any different. I ate my dinner and now I'm eepy. Hey, eepy. Was there any other specifications? Marshmallow whistle for Castaway. Okay. Thank you, Mew. Thank you. My cat just like blew my door open. I just realized, and it's gonna be like letting all the cold air out, which means I gotta turn this back to fan. Okay. I'm gonna try this brush. Okay, so. Ooh, I have another idea. Okay. What if one of them... What the fuck? Where's my brush working? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Use solid pencil instead. I remember the music video for this very specifically because they were like dolls in a girl's dresser telling the girl that she was perfect the way she was. I remember this very clearly. Yes, that one was so popular. Yeah. Yeah, it became pretty popular around the time that they released that one, but I liked them before it. No. Okay, and then the other eye is actually a button, because I do want one eye to be a button, actually. Hipster, I am. A lot of the times, if I don't want to watch something, it's probably, if I don't want to watch, read, or listen to something, it's because I think it's too popular. On God, I am a hipster in, like, that mentality, but eventually I'll come around to it and regret that I didn't, like, listen or watch it earlier. I don't like that. Yay! Finally, someone that's like me in that aspect. Fuck yeah. I knew we were meant to be. Cops in One Piece, yup. Yes, sir, that is correct. I didn't watch Twilight for years, and I finally I loved it. That's valid. I think there's too many memes around it for me to like it at this point, but you never know. Cause I watched it when I was younger because my friends were into it. And then maybe this would make him look evil, but I just like to try it because I really like these kind of mouths. And I've never gotten to do it on like a mascot before, just because I just never had able to make it work. Hi, what's the matter? You blew my door open, so now I can't have the AC on, you little rat baby. I love you. I love you, Moira. My cat is here. She would like attention. I love you, Moira. Mwah. I love you. Did you just wake up from a nap? I put her down. Does she look like she wanted to be put down? She's like, I don't want uppies no more. I'll turn this fan back on. I had a chance at the don't. I feel like I'd like the live action too. I feel like it would cut out a lot of the nuance for me, to be honest. Now it looks like a demon kiwi. Bloop, 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 bloop. Nah, that mouth don't work either. Actually, it would be kind of cute if he had like a... like you cut out a mouth. And then he has that like... the kiwi bit, I guess. I cut it out for goofiness more than anything. They also cut a sad dog backstory. Damn. Damn. I don't know how I feel about this mouth. It's supposed to be like a bird. Yeah, bird, not mouth big. I do kind of like the eyes, though. I feel like, though, the color that I'm drawing this in is making me think this is evil, so I need to change the color. It's fucking up the vibes, chat. I like this. This is cute. I don't know what the mouth would be made out of, though, if I made it this shape. I could do like little blush. Fun fact, Zoro doesn't get stuck in a well in the anime. It replaced him slipping on an oily slope for like 3... That's crazy. Interesting. The more you know. Do I want it to have a button eye? I feel like button eyes are cute, but I also kind of want to just give it a googly eye. So that way I get to rig a googly eye someday. But what would this eye be made out of? I really like googly eyes. Maybe this eye could be a button? I don't really know. I like the little beak better. It feels more bird-like. Yeah. Because I feel like I was straying away from the bird having the bigger mouth. Kiwi, do you want button eyes or do you want something else? Or do you want AI to be a button? I don't know what else you could make eyes out of. Ooh, wait, I have an idea. One button eye, definitely, okay. I might. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Okay. I don't like the idea of the button eye being smaller. We have the button eye. I like the shape of this eye, but I just don't know what it would be. Because if I make it like a seed... like a pebble or like an acorn cap for another one. Oh my god, an acorn cap would be such a cute hat though. Hold on. Little acorn cat? Hold on. It'd be such a cute little hat. Little acorn hat. A little leaf on top. Let me just erase this part. Acorn hat. Okay, the other one could be like a little shiny rock, though. I don't know how acorns look. This is how they look in my brain. Okay, hold on. It's reminding me of something. It reminded me of the beacorns. Which are these guys. It's this person that makes, like, little, like, figures out of, acorns? This is my goon, Wee Wee Wilkins, and you don't mess with him. Yup. Your little guy, Wee Wee Wilkins. These are cute, too. Oh my god! His eyes. Alright. So I'm thinking, I got some ideas now. So I'm gonna do this again. It's a perfect aesthetic, I know. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, my brain is thinking of something. What if the eyes were here? And then you had another eye. That, ooh, fuck. It's like here, and this we erase that. I think it might have to be small eyes. Okay, anywho. Okay, that's like test 1. Okay, so I think I have a few ideas actually. So just get this. That way, let's make this like 8. Okay, and that way I can have an example. Because I really like how layered the beacorns look. Let's see, I want to look up, like, kiwi, creature design. Okay. This is not exactly what I was expecting. Maybe we should give him a long beak, like a kiwi bird, actually. Should we give him a long beak? Oops. Long beak. Could have a long beak. I feel like it's not as cute though. Like the long beak goes with a kiwi bird, but like I think I like the smaller beak better. Okay, anywho. Oh my god, look at this guy. Oh my god, why don't I just do that? I forgot. Hold on. I was thinking about that while I was falling asleep yesterday. Why don't I create compound? I like that shape. That's a good shape. Maybe the sunflower seed could work as a beak. Like the... oh, yeah, I was thinking like a sunflower seed, honestly. What's the matter, baby? What's the matter? She's so upset. Whoa, what is this? Is this another inspiration? I like the earrings. It's so cute. Okay. So what if we made him Blorbus? Blorby shape, right? And now he's gonna have a tiny beak made from seed, right? He got a little seed beak. Like a sunflower seed, you know? And then And then his eyes, he has a button eye. I just feel like the other circle is like not big enough. She came up to. You sending clips of where's the little nickname? Oh, that's cute. That's cool. He gets them from a local artist who doesn't have an online store. That's really cool, though. I love artists like that. On God. I feel like this shape is intimidating. I think I'm gonna go back to just a circle. Fingers to her mouth. I have an idea. My brain is working again. I have an idea. So you found it, so maybe a wing or leg could be like some sort of scrap metal. Yeah, we could do that. I was gonna make the... Yeah, no, we should do that. Yeah. I just want to get a better shape. I like the shape. The face made him look like he was a big old goose on his head. Hee hee. I kind of want him to be like kind of squat. My brain's like he's kind of squat. Right? He's like kind of squat. He's a squat little guy. And then, cause I kind of could see like him being like a little bird shape. All right, like this. Little squat little bird. I think I'd make him shorter though. Oops. Yeah, make him like shorter. And, like, actually, hold on. Bird sit. The body slowly decays like a fruit you left on the counter for too long. This is true. Yeah, I want to. Moira! Moira, you get down. Moira. The actions of your consequence. The actions of my consequence. The actions of my consequence are happening right now. I like this. I think this is kind of cute. And then, like, one of his things is like scrap metal. I don't like that dent. So it's like one of his wings. Do you want him to be drawn at that angle, Kiwi? I can draw him at that angle if you want. Oh! Oh, damn. I love that shape. That's a good shape. Goddamn. Nope, we're doing the shape. Copy image. Copy image. We're doing this shape. This is a good shape. I like this shape. It is good shape, Kiwi. Good shape. Good searching. I like this shape. The shape, we're keeping the shape. We might not keep anything else, but we're keeping the shape. Look at this shape. This is such a good shape. Good shape. Feels more Eldritch Horror. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, and also it'd be weird to kind of, like, if you ever wanted it to become a full TTS bet, it might be weird to rig. Front views are a little awkward. I know, because I just did it on BLT, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, the side view was a lot easier to rig. I'm not doing the front view. Alright. I like this shape. It's a good shape. Come back. Alright. And now I gotta place the face, which I want the old face. Where's his old face? Give me your face. You have a tiny beak. Tiny beak. And then I can just draw the rest of his face. Okay.
Am I difficult child, mother?
You're not difficult. It's just perfection is hard to garner, you know? And you are perfection. You know? In my opinion. Ha! Ha! Okay. Actually, I kind of want this eye to be a googly eye, and this eye... He kind of looks like a rock. He kind of looks like he was made from a rock, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this could be like a coin. This could be actually, this could be a coin. You know? And then, like... He's got little feet. I love the shape. I love the shape, too. It's a good shape. And then, like, they're just made out of sticks. Was what I was thinking. They're just made out of sticks. And then I like this little, like, thing that they have in the thing where it's, like, little, like body crests. Like those. Those would just be, like, tomato seeds or something. Yeah, yeah. I want to make this rounder so it's like a seed was also planted in it. And then... Okay, yeah, of course. You go for it. And AFK as much as you want on the server. Shoulder. It was ever hard to move. Sheets in the way. And then this one will be like a piece of metal. Wouldn't make it so thin though, and make it thicker. What could I do? You're outside in my mind. So sometimes and this is where he can have his little hat. His little beacorn hat. His little acorn hat. How do acorns look? Acorn. Okay, so it's like one of these. It's one of these situations. So it's like, because he has to be, you know, he has to look like he knows a little bit of something, even if it's not a lot, you know. What's the matter, Moira? What's the matter? Okay, she just left. Okay. What do you think of this, Kiwi? What do you think? Does this look like wee wee? Is this wee wee material? Is this wee wee material? Sketch. Oh, then I'll blow them up. Really small. Like a little French beret? Exactly. Oh shit. We don't really need this now. It's a little boy! Or girl. Name whatever you want. Just a little guy. I don't want to start drawing him, actually. Because we at least approve of the shape, so I'll start with the shape. He feels very on-brand, Pog. Pog. We'll make this 12, actually. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to just give him outfits. It's like, whatever. I like giving little guys outfits because they're fun and silly. If you ever want anything changed with him, just let me know. He's a good little lad. It's like it's BLT's cousin. I think I want this to be like this. I want this to come up like this. I like the song. I thought baby inside. No, I like that. Oh, yeah, the color reference. I kind of want him to have a deep TTS. Like the tiny troll. Yeah. Told you we need more glitter. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. Will you pretend I am? Alright, and then I gotta make his little feet. Make his little feet. Change this up a bit so it's not exactly the same. Nope, I'd rather just redraw it. Oops. So each of them are different. Alright, take this guy. Let's do always, and then let's do like a... Okay, that works. So I didn't really have specifics. Oops. I want to flip it though, I think. There we go. Kind of like this section. Can we add some hay in the front of the hat like a bird a hoagie? Yeah, we can. We can also make it a leaf if you want. But we can add a little something, something to the front. That no problem. Okay, so I want this one and this one to be like a brown. This is a red. And then this one and this one will be a brown. Slightly different brown though. And this one will be a slightly different brown. This will be a slightly different brown as well. And then I'm going to change all of their outline colors. Start here. Saturate, there we go. Now we have his feet. His feet. And his body. Which, actually I don't like how light this is. I'm too darker. Are you on my love? We can boogie all night. I think hay or grass would work since they're both thin but recognizable. Yeah, sounds good. No problem. I was thinking he just needs a little bit more green right now. That was my thought process. I want to give him little legs. I think he needs little legs. Can I make him stouter? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's this one that is a different color. There you go. And then we can flip it. And then copy this one to be this color. There's little legs. Oh, I gave him the wrong ones, frick. Mudcraft, what the fuck? Alright, and then circle. You know, like a silver button. Picture game is not a ref, but the process reminds me of an old Flash game. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then I do scent symbol. Where's my font? Oh, I didn't do anything? Damn. What about Blinky Star? Oh no. I don't really do anything with this. Okay, let's just do a C and then do it that way. Okay, I'm gonna head to bed and AFK for my bread factory. Wish me luck at court tomorrow. I wish you the most of luck! C for copper? You want it to be copper? I just feel like that's a bit too many browns, in my opinion. I'm just doing C for cent. Away again, you must be a virgin. It needs to be rotated the other way. needs to be. What the fuck is on my desk? It's pissing me off. Maybe tarnished. Yeah, we can make it tarnished. It's not the fine. I was doing base colors for now. A lot of fantasy has that below copper. That makes sense. I want this to be a purple button. Purple. SSRI Prince and the Queen thanks. What do I have to say? This guy. That's valid. You notice how I get quiet when there's no one. So and you in awkward silence. Could be that. I think I'll make this a darker color actually. Listening to you, I forgot so many. She's so far. Oops. I wish you would come one day. At least just let me say. I don't want to do that. Hold on. I want those to be these colors. Invertedly so. I am terrifying. I went on to you. I do shut my heart. I just realized Steve from Blue's Clues is kiwi colored. What? What? Oh, he is. It's weird that he's bald now. I'm gonna be honest. It's really weird that he's bald now. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black holes, won't you come? Won't you come? And then I want to do like Community icon, give him a bowl cut wig. That would be fucking crazy, dude. The audacity for me to do something like that would be crazy. There we go. I'm just gonna take this while I have the colors. Wash away the pain. Won't you come? I wash away the rain. Oh, wait. Guess who made fucking scones? You did! I see there's a notification at the Discord! Woo! Look at those! Those look delicious! Great job, Ghosty. Casper. A hoagie. Hat. Oh, my neck. Oh my god. We will just disappear. Like oh sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain like oh, won't you come? Fuck yeah, that sounds great. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, and then to make sure it's not too much, I'm gonna scoot it over a bit. I'm just gonna make it darker. Not that dark though. Probably about that dark. Won't you come? Oh, so it's so soft and warm. I'm so happy. I'm glad. I'm so fucking glad. I'm not going to get enough sleep, but this is worth it. That's valid. I think I should make it thinner, actually. It was really thick. Like a little shard of metal. Go. And then I'll add a little highlight. That was not a highlight. Smoothness. Stabilizer. Gluten-free recipe too. Ooh. I'm confusing myself because I feel like it should be here. And 7.0. Damn, Kiwi put a full ass recipe in chat. Ooh. I like what I did initially. Oh, my neck. think I do want to move it though, so it's like this. It's true. I think I like how green this is. Eating seeds is a pastime activity of our city. Actually, could the outline be this color and then the inside be this color? Yeah, that kind of goes with it more. So, what is this, TikTok? Okay. 2-ingredient, low calorie, non-fat, no GMO, no MSG. There's a little birdie beak. It's our last thing, his little birdie bake. Thank you for the head paps. Thank you. Like a goblin fang? It could be. What the color is your tooth? What color is your tooth? Wrong thing, our projects. Where are you, Kiwi? Oh, fuck, I started here. Oh, but Mr. Potato. Kind of, yeah. That's how you can make jaws. Oh. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. No? Okay. Oh, you have white teeth. Okay. I got a little tooth. I'm trying to think about his colors because I'm not super vibing with this like leaf color, I think. Ooh, that outline though, I vibe with that a lot harder. Yeah. I just want to try something. Rasterize. Oh my god, Casper, my cousin out here in chat. I think they'd get along great. Look at you two. I just gotta do a little bit of a yeah. I'm being a little lazy because I can't be. Yes. Oh, it's called. Oh, hello. Oh shit. Hello. My brother from another ghost mother. Hello. And then we make this color, Then make it this, and I filter it. Gaussian blur. Chat just got twice as spooky. It did. It indeed did. Where's the soft light? Oh, shit. I want like tummy to have a little color because I always give babies tummy color. I forgot his little stem. Thank you. You're drawing Kiwi. This is Kiwi's pet Kiwi. But yeah, pretty much. Because I drew Kiwi here, and then I was like, oh, burb. You want burb. You want burb. My wee wee, yeah, your wee wee. I don't know if I talk about myself. This guy needs an inner shadow. We are haunting this house. Hell yeah. Oh, well, more like haunting this barn, to be fair. Wants to be soft. Alright, Kiwi, what do you think of Wee Wee? I gotta go back and add him to my short story. Or make just one for him, probably the latter. Hey. Make this haunted barn a haunted home, fuck yeah. What do you think? This is your little boy. Little wee wee boy. I feel like I gotta make it more flat. Hold on. His bottom half. I feel like it's gotta be more like this. Where's this one there? My son, yes, your son. Yeah. Now he is more like a potato. Oh, my son, my boy! I made him a little bit more stout, and I feel like that looks better. That's my boy. Yeah. 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 There you go. I hope you like him. I feel like I could do a little bit more with this, though. Hold on. Okay. That's where I follow. I don't want to vary this leaf up a little bit more. So that way it doesn't look like it's the same leaf that's on his head. So modify the shape a little bit. You have uplifting vibes. That's cute. I think I need to move his arm a little bit. There we go. His face. I have when there's a vibe check left for me. Fuck yeah. Alright, Kiwi, what do you think? Is he your son? Is this your son?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
My feelings about Wee Wee? Okay, hold on. My son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. Pog. Alright, let me send this to you. Feel free to ask me for any other hats, or if I ever render something in like a different style, let me know. And I can try to match it to that style. Selection only. Wee wee. Save. I've been like up last few nights thinking about how I make it. Thank you for the cheek pap and the redemptions. You know, Poggin. Alright, let me do this upload file. Downloads. Oh, wee wee. Do later. Okay, Pog. Can I get a version without the book so I can hold them? Oh yeah. That's no problem. December, this one. Oh yeah, I forgot. I like drew you with your hand. Oh my god, that is perfect. Do you want me to give you a version of you holding him? Hold on. I can do that. Hold on. I want the cover filters gone. On the floor. Is this how I rendered this? Fuck. Alright, Kiwi. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this a little jank, okay? Because this is when I decided to give up modularity, and it makes me upset, I'm gonna be honest. Every pony girl. Why I decided to render like this, I will never know. Will I ever do it again? Probably not. Where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck did your shirt go? No, I got this. I got this. It just might be a little janky. Because I realized I didn't draw the part that goes under here. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's see. And we're just gonna hide the parts that would have had the book. He's kind of a big boy. They're just like... Wait, did I really? Hold on. There's no way I would have done that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think I'm that stupid. It would be at the bottom, wouldn't it? At the bottom. Where's your body? Where is your body? It is. Hell yeah, do it. I knew I wasn't this stupid. Oh, I have the belt part too. What did I do with the shading that makes it like that? Don't do that. That looks weird. Okay. Oh. No outlines. They look funny. Okay. Where's Wee Wee? Come here, Wee Wee. You may be smaller now. Where's a man who's scared to fly? Man who's scared to fly. Where did you hide the body? What? Where did you hide the body? Evil? What the fuck? I'm sorry. It's just because I knew that I didn't. And hi Gore. Kiwi wee wee. File save as Kiwi 2 save. Haha, there we go. Now it's you and your son. Yippee! Can I scoot it up a little bit? Nope. Okay. No scooting it up. No scooting it up because I fucked up the hands. Teehee. Teehee. Enjoy Kiwi. Alrighty. What a little creature. Yes. Yes, he's a little guy. He's this guy. I drew this guy. He's a little kiwi with different parts. Which I might draw him again later. Because I feel like I want to render him in a different style. But I'm EP. But I am EP. And so we are going to go raid somebody because I am EP. And I've been streaming for like, oh shit, 9 hours? Wasn't it just 8 hours a little bit ago? What's happening? What's happening? Time makes no sense. Who are we rating? Who are we rating? Snoozlin.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. Bug errors. Bug errors. We're gonna go raid Snoozlin. So working on a mesh. Good job, thank you. I'm also EP. So we're gonna raid out. Go have fun with Snoozlin. I have to make a 5-minute pick mix last night, and it turned into a half an hour at 2 in the morning. Time is so fake. Fuck time. Fuck time. Time's so fake. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. For those of you who are staying up and want to do a raid message, please do that raid message. It would mean a lot to me if you did. You don't have to, of course, but if you did, then they know where you came from, and it would mean a lot to me. Thank you everyone so much for the raids. I'll be thanking you guys on Twitter and the socials because it means a lot to me. I got your raids today, but I love you guys, and we'll be back to again tomorrow, same time, same place, doing different shit. Kind of. But I love you guys so much. Thank you again for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye.